Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Trembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our latest development on our political front. Wherever you are around the world, you're most welcome. Even as we look at Raila Odinga and Azimio La Umoja rejects the presidential election result announced by the IEBC chair Wafula CHEBUKATI. They say it's null and void. How far will they go with this? And 4 out of the 7 commissioners disown the same results announced by Wafula CHEBUKATI. Is this the beginning of the end of IEBC, or the war continues? There will be winners and losers. And of course, Wafula CHEBUKATI, as the chair, was mandated the chair of IEBC GAZZETS, DP RUTO, as president-elect. This is where we are. A stalemate or what? Well, I want to welcome everybody, even as we start out our show tonight, and give you an opportunity to state what you feel and think about the whole scenario in this country. I don't know if there's anyone who has heard anything from the current president who would also love to weigh on the same. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you, everybody. Let's please get in and make a difference tonight, even as we continue ventilating on the current state of affairs in our beloved country. Abla Nanuyu Abrahaman Ahmed, karibu kwa show. Martin Makandet, you're welcome. Kuna Tom Javani, karibu kwa show. Sheila Ingaiza, Nancy Musiburu, nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Nectar Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Nyayo, Pamela, Gilbert Atsan, karibu kwa show. Kuna Fexaina, karibu sana. Nancy Musiburu, thank you so much. Jane Naya, you're welcome. Betty Mukinyo, Moses Kenju, kuna Olike George, you're welcome. Gladys Olaka, you're welcome. PK, you're welcome. Kuna Bashir Muhsin, you're welcome. Grant, relax. You say relax, okay, thank you. Kuna nani mwingine? Honorable Stanley Kabene, insema bure kabisa. We don't know what you mean by that. Well, we are glad you're there. Sheila, thank you. David, we appreciate you. Nani mwingine? Duda Jared, karibu sana. Nyaboke is it Joel or Towel? Karibu sana. Ken Clinton Omosh, karibu sana. Kuna Dahi Abdi, karibu. Lydia Linda, karibu. Stephen Okeyo, Simon Mutungu, alafu nani mwingine huyo? The Prince, kuna Samuel, kuna Bae D Ashley, karibu sana. Peter Wekesa, Noon Bells, nani mwingine? Bans Nyags, you're welcome. Kuna Joy Njoki, karibu sana. Willy Mwangi, karibu. Fia Allah, karibu sana. Bruce Andere, alafu kuna Geoffrey Kerima, nani mwingine? Juliet Dima, Mike Njoroge, Larry Greg, nani mwingine? Violet Wauna. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the show. And if you're able to get us, please help 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse, even as we start out our discussion tonight, as we look at the rejection of the election result by one Raila Odinga and Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya coalition. or rather political party. And then we're looking at the 4 commissioners disowning the result, distancing themselves from the final result as not being party to the same. And then, of course, the chair, CHEBUKATI, gazetting DP RUTO as president-elect. Where are we going with all these on the plate? Sheila Ingaiza, habari ya leo? When you kwanza kufika, naomba you unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Hapo niko sawa?
Hapo sawa. Karibu, vipi?
Nashukuru sana Guy. Nimeshukuru kufika hapa. At least nitulize roho, naona ikitulia nikirudisha matumaini. Kwanza venye baba ameongea leo nikasikia at least amenisaidia, nimetulia kidogo. At least kuna some hope, and we are really praying and hoping for the best. We are still believing in our baba bwana. Aish. And then the truth itakuja tu. At least wamenaswa. Yeah, ni hivyo tu.
Thank you, Sheila. We appreciate it. Let's keep up with that same spirit. This is our country, and we must build it on what is right.
Of course.
Thank you. The captain, habari ya leo?
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm so fine.
Yes.
Yes, ni vizuri sana nimeingia ili niweze kuchangia hii mswada yenye uko nayo leo, na tunasema asante sana kwa ile information mnatupea. Tunafuata hiyo link, hiyo TV yenu. Information tulipata wakati wa kupiga kura all the way mpaka kuhesabu kura mpaka jana ikamalizika. We are very grateful. Yes, I'm from Narok. And kulingana na vile niliona leo and kiongozi wa Azimio La Umoja Raila Odinga kusema ya kwamba and results that was announced by CHEBUKATI is null and void, and according to me, and it's like to incite Kenyans, to incite these supporters, because and why are you saying null and void? The reason why he's saying null and void is because kuna wale commissioners wane walienda Serena jana, instead wakuwe mahali ilikuwa inafaa. Because tallying center, where is the national tallying center? National tallying center is Bomas. Kwa nini walienda huko Serena? Because they had their personal interest. Walikuwa na serve watu binafsi. We have known most of them are relative to the people of Azimio. So and ukiangalia hata ile statement ya hao watu wanne, the Chereran and the others, ukiangalia statement I make any weight in it, because and the process is watu wapige kura polling station, then the PO generates the 34A, then anapeleka constituency tallying center, the RO generates from 34B, then anapeleka national tallying center, then nani ana verify the chairman plus the commission verifies, then wana generate from 34C ambao inatumika kutangaza the president elect. So wakikuja wakituambia ati 34C kulikuwa na errors because of what? Because kwa nini hawaku highlight waseme sasa because that from 34A fulani ilikuwa na shida? Kwa nini wanasema 34C bila kusema nini? Bila kusema ati, and then I think in fact, us as Kenyans, tunafaa tuangalie process ya kuajiri hao watu au commissioners because
Bwana Captain,
mathematics.
Bwana Captain,
Yes.
ngoja kwanza. How do we get from 34C?
34C is after verifying 34B.
Okay.
34Bs.
So if you verify 34B wrongly
B,
and then enter those figures in 34C, will 34C be okay?
How to verify 34B? How to verify 34B is confirming 34As if the digits, the sum which are in 34B is equal to the sum of all 34As in that constituency. Then you have that's how to verify.
So if somebody says there was an error in 34C, the one that was used for declaring the president.
No, the error they were lighting is that 0.01. And the 0.01 came about because of the rounding off. I think mathematics, that's why I was saying as the Sharia
I want us to follow it systematically so that our viewers can understand what's happening.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Form 34A is produced at the tallying at the polling station.
Polling center, yes.
Whatever is announced on 34A is final according to the Constitution.
Yes.
Then this form 34As are used to generate 34B,
yes,
which is done manually.
Yes.
Okay. Transferring figures. In the process of transferring figures, okay.
Yes.
Is there a possibility that there can be errors in 34B?
Yes, there's a possibility, but you counter check with the 34As in that constituencies, depending on the number of polling stations.
Before you create 34C, isn't it?
34C, you counter check first.
This verification, is it supposed to be done in private or is it supposed to be done with witnesses?
In fact, what they were doing, we were following live. In fact, I was following through your TV, this TV, because you had shared. I was following live. The process was, the IEBC walikuwa na desk ya confirm arua akikuja, then ana submit hizo nini 34B, then wanaanza zinaangaliwa, then wanaenda ku counter check what they uploaded what was uploaded, that was uploaded with the physical one yenye walikuwa nayo, then after that wakafanya hesabu. Lakini the four combinations our same is that there is difference between the sum of all 34As with the 34B. What they are saying is ile 34C kuna vile haikuenda vizuri. Unaona vile nini? Because kama wangealight waseme, for example, in where I'm coming from, seme Kilgoris. Waseme Kilgoris constituency, kuna polling station, maybe Sabaringo polling station, the figures that was captured in the polling station is different from the figures that was captured in the 34B. Then we understand that then we will have understood. But now, because ukiangalia ile, they were caught because they were relying on 0.01. Love calculation.
Hold on. The case is yet to start.
Yes.
Without the 0.01, I just want you to you followed the process. When the confirmation of Form 34Bs started at Bomas, was there any polling station or any returning officer who had figures that did not agree with the other with the other people with the other agents of let's say Azimio at the Bomas of Kenya?
What they were doing, you see the problem, the errors.
Was there any instance where there were inflated votes or dropped out votes that were corrected on the floor of the house?
They didn't tell us. What they told us is only there was so many presidential results than casted in a polling station or in a constituency than the number that was casted for an MP or the governor. That was the complaint.
Then
Yes.
is that an error or is that an okay statement?
You see, I have so many friends. For example, where we, for example, in Narok, there were so many people who are saying, "Now, as we maybe I don't know, I don't see the need of me voting for an MCA, MP, governor. What I wanted to vote for only president." There's so many people, especially people from Nyanza who are working in Narok. Let me tell you, who are working in Narok, they were not interested in voting for governatory or parliamentary or the MCA seats. They were only interested in voting.
Captain,
Yes.
Have you voted before?
Yes, I started voting 2002.
And there is a possibility of you entering a polling station in a general election, and you are given only the president's vote because you are not interested in MCA.
You see what they were doing. They were being given all the papers. That is for all the 6 papers. But you will find somebody is marking only for president. The others they just put in the boxes, and you will find unmarked. What is an unmarked paper? Unmarked paper will be a rejected one.
Yes, thank you. The unmarked vote in the box will be a rejected vote. Okay.
Rejected vote. Also, good. You will find somebody because
wait. The rejected vote are accounted. Okay.
Yes.
So that there is a balance. When we say that Gilgori's polling station, okay?
Yes.
The people that are voted are 700. All right. The president cannot get 800 votes from the place. All the votes after they are counted, they must not be more than 700. Plus the rejected, you get that? If they are more than 700, then we have what we call ghost voters. That is why the law stipulates that we should not have more than 700 people voting in one polling station.
In one polling station, yes, true.
Yes. So that the governor, whatever the governor receives, if there are, let's say, 10 spoiled votes, governor, okay? There will be written 10 spoiled votes from the governor were rejected. But when they total the rejected, the valid, okay, it should not be more than 700. When it's more than 700, then the ghosts went to vote. That is where the dispute is.
You see, Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
There is also, apart from rejected votes, there are stray ballot papers.
All that must be accounted for. There is no
if you account, for example, maybe in a comparative box, somebody put maybe 10 papers. Not somebody, but 10 people put stray ballot papers in that box erroneously, because somebody, for example, you are interested in president, umeweka ya president, ukiwa uko kwa MP,
at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we cannot have more votes for the president than the governor if all the people that voted are 700. If they are rejected votes or stray votes, they are written. Okay, we had 700 people voting. 30 of these people had 30 of the votes were stray. 20 of the votes were spoiled. Okay, 3 of the votes were disputed, whereby somebody voted, but he voted too close to the box, so we don't know whether he was voting for the other person or the first person. So the agent argued until they said, we will not add this, we put it as a disputed what? A vote. All that the presiding officer needs to write down. We had 700 people, but of the 700 people, this got spoiled. Okay, so that when we add the spoiled, the valid must not be more than the people that voted. When they become more than the people that voted, there is something wrong with that equation. If you don't see anything wrong with that, then there must be something wrong with your judgment.
Here is a case whereby sema kama mtu amevotia wote from MCA to president, and then erroneously ile kimakosa kabisa akaweka box seme president ameweka yake vizuri. For example, let me see. Then the next was MP, akastukia ameweka ya governor hapo kwa MP. Then akienda the next anaona ai kumbe bado niko na ya MP kwa mkono, hata rudi kuweka hapo kwa hiyo box ya MP, so obvious atarudi kuweka hapo. So you will find that the number of ballot papers yenye itakuwa kwa hiyo ya governor itakuwa less because aliweka ya governor kwa MP, kuenda akapata kumbe ako na ya MP akarudia tena kuweka nani, because huwezi sema because nimeweka ya governor huko na niko na ya MP, wacha niweke ya MP mahali kulikuwa na ya governor. So situation kama hiyo, because we are so many in Kenya. For example, in my constituency we are 76,000. You will find that even 10,000 can do that, the same problem, the same mistake out of 76, because alafu ile kwenda polling station kuna kwanga na ile yani ile uoga, kuna ile uoga. Kitu yenye nilikuwa nasema sasa hivi, while we are recruiting these commissioners, tunafaa tuweke hesabu kama kitu ambao inafaa ikuwe inaangaliwa sana, because wanafaa kuwa wanajua hesabu, because ukiangalia mtu akikuambia ati hesabu ya 0.01 in 14 million is 140,000, yet and Mwaure alikuwa na 31,000 na alikuwa na 0.2%. Unaona hesabu kama hiyo, na mtu ameride amechukua time, ameita press conference, ameenda kuread the same, na hata hakuna mtu mwenye amekutana naye akaanza kumwambia sasa, and akaanza kumwambia sasa hii 0.01 kwa nini nani ako na 0.2 na ako na 31,000? Unaona kitu kama hiyo, na komishana kubwa sana mwenye tulikuwa tunatarajia atuhesabie hesabu, atuhesabie kura.
Commissioner wanahesabu kura?
No, hao ndio wana confirm. Yani because they are tally, they generate from C. You see, they generate, yes. Because so ni kuhesabu, because no, they generate. So they fanya, wanafanya hesabu ya the total, for example, they fanya the total number in 34 Bs. Ndio wa generate at 4 C.
No problem, yes. Mr. Captain. Yes. What we are saying is, the reason why there are 7 commissioners is because when they compare notes, they will be able to find those kind of mistakes. When one makes a mistake, the other one says, no, this thing is not this way, it is that way. But if it is done by one person, what happens? When that mistake is made, it goes public, like the one that you're talking about.
Yes.
All the same.
No, like Amoja, 1 minute.
Hold on.
1 minute.
Goja kwanza. Hapana, Goja, you have taken enough time. We can't give you the whole show alone. Hold on, you'll come back later and continue with your submission. Let's listen from Mr. Wangira. Asante.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm fine. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. How is everybody?
They're looking great.
Arguments like the ones being articulated here by Captain are the ones that will take us back to the Stone Age, because they don't make any sense. Bernard, let me just dwell on the issue of the 4 commissioners. I've listened to their statement today, and me, I just don't speak for the sake of speaking. I do my research and I analyze before I come here shouting, because I don't want to shout for the sake of shouting. Bernard, these commissioners are very, very clear on 2 areas, Bernard. Are you getting me, Bernard?
Yes, you're okay. You're okay. Go ahead.
These commissioners are very, very clear on two issues. And, these are constitutional issues, No, we are not just here to argue for the sake of arguing and for the sake of pleasing anybody. And Bernard, I raised the same issues here yesterday, because the Constitution is very, very clear that after the counting, the Constitution is very, very clear that after counting the votes in the polling station, and those are presidential votes, the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission shall tally and verify the count and declare the result. Is Mr. Captain telling me that the Electoral Independent and Boundaries Commission is Mr. Wafula CHEBUKATI? Then why is the Constitution saying that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission must tally and verify the count and declare the result. Because the Constitution is very, very clear here that the function of declaring the result is the function of the Commission. It's not the function of one man in the name of Wafula Chebukati Bernard. And you know, Wafula Chebukati is just being given a mandate, just like when you're in a club and you have decided on an issue. Not everybody can announce it. You have to agree on who is going to announce it, whether it is the secretary or whether it's the chairman of a club. So for the purposes of the IEBC, the person who makes the announcement is the Wafula Chebukati guy. But you know, the announcement this guy makes must be owned by the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission. And that's why the Constitution is very, very clear that after counting the votes in the polling station, Bernard, get those words that after counting the votes in the polling station, then we have past counting the votes, then the IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, shall tally and verify the count and declare the results. These four commissioners are very, very clear. They say that there was opaqueness, they were not part of the tallying, they were not part of the verifying, and that's why they are disowning this particular result. In fact, they have called it Wafula Chebukati's own results, because a commission, and today I want to teach this guy called Captain here. I need to take him to school. Visit Article 250 of the Kenyan Constitution and tell me what does it define a commission as being. A commission is the chairman and the commissioners. A commission cannot be a chairman here. So, here I know you could be happy because you think that William Samoei Ruto has been declared president-elect. Let me allow you to celebrate as long as it lasts, but that will not make some of us run away from analyzing facts. And what we are doing here is analyzing facts. So long as those votes were never tallied, and so long as they were never verified by the commission, and the commission being the chairman and the commissioners, then I agree with the position taken by Raila Odinga that these particular numbers are null and void, because for the numbers to be valid, they must be backed by fact, they must be backed by the Constitution. But the way we are looking at things, they are not being backed by the Constitution, because four commissioners have come out to say they were not part of the tallying, they were not part of the verification process. And they claim that, they were being made to read the numbers from various constituencies. And after reading the numbers from the various constituencies, they could go to a back room somewhere. And they were never allowed access to that back room. And when they wanted to move into the area of verification, Wafula Chebukati never allowed them to verify. Bernard, in a commission, a chairman is not any senior than a commissioner. It's just that he's the chairman, but he's not any senior than a commissioner. That's the law. In any commission, the chairman is not senior than any commissioner. And that's why, even on any matter, it must either be by consent. The commissioners at IBC, they could have said that anything that the chairman says can prevail. But that's not what the Kenyan Constitution says. It says that any decision must be by vote and consensus. Bernard, I see people who are excited for nothing. They don't want to analyze issues. They come here shouting. They come here arguing for the sake of arguing. And they don't want to even interrogate the Kenyan Constitution. Bernard, wacha tukutane kotini. We shall argue this matter in court, Bernard, just like Raila Odinga said. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. We appreciate that. And I want to urge everybody, especially those of you in the comment section, take it easy. Take it easy. As you do your celebration, take it easy. Don't step out on hot air, because hot air may just evaporate when the weather changes. What I want us to do here, and the reason why we do this show, is to put everything in proper perspective so that our viewers understand what's happening and can easily relate to what is going on. So let's not just play around with figures and numbers and all that. What does the Constitution require? Was the Constitution followed? Verification process. Verification cannot take place if only one person is the one sitting on the bench, and checking things. If the forms have come from the same source and they are being verified by that same source, then there must be something wrong, because it's like being mistreated by a police officer, and then you go and report to the same police officer to take your complaint, and then that same police officer is the one to take your case to court. Even if that police officer is an angel, he will still make you lose the case. Verification, in my opinion and my understanding, is not just the IEBC. It's the IEBC and the agents of different political parties analyzing the result and agreeing. This is what came from the polling station. This is what is tabulated in Form 34B, and then this is what is copied in Form 34C. But if we did not agree, my result and the result in the portal and those copied in Form 34B don't agree, there will be a dispute. Then that dispute must be resolved before we move to the next polling, to the next constituents. Now, avoiding to deal with those disputes and then going ahead and pronouncing the result, that is what has led us into what? The stalemate. Every returning officer was to submit his results. Then they be verified. Then they will be handed to Wafula Chebukati. Wafula Chebukati said, no more verification. Kila mtu anilete nini? Result zake. Hapo ndio kuliharibika. So everything from the returning officer went in the hand of who? Wafula Chebukati. Then Wafula Chebukati did the tallying, the verification by himself, and then did what? The announcing. So even if the figures that are announced may tally with those ones in the portal, okay? Even if they do, and we have a clear understanding of this is exactly what everybody got, because the closeness of that election is such that even dropping a few votes will change the percentage, okay? And when the percentage changes, it will either the winner go higher or the winner drop to 49%. If it's 49%, a repeat election is demanded. So hii maswala iko complicated, tusichukue kana kwamba ni mchezo tu, and kama tunatafuta ukweli tutafute. Kama tunatafuta tu kumaliza muda, so be it. But at the end of the day, we must secure integrity in handling our affairs. Hii story ati mimi niende kupiga kura, tena niende kuchunga hiyo kura, hakuna haja, okay? Kama nipeleke pesa kwa bank, tena niende kulinda bank. Does it make sense? You hand over the money to the bank takes care of the money for you. If we have cast the vote becomes IEBC's responsibility and IEBC's property. If it's messed up, then IEBC should own up. Not that mimi nipige kura tena niende kuifuata bomas kuilinda ili IEBC ifanye kile inapaswa kufanya. We are building up a culture that is unacceptable in the entire world. We cannot allow that to be happening in this country. If you're charged with the responsibility as a Kenyan, we deserve to be treated as a people that deserve to be valued and the opinion to be taken serious. So Wafula Chebukati and team have a lot of questions to answer. Kijana, vipi? Naomba tusonge mbele.
Bernard, just one thing before Kijana comes in. Please, one thing.
Okay, carry on quickly.
Bernard, we know the number of spoiled votes in the 2013 general election. We know the number of spoiled votes in the 2017 general elections. Do you know the number of spoiled votes in the 2022 general elections? Where is that number? And we know those are some of the questions we are asking. Where is the number of spoiled votes in the 2022 general elections? Wafula Chebukati has not shown us. Let me just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Kijana, karibu.
Yeah, Bernard, mambo vipi?
Poa, vipi huko?
Niko freshi. Imekuwa muda sana kabla ni kuje huku. Nilikuwa mara ya mwisho wakati ya campaign, wakati sasa ndio Kalonzo alikuwa ameingia, but nimekuwa background, but kwa leo nimeamua nikuje tu hapa mbele sasa. Kitu ya kwanza kabla niongee sana, naomba tu au watu wa IEBC, the commissioners, they should be given protection, kwa sababu evidence yenye wanatoa na claims yenye wamemake it's somehow very critical, na tena si mara ya kwanza tumeona mtu akijaribu kusema evidence kama hizo, wanarudi wanapotea, wanapatikana wengine sijui wametupwa wapi, wameshakufa. So hao wa kwanza wapewe protection. And nikianza kusema about the nullification, naomba tu nipatie watu wa Azimio roho. Mimi nimekuwa mtu Azimio, but they used to come here nikiwa na jina Azimio, but nimechange tu kijana since imetuma. Actually tuko tu kwa ile hali ya kuumia. Actually we are so much annoyed pia tuju victory inakuwa inaibiwa tu tukiangalia. Weakness yetu pia tumekuwa nayo, nitaanza tuseme tena weakness yetu tumekuwa nayo, voters hatujatokezea kwa wingi. I mean Kisumu and ukiangalia turnout tumekuwa like short of around 200,000 people hakukuja. Naona na imekuwa tu hiyo 200,000. Ukiangalia hiyo 200,000 plus around 150 from Homa Bay, 150,000 from Homa Bay, hao watu wa kutokea. Kisumu ni around 200, already a total of about 300. And ukiangalia saizi wanasema Ruto ameshinda Raila na around 300. Sasa unaona hapo pia kuna venye voters wametuharibia. Watu wa baba, tafadhalini, I know hii kesi inafika Supreme Court na kunaweza kosa kuwa tena runoff, cause Supreme Court inaweza declare Raila the president, and it has already happened. Ilishaifanyika US wakati ilikuwa around 2000, the year 2000. George Bush, I don't know which Bush, but it's Bush, you know, huko kulikuwa pia na mafamilia Bush. So Bush pia wali order recount of kura, kulikuwa na ile wali petition kwa court wafanye recount kwa some of the states. Wakapata Bush alishinda of course, na alikuwa declared tayari, hakuwa declared ameshinda. So the Supreme Court ili overturn the previous ile declare hiyo venye wali declare the other opponent, walirudi wakai overturn wakapatia Bush. So si lazima tuende kwa another election. Na hapo ndio mahali sasa sisi watu kama Azimio tunaomba Uhuru, tumia kisu vizuri, onyesha uko na nguvu. Unaona? Na if at all kwa wanaazimio, if at all kutakuwa na rerun ya the two presidential au Raila na Ruto, if at all kutakuwa na hatuna agents Raila hapo and the team Azimio hapo, tuliangushwa sana. Baba akona loyal fans. Sisi watu kama sisi hatutaongwa. Baba achukue loyal fans wake, even hata kama ni hao kina Junet, wale wenye wamesha shinda tayari the seats. Baba inafaa wachukue and place them to be agents, mostly huko side ya Mount Kenya where unapata rigging imefanyika sana. Chukua hao ma MPs wenye wameshinda, now waheke hiyo area the way they used to do kwa ile by election. Unaona, wakina Joho walitokezea, walikuwa agents. So ilikuwa ngumu hadi kwa kina Sudi kuiba. Unaona, so hapo baba tuweke agents kila mahali, tuweke na kukuwa na wale wa kuzunguka tu. Bomas tusifanye hiyo mchezo tumefanya tena juzi, where bado kura zinahesabiwa and bado tuko na party nyingine KICC ati inaugural of elected leaders. Hapo tulikosea sana. At that time ilifaa our MPs wote warudi wakae huko Bomas, hata kama wataleta kelele wajazane Bomas, since unajua meza imewekwa, zilirudi zikaongezwa zikakuwa nyingi. and you can't tell me 4 people wataangalia hizo meza zote. Unaona? Watu wakikuwa then they surround, waangalie hizo au watu wenye wanafanya hizo tallying, hata kama ni kwa mbali, ndio ingekuwa rahisi hata kuona wenye makaratasi inapendushwa. Unaona? Hapo hiyo hapo tukae rada sana. Na kitu kingine tena naweza waambia, msione Uhuru pia amenyamaza. Deep state actually iko. And another thing naweza sema Ruto pia is a smart guy. Yes, anaweza kuwa ameponyoka and na kuwa na hao watu wake hapo kwa IEBC wakina CHEBUKATI akatangazwa, lakini sasa deep state inafaa ni kama hapo walichengwa tu kidogo, and mali yenye itatumika sasa vizuri ni hapa kwa Supreme Court. Wajaribu overturn, mimi okay, ni nataka tiyo deep state sana, wajaribu overturn huyu Ruto imekuwa uchungu sana bana. Ukiona watu wana celebrate na unajua of course si halali, tumekuwa rigged. People like Itumbi wanakimbia here and there, wanatangaza results zenye si hivyo. The chirichiri. Hapo ndio mahali serikali inafaa ishike hao watu, because wanapeana information wrong. Wanaingia kwa system, hakuna kitu wanafanyiwa. And another thing, hii ni ya future sasa. Inafaa tuweke IEBC yetu, inafaa tufanye reforms where hapo kwa data hiyo au hapo kwa data management na nini hiyo kwa portal, those keys ama hizo sema password hizo za kuingia kwa hizo system, unajua haifai ikuwe ni mtu mmoja ndiye anakuwa nayo. That's why you find people like Msando being killed, people like CHEBUKATI wanasukumwa, Chilobo wanasukumwa wengine, hiyo ni 2017, then wanapeana password. Haifai iko hivyo. Mimi naona tuweke system. Hii ni my proposal, maybe 1 or 2, maybe NIS wanaweza kuwa kwa group anaona, but 1 or 2 naona tuweke system ikae kama wacha nitumie example kama Coca-Cola. You know, hakuna kampuni yote inaweza tengeneza Coca-Cola and there's no other person, hakuna mtu mwingine mwenye anaweza jua venye Coca-Cola inatengenezwa. Coca-Cola inatengenezwa, ingredients inamixiwa kwa around 3 or 4 countries hivyo, unaona? Na mwenye anaweka anatumia tu keys, like haujui ni nini unaweka hapo. That's why unapata Coca-Cola kuna mtu anaweza tengeneza kitu kama hiyo. Wachana nao anaweka juice cola. Coca-Cola, the original Coca-Cola, you know, unapata inatengenezwa in 3 countries na inakuwa the final product inatengeneza in another country. Like sasa hata mtu akijaribu kutafuta ingredients hawezi jua. And that's the same way. Inafaa tuweke machine zetu in such a way that hata ukiingia kwa step ya kwanza inaweza kukuitisha, maybe kuitisha hizo credential before move on uende kwa step ingine ama nini, itakuitisha another password, and it's not one person anakuwa na, ni different people unknown wanakuwa na hiyo kitu, in that before ufanye hata changes in the system imekuwa ngumu, hawezi, because the final password haujui ni nani yako nayo. Na identity ya watu inafaa state you protect. IEBC though iko compromised, but inafaa wako na budget, they need to protect the people wenye wako na hizo vitu, na wasiwahi julikana. Even the government should not know who are the people managing it, kwa sababu IEBC is an independent institution. Naona, so hiyo ni opinion yangu kwa leo. Bernard, bado niko hapa leo, silali, nitalipisha hizo masiku zote sikuwa iko hapa. Asante.
So thank you kijana, we appreciate that, na I hope that umesikizwa. Na unajua mimi sioni sababu ya kusumbuana na story ya password na nini. Kama tunatuma shilingi kwa M-Pesa inaenda na tunaamini kwamba password yako hiyo ya 4 numbers, okay, protects your 100,000, ingia kwa bank tena itoe kura moja inalindwa na askari 7. Kwa nini? We are having this problem because we allowed it by ourselves. We don't want to progress. Want to do one thing forward, one step forward and 3 steps backward. Tunaweza piga hii kura kwa simu tu, kila mtu akiwa kwa nyumba yake, na itakuwa na shida kama vile M-Pesa inakuwa control na Safaricom. Tutajua nani amepata kura ngapi. We are complicating this entire thing simply because we want to rig, want to make rooms for people to rig. And when they rig, they come out and say the nation has spoken. The Kenyans have spoken. Kenyans are crying. They have not spoken nothing. All the same, I don't want to talk too much. I want to appreciate everybody that is joining, and those who are inviting others to join, please do so that we see that number rising of people viewing and learning one or two things from what is being conversed here. We want to come here with open mind so that we can advise and really look keenly into the matters facing this country. The truth is, if this stalemate is not well taken care of, it can result into a serious crisis. So don't approach it as if somebody will just move his finger and everything will go. It will not be that easy. If we don't deal with it wisely, it will result into a crisis, and that crisis may last us or cost us more than we are willing to pay. So please, let's be sober. Let's ensure that we embrace each other. The story of public portal, okay? Public portal was not the original place where the Form 34A were being sent. Public portal was a place where you are given access, okay? That means IEBC receives, okay? Then gives you access. So everybody saying go to the public portal, everything that's the public portal. Who knows what happened thereafter? What was being brought in Bomas? Okay, the 200 plus attempts to hack. What were they for? What were they wanting to achieve? All those questions need to get answers. Somebody calling them rumors. They are no rumors. If there are no rumors, then if they are all rumors, let the IEBC people come out and tell us they are rumors. Not you that is outside. You are just a blogger. Well, Mohammed, sema maneno. Sorry, unmute your mic is... We can't hear you. Unmute your mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Bernard.
Yeah, good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine, brother. I'm fine. Thank you very much for giving me this precious time. I'm a Kenyan, and I will remain a Kenyan forever. And for today, I'm seeing everyone is calm, and I'm very happy to see that the situation where I was seeing yesterday is too different. I think what was causing the confusion and people talking harshness was all about what CHEBUKATI and William RUTO has done, and we have just relaxed for the better way of Kenyans. Secondly, I differ with you, Bernard, when you say we send millions and millions of Kenyan shillings to Safaricom accounts and our M-Pesas, and still it is secure and safe. For that case, I differ because Safaricom is a corporate business, and for them to have secure side of that money, it is their obligation and for the better option of their business. And what we are talking about now, and what Kijana has talked about, is the safe and secureness of our votes, the votes of millions of Kenyans into the hands of IEBC commissioners. IEBC commissioners, what the vice chairman said, the matter has gone into the hand of one man CHEBUKATI, and he has declared without bringing their attention. So simply what I wanted to say is that election is null and void, and it should not be repeated, rather than the winner should be given to Raila Odinga, because the victory that Kenya Kwanza are claiming is a difference of 100 and something thousand votes. And if we look, the vice chairman of the IEBC said 0.001 is equivalent to 145,000. And that was what we were expecting Raila to win with. Sincerely. Thirdly, there is no democracy in Kenya. Democracy has died at its own. And I want to say for the second time that in all countries that love their own country, people that love their own country, when such circumstance happens, it is the military that saves the country. They overtake, and the military general announces that the country should be held in a new, fresh, fair election. And upon that, the military will going to be sitting in the State House. Kenya needs that system. The military should be taken over until we see true democracy. That, why is it that every now and then election comes to Kenya, some IEBC officials are targeted? It was Musonda, 2017. Now we are missing another, Mr. Musyoka. Why is it happening? Why are they targeting? He was saying, CHEBUKATI was saying yesterday that the commissioners were harassed. In fact, I was very, very happy when Narok, it was Senator Lendamana or Kantai, something like that, was attacking CHEBUKATI. It was a constitutional right to attack him because he wanted to announce a rogue election. In fact, that is what I can say. It was not an election, but it was a rogue election. So my fellow Kenyans, my family of Mtembei TV, really, we are very happy to support and to give hand to the 4 commissioners that we are labeling them as a heroine and hero. Thank you very much. I'm here with you, and thank you very much for giving me the chance. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
So, thank you, Mohammed. We appreciate that. And every Kenyan is concerned, especially Kenyans of goodwill. We will have a country if we allow the processes that we have given ourselves in the Constitution to work without undue influence. But when we allow undue influence to prevail every time, we make it an institution, and in the process, we may end up losing the country a long way. So whether the military or whatever suggestions you're making there will be a need for that intervention. Those are very drastic measures to be taken, but we pray we can easily find a lasting solution to this. Let just people accept to do what is required. And our condolences to the family of the IEBC official that was found dead. It is sad that every election somebody's life is taken unnecessarily, and that's what we need to find a solution to. Why do we have to lose somebody? Children lose a father, a wife lose a husband, parents lose a son just because of one election. It is unacceptable, and all this is being perpetuated by a few bad elements in our midst. Kenyans are good people, but we are allowing a few bad elements in us to infect us with their evil, and then we want to kind of protect them from the same. we need to get to the bottom of all this. These killings, these lives being lost, we must find a way of getting to know what is happening. The sweeping things under the carpet will not help this country. This coming year will be 60 years after independence. And there are things that took place before independence that are yet to be addressed. So as a country, we must wake up and begin to see that if we perpetuate this, it will end up eating us and it may end up finishing us. So let's keep moving. Bwana Omar, Abarela.
Kwa vizuri Bernard. Hali ya kutoka ni juzi ama jana?
Jana kwa kuwa na kiasi ukahepa, sahi ni stima Ruto amekujia.
Bernard, lazima hii wakati teach lesson huu jamaa Chebukati isi happen tena, ikuwe ni funzo. Sasa nasikia wanasema huyu mzee tukimuibia ameshazoea kwenda kotini, koti itatupilia mbali hiyo story, na wamezoea huyu mzee. Kawaida akishindwa ameshazoea, yani wanasema huyu mzee anashindwanga kazi yake ni kwenda kotini tu, atakufa kama hajapata urais. Hiyo ndio wanasema. Lakini raundi hii Bernard, wafikishie wakubwa, waambie saa hii sasa hata wafuasi wanachoka Bernard. Kama mzee hatachukua hatua, hii tabia huyu jamaa sasa amekuwa mtu mzima na tulikuwa tunatarajia hope kwake, hata wafuasi watachoka. Unajua sasa huyu jamaa akiingia serikalini, akishika serikali, ataanza kununua watu. Kama unaona alimpromise mtu kama Kalonzo Musyoka atampatia kazi. Unaona sasa anatafuta ile numbers akiingia serikalini. Sasa tusimwachie nafasi Bernard, kwa sababu huyu jamaa akichukua serikali itarudi ile era ya Moi. Wewe mwenyewe unajua Bernard, era ya Moi tulikuwa alimbaya sana. Na raundi tunataka koti na tunataka Raila Odinga abadilishe tactic, ikuwe ni funzo kwa mwingine, kwa sababu amefanya mara 3 hii tabia. Ikuwe ni funzo na funzo ya watu wengine, ikuwe ni history Kenya. Kama ni ushindi, hakuna kwenda uchaguzi. Kama ni ushindi ni yake, isabiwe vile yatakikana, ushindi apatiwe. Kwa sababu nimeshe kuona inchi I think katika Afrika kuna rais alikuwa ananyang'anywa sana, lakini baadaye koti ilimpatia mamlaka. Ilipatikana uizi ameibiwa, baadaye koti ikabadilisha kapatiwa mamlaka. Sijui ni nchi gani lakini sikumbuki. Sasa Kenya nataka tuna hope mzee afanye kitu, ikuwe ni funzo na funzo kwa watu wengine, wasifanye tabia kama. Na hiyo IEBC huu jamaa aende nyumbani, hiyo IEBC ibadilishwe na iteuliwe watu wengine wasafi, wale wanaweza kufanya kazi kwa hiyo nini, kwa sababu tumechoka miaka yote 2013, 2017, 2022 hii. Si mzee sasa tutaona sasa tumechoka naye, tutafunga kitabu yake, na ni mtu amepigania demokrasia sana. Hiyo tu kwa Bernard leo, sina mambo nyingi leo.
Asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru sana kwa maisha na kujitolea kwa mzee kutupigania miaka hii yote, na ni kitu ambacho kila Mkenya wa nia njema atakisherekea na kukienzi. Na kama kuna wale ambao wanaona kwamba unajua uongozi wa Raila Odinga ni tishio kwa wengi, kwa wachache, ambao wangependa kukwepa na maovu yao. So naona kuna hapo ndio kuna shida kubwa, si eti hawezi kuongoza ama hawezi kuwa rais. Shida kubwa ni waovu ambao wanahofia kwamba uongozi wake utawakamata. Lakini kwa vyovyote vile kutafuta haki ni jukumu la kila Mkenya, kwa sababu nchi ikitawaliwa na haki, kila Mkenya atakuwa salama. Lakini tukiruhusu imla na ukorofi, uongo, udanganyifu vikithiri miongoni mwetu, kile kitakachotupata itakuwa nchi ambayo haiwezi kuwa controlled. The moment the rule of the law loses its grip, will begin to go down unstoppable, and in the process tutapoteza kila kitu. Na wale ambao mmekuwa hapo kwa muda mnaelewa vile tulikuwa enzi ya mwisho ya Rais Moi, okay? Economy ilikaa almost 10 years in the negative, okay? There were much problems trying to get it up, imeshindikana. It always goes negative. Kwa nini? Maovu tulioruhusu in the late 80s and early 90s, they affected the economy until 2002 when Kibaki took over and turned the thing around. So if we will allow wrong people into positions of power, we must be prepared for the evil that will befall us as a country. But if we really love this country and we want this country to be here 100 years from now, our children will inherit it and our children will propel it to go further, then we must establish a just system of dealing with our manenos. Tusiweke sheria ambayo tutaki ifanye kazi. Tusiweke commission ambayo tutaki ifanye kazi. Tusiweke njia ya kutafuta viongozi ambayo hatutaki ifanye kazi. Kama mambo ni hivyo, tuache kila mtu ajitawale. Biblia inasema baada ya kifo cha Joshua katika Israel, hakuwa na mfalme, hakuwa na judges. Kwa hivyo kila mtu aliishi vile alivyoona vizuri. Wote wakaacha njia za Mungu. So when we are left everybody to live the way they see right, then we should be ready to go. But all in all, let us agitate for what is right. I salute Raila Odinga and the sacrifices he has made for this country. He has set an example for us. The best we can do for this country is to sacrifice more for a better, just society where our children can grow freely and our great grandchildren will be happy that they had grandparents that made sacrifices to make a better country. Lakini tukikubali the easy way, easy come, easy go. So it is said. Naomba tusonge mbele. Ningependa tu kucheza video moja hapa. Sijui uhalali wake, lakini ningependa tu kucheza ili tuelewe an example of why the verification was important of all the forms coming from constituencies. Just look at this. I'm not sure whether that is what took place, but I just want us to look at it and then be able to check and think freely. Look at this.
Total valid votes 86,256. Rejected ballots 462. Odinga Raila 32,197. RUTO William 62,208. Wahiga David 353. Wajakoya George 498. Juja constituency, total registered voters 134,638. Total valid votes 86,256. Rejected ballots 462. Odinga Raila, 32,197. Ruto William, 62,208. Wahiga David, 353. Wajakoya George, 498.
So if you do that maths, those of you that do maths, okay, how does 86,000 now end up being 95? That's what I was confused. And I did not hear that from one place. There were several places. And then they will do that. The valid votes are this. The rejected votes, when you add the rejected and the valid, they have a total. But the total number of all the candidates comes and exits with 10,000, comes and exits with several thousands. So mi nashindwa ni hesabu gani inakuwa hivyo, kwa sababu kama tuko na machungwa 10,000, okay? Alafu Wajakoya akapata 3. Raila akapata hii. Alafu akapata. Tukihesabu tena majungwa ingine hii extra ya thousands inatoka wapi? Hapo ndio mimi nachanganyikiwa, lakini kwa vile mimi sio mwalimu wa hesabu, mtafundishwa baadaye. Kina Kipu watakuja hapa baadaye na Osao watusaidie. Lakini hapa mimi naona kuna game nyingine ambayo ilichezwa ya hali ya juu sana. Oscar Imoli, vipi? Bwana Oscar, audio yako ifanyi nini? Ama ni wewe uongee? Sorry, you need to check your audio is not working. Please, you will come back in later. We can't hear you at all. John Jenga, you're lifting your hand. Sema, what is it?
To unmute this net. Fine. Oh.
Pole, you need to work on it. You okay now? Ask your question. You're on and off. I don't understand why. You need to sort out that, and then you will ask your question later. Tumsikilize Mr. Kamau. Mr. Kamau?
Thank you. Asante sana. I've been grieving. Pole pole. It was a shocker because
Samahani bro. Kenya nchi nzuri hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza. Your camera is refusing to show your face. Is it by design or on purpose?
Asionekani?
Hatukuoni, tunaona net ingine ya hali ya juu.
Sasa, the thing is, uzuru wa Mutembe, we do not talk stories. We are not of Steno and people of propaganda. We like facts, and facts will always set us free. It doesn't matter even if it's going to take us 100 years, but we are going to speak the truth, and the truth shall set us free. Mutembe is candle with the millions of Kenyans candle. If we light it, we are going to bring brightness into Kenya, because it's a fact. There was no election in Mount Kenya. There was no election in Mount Kenya. This thing was planned, and I'll tell you this, because we get to a point where we are so scared we can't talk. But it is now rather obvious that this thing was predetermined. And I think there was a time when they had a meeting on how to win elections without. How can you tell me that the whole central province has no councillor who is independent? no MP who is independent, no governor who is independent. It's only Eastern. There must be something they cooked, and I can tell you, they are saying that they call him Doyen. That he's a smart guy. He is not smart, because different will not help this country. We have to get to a point, and that is why you see the international communities, except the dictators of Africa, who are congratulating him. Many people know that this thing was planned from procurement to execution by IEBC officials. And that is where the problem lies. That when the person you entrust in your security becomes a threat to your security, then the country is insecure. Because there's nowhere in the world where an institution like IEBC or Electoral Commission should be a crime scene. Because it is obvious this thing was executed by the IEBC itself, and it is becoming so difficult. But the good thing about everything is that I'm so sure also that the government in place was very much aware, and we know we are going to expose these tricks, this thievery, because it is wrong to lead the Kenyan people with numbers that do not add up. They don't add up. That the people are talking about 0.01. That is not even the issue. The issue should be there should not be any figure above 100%. And the issue should be this is a tip of an iceberg of a bigger problem in IBC. Maybe the system had to predict to 100%, but it was unable. So I'm urging Kenyans who love integrity, who love honesty, not to be do not be discouraged. A time is coming when everything is going to be laid bare and we see the truth. Bernard, let us not be afraid to speak the truth. I know many of us who are in Azimio are now underground because we are afraid of the schemes. When you are told a thief has been caught stealing, that is not news, because a thief is meant, or his nature is to steal. And this is what has happened in Kenya. This is a person who was brought by Uhuru Kenyatta, and all his life he knows he knows what we call in English statecraft, and he has mastered it, and he is good at it. And someone said, never underestimate a sober person. A person who doesn't take alcohol, he just goes to home, church, and stuff like that. This is a very, very dangerous person. That is why we are in where we are, because he had time, money, and personnel to execute his evil plans. But we are not going to let it easy. We are saying that the government now should come, the one that is in charge right now, so that as we give him, we want, even if it's to lose, Bernard, we lose honorably and clearly, and things to be verifiable. And if it is to win, we win honorably. Si mambo ya kutuambia ati percent zinaingia ziko juu, mara kuna numbers karibu over 1 million people who are not accounted. Ati kunasemekana ati somebody can walk into a booth and vote for the president and not the governor and not other seats. That is stupidity of the highest order. We are saying this in simple terms. I want to simplify it to the people listening. This time around, lazima kieleweke. It might not be now, as long as huyu jamaa hajapatia hiyo sword, we have to find the truth of the problem. We knew Smartmatic added 1 million votes to Philippine president. We also know that there was a prediction, there was a system that was being used by this same group, and we also know that the Uganda NIS and the Uganda were used. So we just want to know the truth. We are not professionals, but we are asking ourselves very simple questions of +1+1. How did Raila win in Western, win in Eastern, win in Coast, have 1 million votes in Mount Kenya, and yet lose? Something is not adding up. And until it adds up, we are not going to relent. And we are telling Raila Odinga and the Azimio group, this is not the time to play games. We know that they have planted bloggers who are abusing us in and out, But we are telling them this country has to change, and it has to start with us. And we cannot allow somebody to lead this country out of a place of conmanship and of craftiness, which is not adding up. And we have to find the truth. We want to accept and move on once we find the truth. Hiyo tu. Mambo zingine tukuambiwa sijui ni watu hatukuwa nao, sijui ni Mungu, sijui ni nini. We know we also pray God. We also pray God of just. Kwa hivyo tunajua ya kwamba mnaweza claim ni Mungu na kumbe ni ukora, kumbe ni wizi. Lakini kabla tuseme ni wizi, wacha tujue ukweli. Tujue hii logarithm na hizo logarithm, hizo vitu zilikuwa zinafanya nini katika system. Kwa sababu hii wizi ilianza kwa procurement, ikakuja kwa IBC IBC staff, na mwishowe waka execute. Ni vile haijatokea vile walikuwa wanataka, kwa sababu lazima ikieleweke this time around. We are not going to fight, and nobody is fighting physical. Physical fight does not help. Kurusha mawe does not help. We want forensic audit ya Kim's kit. We want forensic audit ya KPMG report. We want to know when KPMG said there were some ghost workers at IBC, what did CHEBUKATI do about it? We want to also know why is the 4 commissioners questioning their chairman. We want to know all these things before we hand over the soul. But once we know the truth and we find it is true, let people not celebrate. This is not something easy. What we are seeing 0.01 is a tip of an iceberg. Ile mawe kubwa iko chini, na hiyo ndio nataka kwenda. Tunajua kwamba they are on the lookout to finish the loose ends. But we also, because we know you cannot defend different. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. I'll come back later and still we'll talk, and there is no fear. We need not to fear this guy.
So, thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate that. We look forward to interact further, and as Kenyans, let's keep vigilant. Allow one evil, another evil must be allowed to cover that evil, and then another evil will be added. Before long, everything about you and about the country will be evil. It is good for us to stand for what is right and be able to advocate for it, even if it is not popular. Even if it's not popular. If we stand for what is right, it will save us. But if we begin to compromise, allow one evil there, another one there, before long, evil will be the right thing and will become the law of the land. So let's scrutinize. Let's ask questions. Only by asking right questions shall we get right answers. But if we fold our hands and say, like somebody said, the elections have decided that is the will of God. I'm a Bible teacher. The Bible does not teach that whatever happens is the will of God. There are many things that happen that God is not involved. It is as a result of the consequences of our choices. So let us not even drag God into this, that whatever happens is the will of God. It is God who chooses leaders. The God who steals, the God who cheats, the God who manipulates, he's not the God of the Bible, I know. So let's watch this shortly as we wait to hear from Cap. Cape, is it Cape or Cap? Whichever. Okay, to honor it. Hold on fast. Mute your mic.
Kiambu constituency in Kiambu County. Total registered voters 87,076. Total valid votes cast 56,546. Rejected ballots 392. Odinga Raila 14,860. RUTO William 51,050. Wahiga David 318. Wajakoya George, 318.
So my question I keep asking, okay? If you add the valid votes plus the rejected votes, okay? That is 56,546 plus the rejected ballots, which is 392. Does it give you 66,546? Swali nauliza, mnipatie jibu. Asante. Lakini bwana Kep, karibu kwa show.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, sijui kama unaweza nisikiza.
Uko sawa, endelea. Kuna kidogo tu, endelea.
Asante sana. Now I will be very brief. I think I've been following keenly. I'm currently not in Kenya, but I've been following very keenly on what is happening at the Bomas, right? And I noted some well choreographed event that was happening. You look at this lady called Cherera in her videos, even the mathematics, it is total shame, right? I think we need to have some serious questions on how this IEBC conducted its elections, because when you add up the mathematics and whatever she's purporting to be rigged, this is an IEBC or a commission that should be in jail right now, actually, because you cannot just read any figures in your own understanding. Don't just read anything that comes or you're just seeing. Adding the summation, it should tell you the number of registered voters. So at first we must actually deal with these purported 4 commissioners, because this was an alarm from day one. When you start reading things that don't exist, you're supposed to raise an alarm. You say no, something is going on bad, let's stop it, because we are seeing discrepancies from whatever each and every person is reading, and they just continue on and on. Okay, that aside, I must concur somebody who said, he said, to my own understanding, because I'm in an IT field, there was a proxy server. There's something called proxy server, which means the server that we have 2 databases. We have a database that was used for the public viewing, and we have a database that CHEBUKATI and his own 3 other commissioners used to announce results. So whatever you are seeing on the public portal in the name of it is in the public domain is a proxy server that is just there for showcasing. So in case you want anything, you can go there and get. And I must say, the deputy president is somebody who is actually smart upstairs. And you can bear me witness, sometimes back, Uhuru told us, presidency is not given, it's taken. And by the look of things, I asked my friends, what is happening at the Bomas? I'm seeing media is already at the current residence of the deputy president. Where is Azimio, presidential candidate? So it is a well choreographed thing. It was well planned before. And there's a video saying of the deputy president, the current president-elect, saying mkikaa mbaya hii tutaenda naye, tutawafanya venye tuliwafanya. So it is something that it is well choreographed. And I must say, there will come a time these other tribes need to vote against the Mount Kenya people, right? Because how do you just allow somebody is in your constituency just adding up votes, manufacturing votes from nowhere? So my question is, if we have 22 million registered voters minus the 14 million we are told votes were cast, right? we have a difference of around 8 million pending. So do you want to tell me 8 million Kenyans have not voted? We are assuming, as per the KPMG results, these 8 million consist of live people. So it means the 8 million people are tired. Just like we are saying now, it will be in future, we will assume not any other tribe is going to vote. Let it be only these few tribes that are voting. I'm not to be tribal, but it is a fact. Take it, for example, from since independence up to now, how many of them have, which other tribe has ruled Kenya? No one. And take it to the bank, Gachagua will inherit from deputy president. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mute your mic, please. Okay, thank you, Kep, for that explanation. And it's a concern. It's a concern because especially in this particular election, I expected the turnout to be huge, because we had 2 more million registered voters compared to 2017. But contrary to the expectation, we had a drop. This was the lowest turnout in our elections ever. Now, if this continues, we'll reach a place when we'll be having a turnout that is less than the people that are registered as voters, or even people going to IEBC and withdrawing the registration because the vote is not deciding. If the vote is not deciding, then there is no need for voting. Now, if that is how we want to sort out our election process by the vote not deciding, then there is no need of queuing, there is no need of voting, because we have better brains there that choose who should be the leader at the end of the day. But all in all, it is our country. Let us govern it and lay it the way we want it to be. Only that when things begin to spill over, we'll be hands off. We'll be hands off. Whatever choices we make, we must be prepared for the consequences thereof. And that's an alarm that I want to raise, especially on this particular show. The decisions we make have consequences, and when those consequences come into play, we should be prepared for the same. We shouldn't have anybody crying out after we have created the issue by ourselves. Right now, we are raising red flags on the figures being read and being declared. There are people who are seeing that as not a problem at all, as Azimio cry. It is being viewed as the perennial losers are used to crying out. But when they will begin to germinate and become big sycamore trees that will now need tractor to pull them out, is when the outcry will come forth. I really pray and hope that Kenyans are going to wake up and realize that when you allow a small snake in your house, feed it more and feed it more. When it becomes big enough, it will swallow you. Kenyans, this is your chance. Disappointed. Sorry for the disappointment. How are you?
I'm very fine. Hilary is my name, but I'm disappointed Kenyan.
Karibu, samahani, pole. We are also disappointed.
Yes. Today I want to speak about the church, the religious leaders in this country. I saw yesterday when the results were announced, they were there, then they went to Karen. They're busy telling us they're praying for peace. For peace, 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 peace. That is the word they were saying, which is good. But there's one thing that they forgot. I've just written something there. That is not my words. Hapo kwa private chat. That is the words from Bishop Emeritus David Osinde. Said it today kwa Hope FM. You know, people pray for peace. but we forget. People call for peace and they overlook about injustices, which is very true. Yes, we need peace in the country, but there are injustices that are happening. So there's no way we can be having injustices every year, every election year. These reverends are telling us peace, peace, peace. Yeah, let's look for peace, 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 peace. Watu wakwe tu na peace. Now, the injustices, and that's why this thing has been culminating, coming all the way kutoka 2007. It has come 2013, kulikuwa tuna hiyo story 2017. But no, they are not telling us how to fight the injustices. If you agree, we go to court. Yes, people go to court, but I see these things are still coming out. And I think it has become too much. And I support what Mr. Reverend Ogide said today, Hope FM, that we need to, as long as we cry for peace, we also need to look at injustices that are happening so that we can have an everlasting peace in this country. That is the most important thing that I saw it today. I listened today when Reverend Oginde was speaking on radio, Hope FM. And again, today I also listened to the four commissioners. I don't have much to say because I think they were a bit naive from the statement they were giving, but I think they have a lot. I hope they have a lot to give that will help Azimio give a concrete case to challenge this election. The other thing that I listened to Baba, and I think so many guys out here. I listened to Baba, and there's one thing people think Baba he's fighting to be a leader in Kenya. But I don't think Baba, from what I listened from the speech he did, but I don't think Baba is fighting he's not fighting just to be a president, but he's fighting for a culture. He wants this country to have a culture that we have a free and fair and verifiable election. That is one thing that I got from that statement. And as much as so many people are celebrating, as you said, Bernard, in future or later, the years to come, this thing will pile. Tukiendelea tu hivi na hii mambo ya kuiba election, hii story, things come, then people are crying for peace, perennial loser, you just go to court and nini. He's fighting for that culture. So that is one thing that I got from him. So that in Kenya, kukuwa na election, it doesn't matter who is there, who is running this election. Hii election ikuwe tu inafanywa fairly, that the loser or the winner wanakuwa satisfied. What happened to that returning officer in Embakasi East? I've heard rumors, I've had allegation that guys are coming up with stories saying that I've heard stories from different sources saying that guy who was being they wanted him, they were trying to compromise him to make sure Babu Wino does not go through. I don't know, but it's an allegation. Yeah. They didn't want Babu Wino to go through. They had choreographed that they wanted to do that in Starehe to make sure that UDA takes a seat from Starehe, they take the Embakasi East. But that guy stood firm and refused to get involved in those issues. So innocently, he was called, and I'm told it is fear of evidence. That's why they just kill an innocent person who just refused to get involved in such things that happened. So that guy has been killed. He has left a young family out down there. So the family is crying. But people should know this. Msando died 2017. This guy has died. Musyoka has died this 2022. hizi damu zenye wanamwaga they will never be in vain. One of these fine days zitakuja to catch up with those people who are doing that, because now that was an innocent person just doing his work as stipulated in the constitution ya IEBC. Then somebody is just killed because he just didn't want to, he refused to do something that is illegal. So there are so many cases. We hear there are so many guys that were threatened out here, returning officers, and they're scared even to go back home, and it's not even there's no focus on it. Watu wanaangalia tu vitu zingine, but there were those officials there are so many people who tried to not they didn't want to get involved in that dirty monkey work that they were supposed to be doing, but even ndo vile kuko. So I think as much as tuko we are fighting for justice, the reverends, the pastors in this country, they also need to be truthful to the whole story, telling us to peace, and you are not looking why people are refusing to accept results, why people are refusing these injustices, yet they are not talking about what is happening. So the day those priests will come up and head on and tackle this issue of injustice in their communication to Kenyans, then that's the day tutakuwa na proper legislation kwa hii country regarding the elections. Because ukituambia tu ati msipigane, Kenyans were refrained, by the way. Listen, I was watching KTN today during the day when just after Raila spoke, and I was so impressed by people of Kisumu. Yes, they're so aggrieved. You could see the fire in them, but you see they're controlling it. They're controlling it, and it's good. I congratulate Baba because he really talked about people to maintain peace. Let's follow this route of the right route of getting a solution to this problem that is we're having now. And we are praying for the best, and I know God will guide us. Kenya is a prayerful country, so things will be fine. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much, Hilary. We appreciate that. And it's sad. It's a sad affair that somebody takes a life because of a mayor election. Trying to hire somebody for 5 years through the fraudulent means. If those allegations are anything to go by, we are degenerating as a society. We are degenerating as a people. When a human life ceases to be sacred, it just becomes like a chicken life. We are raising up a culture that will not be able to contain if we allow this thing to get out of hand. I plead with every Kenyan everywhere. Let us all come back to our senses. The evil you celebrate when another person gets will not be celebrated when you get it. Let us embrace a culture that protects life, a culture that values and embraces what is right. Elections, yes, but let's be proud that we won the elections rightly. How do you throw a party to celebrate your graduation of a degree that you cheated in the exam? And nothing breaks your conscience. Yani uko tu sawa. That you graduated as a doctor and you cannot carry out a simple blood test in the laboratory. Yet you are a clinical officer or you want to be called a doctor. Whatever we are allowing now will not be able to contain it when it fully grows. Let's wake up as Kenyans and fight for what is just. The peacefulness and the constraint of Kenyans is to be applauded. Please let us keep peace. But speaking now as a church person, I'm equally disappointed by some of our church leaders, not all, some of our church leaders. They are very quick and very fast to go and collect their brown envelope and say their prayers when they are selling their country. It is sad that the people that are supposed to demand rightness and justice and correctness are the ones that are twisted to the extent that they don't care. They just want peace. To me, hiyo inaumiza sana kwa sababu wewe tumekuchagua kama chairman wa what is it called, kisima cha maji ambacho kila mtu wa kijiji anakunywa kwa hicho kisima, alafu wewe umeamua kukubaliana na mtu akununue uweke sumu kwa hicho kisima, alafu unafurahia kwa sababu ulilipwa pesa uende kukula wakati umeua watu. Hey, what are we growing into? Well, nataka LK utasubiri kidogo tu tusikilize mwanadada. Tumeongea kama majamaa since we started the show. Nataka tumsikilize Christine kwanza, alafu tumsikilize Obutu, then turudi kwa mkururo wetu. Christine, how are you today?
Hi, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Thank you. At least today I have the energy. I can say something.
Carry on, please.
Thank you. Hi, my other panelists. Good to see you, Nyumba. It's been a while. Hi, Disappointed, Cape, Mohammed, LK, Obutu, Francis, and David. Good to see you, Bernard. So, Bernard, I just don't know where to start or what to say. This thing saddens my heart. And I don't know, funny enough, I think as much as Kenyans are grieving, it appears that Kenyans are grieving to an extent we are not asking some difficult questions. And I'm happy Disappointed has raised about the commissioner that got killed. And it's alleged that the people out of the country are the ones now concerned, but we don't know where to voice our questions to or who to send our questions to. First of all, I want to talk about the video clip you played. Those figures are not adding up. As much as the 4 IEBC commissioners had a dissenting or a contrary opinion to CHEBUKATI, but the person you played that was announcing the results, I believe is one of the guys that I saw today at Serena, and again, I saw him the other time. But he was confident reading those figures, and I don't know whether he really looked at those figures before presenting to us. But again, I'm wondering about our agents too, because if these figures were on our screen, didn't our agents notice what was happening? Because the first time during tallying, there were no discrepancies. Our agents were comfortable. But when it came towards now, the second, third day is when now we could hear sometimes they are blocked from entering the tallying desk. But those first days, what was going on? Bernard, as much as you are saying like corruption should stop, and we were seeing Raila as the father or to help us stop corruption, I want to express also my concern about Raila supporters. Raila has molded so many people in the political industry. Unfortunately, some of them, once they have achieved what they want, they turn against him, they call him names, but he's never shown any anger or bitterness. But Bernard, again, I want to tell you, let me talk about the Luo Nyanza. I don't want to talk about other places, but I'm talking about the Luo Nyanza. Because yes, Raila is a national leader, but at the end of the day, Raila comes from a community. So as much as Raila was a national leader, most Kenyans supported Raila, but I expected the Luo Nyanza turnout, especially his backyard, to come out in large numbers and vote. Bernard, when I look at the results or the voter turnout and the votes casted, I want to give you an example that I saw somewhere. You can confirm it. If you look at the Homa Bay County, all of us know how Raila has supported and fought for Gladys Wanga so hard. But now, Bernard, I'm just concerned, like, these people, were they only protecting their votes and not protecting Raila's votes? Because if you look at the number of votes Gladys Wanga has won with, I'm giving you an example that I saw, and I'm sure there are a couple more, this Homa Bay and Kisumu, where Anyang' Nyong'o comes, you can confirm. Anyang' Nyong'o and Gladys Wanga got results, the votes that were casted for them are like 100 way more than Raila's votes. This is Luo Nyanza we are talking about. If it was in another place, Bernard, those maths would add sense. So I just want to just ask, and I'm just concerned, even the people that we thought Raila has really been with them, couldn't they protect Baba's votes? It just pains my heart. I don't know where we've gone, where we went wrong. I don't know where we are still going wrong, Bernard, but those are difficult and tough questions that we need to ask each other going forward. I'm also concerned about RUTO. After I didn't watch RUTO speaking, the moment I just turned off my phone because I was at work, the moment I saw Olekina, the wrangles, and then somebody said, Chebukati is going to talk, and I knew what he was going to say. So I switched off. I didn't watch RUTO even anything to do with bombers after that. But then there's a clip I came across this morning where RUTO was being interviewed after being president-elect, and he was saying that his position about BBI is very clear. There has to be an opposition government. The government is not going to be run like there's no opposition. You don't know who is government, who is opposition. And the only thing he can share with Raila is a cup of tea. Fine, it's good. We don't even want the Nusumkati. But even as a leader, you are already taking over from a divided country. After being given a certificate as president-elect, whether it was valid or not valid, I just think he should have talked like the father of all nations. He was still talking like he was still campaigning. And from Sudi talking today, Bernard, if you saw Sudi's tweets today, the people that they have a grudge with, he mentioned a couple, even Citizen TV being one of them. I'm just worried for my country, Kenya. I don't know what is going to happen, Bernard. I think it has reached a point where power is not given. Power is taken. Ruto has outsmarted the system, but I think we still can do something to get that power. It's not gone. It's not too late. And for me, I just think right now, as much as we are grieving, we should just remember Raila and the family too. I think what Raila is going through is more than what we are going through, So this moment, we just pray for prayers of peace. We just pray that Raila will come up with a good decision, because I still believe there are many Raila soldiers out here. And whatever Raila will tell us, I'm sure we will go by it. So at this moment, Bernard, I don't normally talk much, but those are just my observations, and my heart is bleeding for my country, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. We are in this together, and we pray and look forward for a better outcome of all this. About protecting votes, I am not buying into that doctrine of protecting votes. If we must protect the votes, basi tupeleke boma sisi wenyewe. Kama ni IEBC nakuja kuchukua vote from a polling station, after I cast my vote, it now becomes IEBC's responsibility to protect my vote and make my vote count. But if I have to come to Bomas of Kenya on the floor of the House and fight to make my vote count, then I don't need that IEBC, then I don't need anybody claiming that is conducting an election. Just like we take money to the bank and the bank is responsible for protecting our money, when we go to withdraw, we get it. IEBC needs to take care of our votes, because through voting, we get leaders. In my opinion, the IEBC, the way it's handling this election process, it doesn't want the voters' voice to speak. They want to speak on behalf of the voters. And because of that, most of what we are getting is not what we went and voted for. The reason why I would say, at the risk of being challenged, the reason why majority of Kenyans are grieving is because they are surprised at the results that are being read out. Because as we vote as a community, we vote as people. Everybody knows who voted for who. And we in our country, we talk about strongholds. For you to know your stronghold, it means this stronghold know each other. The people know who they voted for. So when another is announced as a winner, they are shocked. And in that shock is where the grief lies. And that is why in the coming elections, we'll have less turnout and less turnout until there will be no turnout. And when there is no turnout, fiki pongi, si wewe, lakini ni wewe is going to give us leaders. Oscar Mukoko, I'm happy you brought that up. A very, very emotive subject, but we'll look at it. I will consider, get time and look at it. And you're welcome. We can host you so that you answer questions on the same. Hiyo story ya wachungaji na kukimbilia bahasha badala ya kuinsist kwamba mambo yafanywe kulingana na sheria na kulingana na haki. Hiyo ni makosa makubwa sana, kwa sababu hatuwezi kupewa jukumu la kulinda haki ya watu na maisha ya watu, ili hali tunahatarisha hayo maisha tukitumia unabii wa uongo na kwenda kuhalalisha huo unabii, kwa sababu sisi ndio tulitoa unabii na tunataka unabii uende kutimia. Kwa hivyo tutafanya chochote kile, tusupport chochote kile mpaka unabii wetu ukatimie. I don't see that in the Bible. I don't see that in the history of the church. We are doing badly. We need to wake up and do the right thing. Well, turudi kwa tumsikize Obutu kwanza. Please, let's mind time. Usiende sana Obutu, dakika 3 ili turudi. Majamaa wamengoja, lakini nataka akina dada muendelee. We are in the women's world. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bernard. It's 23:20 East African time. So, hi everyone. I've not met Francis. I've met a number of you, but I'm glad. So, what is the topic? I came in 45 minutes late. Bernard?
The topic is scrolling on your screen. Raila Odinga and Azimio La Umoja reject presidential results. 4 out of 7 IEBC commissioners disown the results. IEBC chairman CHEBUKATI gazettes DP RUTO as president-elect.
Okay, thank you so much for the guidance. I think sometimes we tend to be all over. So, one, I just want to comment on what our colleagues have been talking about before we go to that. Maybe I can do that in 1 minute. The other 2 minutes, I can talk about that subject. Somebody's talked about tribalism. Somebody's talked about voter protection. And somebody talked about what I was taking notes. This election and killing. So let me reiterate that this issue about people being killed, it's very bad. I don't know what is at stake to the extent that you take a life of a person. I'm even thinking that some of those IEBC commissioners could be very threatened, especially what has happened from yesterday and today. I'm not sure that even as Azimio plans to go to court, whether they will contribute or they're gonna be threatened. And believe you me, I think in the next few days we are headed for worse times. So sometimes back in 2007, I know when the elections went bad, a number of people who were by then in ODM were like the ones who are working in the secretariat. Wengi walihama kwao. They just either rented houses everywhere or ran away and was starting to live with relatives. And mind you, walifuatwa, wanakufuata using, and you are just merely working maybe a clerk in the secretariat. So this issue of the commissioner, what we saw yesterday, and even everybody else who looked at them when they are giving their speech, I didn't see, but I've been seeing through WhatsApp that they were not eloquent. Of course, Cherera had an issue with the numbers, how she had calculated. I don't know whether it was through when she's reading or when whatever she had written, but there seems to be an error. It's becoming a big deal, but errors shouldn't be big deals. Now, what we are just seeing is we hope for the best so that anybody else who has evidence can be able to have the confidence to bring it up. Something else is, that came up, I listened to, I hear that Azimio didn't have agents in most places across the country. Somebody had commented that, okay, I support Azimio, but they didn't organize themselves. I've previously worked for a political party some years back. And what used to happen is that you have some organization where you have like regional coordinators, and then they recruit from those sides, because you don't need to come to the headquarters where you recruit an agent and then take to Mandera. So you expect that within Mandera County, that coordination around there should be able to organize for the agents. There's something that's coming up that they didn't have the resources. And then somebody was saying is that there were willing people who could have been agents where I voted in a polling station in Mombasa. After that, I went to the house and I just stayed the whole day doing nothing. Then in the evening, because I had nothing to do, I went back to Nairobi where I live. I have been living in Mombasa, but now I had changed my polling station. So I have some other business I do there. So people were like we voted, just went home. So you know that kind of mobilization of resource that is there. It's not a must that you must recruit some other people who are trying to follow up to get a living, get 1,000 a day, or mnaku negotiate takupa 1,000 ama 1,000 ama 200 ama nini. There are people I know, Kenyan voters, because that day people are just there, who should have just gone to their polling station, sit there, na nichunge votes. Even I've been doing nothing. Today is when I went to the office since we voted. So what I'm thinking is that for political parties and any other agents, we have resources that we've not tapped. But and again, I've looked at how people are celebrating. Nimeangalia kule Kabsabet, kule Nyeri nini. Then I'm like, these elections, it's like a matter of life, and the way people celebrate, it's like there's something we don't know. What people are like, people are like ni kama wameharibika. So now it's like, support you are an agent in this place. So it's possible that even the agents who are recruited in those places, it's very easy for them to be compromised, because you can imagine if you are somewhere na watu wanasema wewe ndio unatuuza ama something like that. But somebody again has said is that for the presidential elections, you should take the best agents, the strongest ever politicians you think in that areas, or even like they can be following up and monitor. So that is what I'm commenting as a follow-up on this discussion of the commissions. Then
Butu, sorry, I think your net is fluctuating. Samahani, nafikiria utarudi baadaye. Naomba sasa turudi kwa Mkururo tafadhali. Let's redeem time. Whatever, LK, alafu David. LK,
thank you so
go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Good morning, good evening, depending where you are. Yeah, Mr. Bernard, you'll allow me to take some minutes because I have details here I want to present, not to present, but to submit. First of all, I want to agree with the 4 commissioners who went against CHEBUKATI's decision, and I want to support my agreement with them. I have managed to go through our constitution, Moso Commissioners Charter, Article 14. Title is about independence in decision making, and I have several points. Number 1, the commission secretary shall provide the commissioners with information in a form, time frame, and quality that enables them to effectively discharge their responsibilities and duties. That was done. 2, each commissioner is entitled to request and receive such additional information as he or she considers necessary to support informed decision making. Hiyo haikufanyika. They did, Mr. Chairman, he did give them the report from Form 34C. So that was against Constitution. Point number 3, in all circumstances, each commissioners undertakes to preserve their independence of analyze, judgment, decision, and action, and resist any pressure, direct or indirect, whether by other commissioners, my keyword, mark that word, whether by other commissioners, members groups, creditors, suppliers, or more generally, and third party. I want to focus on this by any other commissioner. It seems the 4 commissioners, they were given guides from other commissioners within the commissioners. So I think they went against that pressure direct, because they are within that board. Then they decided to go out and disown the result. Point number 4, unless a unanimous decision is reached and decision on any matter before the commission shall be by concurrence of majority of all the members present during the meeting. So when we, according to my research, Mr. CHEBUKATI managed to manage kufuata only, I think only one providing the and that is for secretary, providing the commissioners with information in form, time frame, quality, and enable them to effectively discharge their responsibility and duties. Then the other 3 points I've read, 4, you went against that, and that's why the 4 commissioners know what they are talking about. They have right to defend their duties. They have right to disown the result, because the constitution was not followed. When we come Article 7, the role and responsibility of the chairman, I want to focus on one point. It ensures that all the members are fully informed of any business issues which a decision has to be taken. Mr. CHEBUKATI did informed the 4 chief presidential engines were 4. In fact, according to Azimio chief agent, he said Mr. CHEBUKATI allowed UDA chief agents to meet him, but he didn't want to talk with Azimio chief agent. That is against the constitution. Again, Mr. CHEBUKATI agreed with the 4 chief agents of presidential candidates. He will give them Form 34C and review the result before announcing them. But when time came to request for that Form 34C, he rejected. So our team walianza kuona hapa kuna mchezo inachezwa hapa na si mchezo mzuri. They had to reject the result, and that's why kulimbuka hizo vita huko. Yeah. That is according to the constitution. Kwa hivyo timu Azimio tukienda Supreme Court, we know what we are talking about, we know what will present there, and we know the constitution. We cannot go to Supreme Court without knowing what we'll go to talk about. Again, the video you have played here, Mr. Bernard, the calculations are not adding up. I don't know whether our team is all aware about that, because, for example, that Juja constituency, you have presented it here, and I have done my symbol calculation, and the total number of votes earned by 4 presidential candidates are exceeding the valid votes, of which is wrong. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but according to me, it is wrong. The total cannot exceed the valid votes. The same thing, the same case to Kiambu constitutions. The valid total votes was 56,546, and rejected votes 392. Odinga got 14,860. Ruto got 51,050, and the others got 318. When you add up those numbers, is exceeding the valid votes. That is wrong. So kuna ukora ilifanyika pale, Mr. Bernard, and we have right to go and to demand our rights, to demand the rights of people. We worked up early in the morning and queued to vote, but our rights are being, I want to use a tough word, are being raped by a certain people, a group of people. That is very wrong. And if the Supreme Court will not give us the justice, I want to assure Mr. Bernard, 2027 watu wengi wataenda kuvote. I think wale wataenda kuvote, it will be 2 regions, but we don't want to go in that to that extent. But what we need is a free, fair, and credible election to be done in our country. That's all. We have talked about the pastors. Yeah, we have different pastors. I myself, I'm a preacher, and a serious preacher. I know how mtu akitaka pesa na mwingine akiongea ukweli. I can know. Most of them, I think they were there because of their stomach. Na sitaki kuargue sana, kwa hiyo wacha tuachie Mungu hiyo, sisi si Mungu, wakitaka kurekebisha is okay. So nimefika hapo, tutaendelea hapo mbele tukiendelea. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you LK, we appreciate that. Maswali mazuri na asante kwa kutupatia hiyo kutuonyesha constitution na vile inafanya kazi na vile ma-commissioners wanapaswa kufanya kazi. Kuna swali hapa na imeulizwa na Mohamed Abdikadir. Can someone answer this? Will the 4 IEBC commissioners be available at the Supreme Court to display their claims, since they are the living witnesses? I think they will. They should. They should, if whatever they have, and also probably whatever they gave us a presser, it was just a preamble. I don't think that's everything they have. From the look of things, they were hiding a lot of information, what I could read from the way they were constraining themselves, and they don't want to take questions. It's not that they didn't have answers, but they didn't want to spill the beans of whatever they have until the case is they have now to defend their claim. In my opinion, there is more than meets the eye. Mundu wa nyumba, umeinua mkono, vipi?
Vipi ni hivi. Bernard nakusalimia. Mohamed Abdikadir, LK, David Arika, Favor, Roda, Franz Okoth. Naona wengi hapa pengine hatujakutana, lakini nimewasalimia na marafiki wangu.
Nyumba ndirono gicimairu ngaja gucimairu.
Nakuona Roda, nakuona.
Gutire nao ndirono gicimairu ngaja gucimairu.
I smile under every condition because God is
okay.
Even very
so.
Thank you.
So.
Now it's a question because I don't know, Bernard, if today you are Mukururo, how it is going, because I've been here for some time. I don't want to dispute your Mukururo. You know what you are doing. I wanted to ask LK, it looks like he has done some homework. What I know in most situations, when there's a meeting and a solution has to be found on a particular item, usually there's a voting and the majority wins. And sometimes, Bernard usipotee, this is very important. LK, nimekuwa nikitoka kidogo, I don't know if you touched on this. For example, the Supreme Court is composed of 7 judges. If there's a dispute to be voted on by them, because they did not agree all the time, and 4 are for 4 are for it, 3 are against, the final decision will go for the 4. And that's a Supreme Court decision, it's final. That's why there's an odd number, so that they don't tie. Okay? If they tie, it could be something. Of course, they can never tie. It's a bit difficult when it's 7 number. And most situations, even elsewhere, I've led meetings myself. When there's a dispute, like now, I'm the patron of my welfare group where I stay. If there's an issue that we are not agreeing upon, we just vote, and the majority wins. Now, LK, since you have done some groundwork, I would like you to enlighten me on the issue of the commissioners, the 4 against the 3. Please, if you have that information. If you don't, we shall wait for Adams, who is a lawyer. Me, I'm not a lawyer, and he can also give it. But if you have that information, just pass it to me, please. That 4, 3 were 4, and the 3 overrules the other 4. Thank you.
Okay.
You may continue, LK. I can see Bernard is not there.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Nyumba. 33 out of 4 of 3, the 3 remained. We count them as 2. Why? Wafula Chebukati is returning officer, and his duty is to make an announcement and or rather chair the meeting. When he chaired the meeting, perhaps they might agree, the members might agree with him, or 6 of them, they might agree with him or disagree with him. Majority might agree with him and the minority disagree with him, depending on the number.
Can I correct you? When you say agreeing with him, no, because him is to read the final decision. It's not for him to make the decision. The decision is the property of the commission. He can also be part and parcel of on which side he is. But his is actually to read. It's not to make a decision by himself, whereas the others have not participated. Please.
Okay, before you make a decision, he must have he must share the meeting.
Hello, LK, I'm trying to correct you. I'm saying it's not Chebukati to make the decision. He is there to read the decision of the commission. It's not for him to make a decision. He reads the decision of the commission. Please.
Okay, thank you for that correction. But what my research I did, I was concentrated about why 4 commissioners went against the decision or disowned the presidential result. They claimed that they did it involved, that is informed in that kuna that point nimesoma Nyumba, you can go through Article 14 about independence in decision making. Is in our constitution. Under commission charter, you will get an Article 14 talking about independence in decision making, and you'll go directly to which point? To point 2. It says each commissioner is entitled to request and receive such additional information as he or she consider necessary to support informed decision making. So the decision meant by Wafula Chebukati was supported by minority. but not majority. Majority went against the decision he meant. But the constitution says after they have requested and received such additional information, what if they have not been given that additional information they have requested from the chairman or from that decision making decision he will make? What will happen? Automatically they will went against, or they will disown. They will disown the result the chairman will give out, and that's what it is. I don't know whether I've answered your question correctly.
It's okay. It's okay,
Okay.
Bwana LK. It's okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I went off, so I didn't get. I think my net fluctuated. So lakini nitaachia David aingie, alafu atanipatia update akianza safari yake. Vipi David?
Thank you, Pastor. I'm good. I hope you are good too.
I'm well.
Yeah, I'm
good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, I was on the ground looking for votes on a very serious note.
Okay.
Let me start by saying I thank Kenyans who came out to vote peacefully and who have remained peaceful despite pockets of reported over celebration and sometimes provocative actions here and there, and a few small cases. Bernard, losing an election is not an easy thing. I agree with everybody. We lost an election one time, 2017, where my father-in-law was vying for governorship. It was more than losing a family member. Thank God he had to cede ground, and now he's in as deputy governor. He won. I've also been involved with campaigns with very close friends. Last election, I was part of the campaign team for my classmate who won the parliamentary seat. And to some extent, I want to report that I understand the intricacies involved in voting. And the voting is a process. We have mobilization of voters. Sometimes it's overwhelming. People want money. Sometimes convincing people to vote and be sure they have voted for you are also two different things. I can tell you I'm voting for you. You give me money, and still what I do at the booth is different. But all the same, it's a rigorous exercise that requires a lot of investment in terms of time, in terms of money and resources, other resources. And sometimes it costs even life. As you heard, one of our citizens has been lost and finally found dead. I don't know how true that is, but it's a very, very emotive issue. So when I speak here, I want everybody to understand me that I'm not speaking in prejudice with anybody. But again, I have questions to raise that I personally find a bit questionable. Let me start by saying the 4 commissioners have the right to raise an alarm. But from where I sit, I'm disappointed with them. One reason why I can be disappointed with them, if I'm a member of a committee that is supposed to make a decision and I'm seeing things going wrong, I, David Arika, I protest on the spot. I'll get out, call a presser, mobilize lawyers, go to court, and stop that exercise forthwith. It's a shame that you are complaining a few hours to the reading of results. That is putting Kenya into a very dangerous situation from my standpoint. If there was something that was going wrong, which I want to agree there was, or there wasn't, because I'm not sure, those guys could have boycotted that exercise from the word go and say, hey, listen, we are holding the lives of more than 40 million Kenyans, and we can't allow this to continue. They walk out. Those hours from the time we voted all the way to yesterday, I guess, reading on the results, I think yesterday, for about 6 days, that was enough time to form a case, move to court, and put an injunction, stop that exercise altogether. But why were these people sitting until we read a few hours to the reading of the results is a questionable, Pastor. Secondly, they have no figures. It's a very interesting situation me and you will be watching, because someone asked there, Mohammed, will they be there to present their claims? I really want to see them present the claims, because I know, as you answered ably, Bernard, they may be hiding information, they may have information which you don't know, and that is very true. We really be interested to listen to that, and why should they keep it that long? Let me give you an example. When a few Kenyans felt that BBI is going to pass, because it was actually going to pass, if it could be good to the people, BBI could be low by now. When a few guys felt that this is not right, they moved to court and they were able to stop the process. Bernard, what prevented the 4 able men and women educated to storm out of Bomas, summon lawyers quickly, get a court injunction, and say, hey, things are not right here? They left everything to Tom, Dick, and Harry. That's a question we need to answer. 2, their math does not add up. Today morning, we have been put into an entertainment of simple arithmetic of 0.01%, giving us 142,000. That one, even my grandmother cannot get such a figure. We have argued. I hope they will have time to defend that answer. Thirdly, I want to say that the Azimio team have done Raila a disservice. As I've mentioned, when you are in the political process, and if you go to my wall, I spilled this 2 days before election. I said one thing you do. As a voter, if you have no role, vote and go home. But we are very important people. We call agents. During our campaigns, we used to form a command center at the constituency level. And we know the agents by name and by phones, all the phones, and where they man. The moment the results are read, we know from polling station Flani, these are the number of votes for ourselves and against us. But I'm disappointed that the whole team of Azimio relied on Macharia and the Citizen. That was a disappointment, Bernard, and we must tell Kenyans the truth. That Citizen could give their resources and manpower to manage all that data. As I speak, Bernard, in my computer, I have over 17 Excel copies. I was getting straight away from Bomas on the floor. Actually, the last Excel I have had only 3 constituencies remaining of, I think, Homa Bay, Nairobi, and some other one, I can't refer. 3, that's the last Excel I got. And actually, the person telling was a colleague, teacher. We talked with him. He told me, David, this thing RUTO has taken. Now, let me ask you, where was our Azimio team? Do you have data that follows from here to Kafika Hapa, to Kafika Hapa, to Kaluzi Hapa? That one we are waiting patiently, Bernard, to tell us, unless some people are not telling us the truth. And of course, lastly, I want to mention ideas that led to hyping voters to an extent of not allowing them room to have the second thought. Close days towards election, our own Matiang'i, I even have that clip here, but I can't play it because you don't understand Egegusi. He came to Kenya, to Kisii, and a place called Rigoma. And he said, in Egegusi, it is here, I can play it if you want. These elections, we finished long time ago. We have already decided to install this mzee. So you either go and vote or not, but I tell you, go and vote. The clip is here. So one lesson I draw from there is, our wazee say, when you want to take a cow to the slaughterhouse, you don't show the cow the knife. Ruto and his team was shown the knife. There were threats of deep state. There were threats of opinion poll. There were threats of biased media. There were threats of Matiang'i and his team, to an extent where they said, we may not hand over. Those clips are there, Bernard. You know, you can get them. That even if you win, we may not hand over. That actually prepared these people. Their adrenaline level was very high. So they took this seriously, and they were looking at their votes like crazy. But what happened to Azimio team? They don't have figures. They don't have a command center. Some of them. They are only relying on.
Sorry, I don't know what happened to David. Probably he'll come back. Yes, naona vidole zinainuliwa. Kuna nini? Francis, you are saying what? Should be a question, please, not submission.
Question. To submit. I don't know whether I can submit when he's still coming.
You have a question or you want to submit? You can't submit until it's your turn to submit.
Okay, let me wait then.
Thank you. Mundua Nyumba, I think it's your turn now.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. But I think Mukuru, what you call it, Mukuru?
Mukururo.
Today, I don't know how it's going. With your permission, although I can see some people are getting impatient, like Francis, I don't know if I present or I'm quite sensitive. What's happening?
No, mimi ndio chairman na kulingana na mkururo wangu ule naelewa ilikuwa David alafu wewe.
Imeisha hiyo.
So I don't know whether you submitted.
Bernard,
Imeisha. You keep your mic mute.
Please. I can't talk with echoes behind my back. Bernard, I'm not serious. What I'm saying is this. With your permission, I can contribute. Or do I give Rhoda the first chance for gender sensitivity and then I follow her? I don't know if it's okay. But it's not that I'm not going to present. It's not that I'm giving up my post. But, okay.
Hi guys, everyone. It's always amazing to come here and see you guys. You're just amazing. You're like my brother and sister. So what I want to say, I have been so proud with the Baba. Today he make a step to go to the court to show whole world and whole Africa that he love own country and he love own people. He love us. He's fighting for us. He's fighting for democracy. He's fighting for unity. In Kenya, we can be unity, peace and love unity. Because without unity, we cannot go anywhere. Because Kenya needs unity at a time like this. Because we can defeat the enemy. Because enemy hate the truth. You know? So let me go back to the story. Yeah. Oh, I forget. Sometimes I can't fix stuff. Oh my God. Yeah. You know, I just want to talk about what happened. I think the side of the William Ruto's, those party, I think they are really proud. Pride. They think Kenya is their own. They think that they can do whatever they want. They don't know Kenya. We are 46 community. You have to respect us and respect every community. But yeye anafikiri Kenya ni yake, anaweza fanya vile anafanya, ni must mtu ana respect. Mimi nakaa inchi, najua what is democracy. I know what is a democracy. Democracy of this country I'm living. Your voice matter. Nasikia, your voice matter. What is a Kenya democracy? You know, it's so sad. And this man of corruptions, Ruto is somebody have done corruptions. And he have been stealing money and he want to be the president. What about you be the president? He will eat all our money. And he have been buying people for the money. And he have been, let me tell you, church in Kenya, they are very weak. Church in Kenya is very weak. I know true, the men of God, really born again and false. How can you accept money instead of you have a brave to stand with a guy who are killed? And this guy was killed when he was standing with integrity Of course. And the church, we are called to be the light of the world. Yes, that's a fact. We are called, whether it's a dark, we bring the light. But the church, we go for the dark because of the money. How can you compare money with your salvations? How can you compare money with a human being? The blood shed because of the erections. Even if you get that 1 billion shillings or 1,000, you will eat today, but you never enjoy. An innocent man wake up in the morning to go to work in IEBC commission to prevent Kenyan people erections, and then he gets killed. So sad. So Kenyan people, we want the justice who kill him. People they already take things for granted. Like this country I'm living, the prime minister of this country was killed in 1986. Even still now, we are still fighting the justice. We still want the justice. Who killed that man? We don't praise this kind of manner. It's better we stop elections. Election is not the end. It's better we stay without president. But we get that justice. We don't pray with the human blood. Like those pastors, they take money instead of they fight for this person, for this guy. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you. Wanyoba or Bernard.
Okay, asante Rhoda for that, and we appreciate it. Mnduwa Nyumba, take it now, please.
Thank you. I'm not forfeited my chance. It's only that I'm becoming gender sensitive. Now, also be very brief as usual. I'll just go to the points. I think it has been very rough for some of us. And let me go to the points. I'll just raise other points thereafter. Raila Odinga and Azimio La Umoja reject presidential elections results. Yes, agreed. Fake. You don't just agree with the results for the sake. You say peace, 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 agree, then we move on. We have been moving on so often that we forget to look for justice. Yeah? So this time we are looking for it in the right way, not violently, but through the legal means, and we are going to get it finally. As people have been saying, either is declared straight away, or thereafter you have another, it's not a by-election, a new election, and then we shall they do it correctly. The only thing, maybe I'll raise a point on that one at the end of it. 4 out of 7 IEBC commissioner disowned the results, agreed the 4. The only thing I would say here, and it has been said earlier, is that Madam Cheraire is not very convincing, the body language and all that. But as Bernard has said, this is not the time for them to expose everything. It's also very dangerous. So they are not give out the whole story. Maybe we'll give it thereafter, maybe in a court of law. But as LK has said, most of the things, and maybe I'm going to consult my lawyer, it happens that the majority wins. Even at election level, the majority does. They'll do what? And the minority, you know better than I do. Let's move on. Now, IB chairman, CHEBUKATI Gazzets DP RUTO as president-elect. Gazetting is okay. There's also a name called de-gazetting, okay? It's there. So it's not a final thing. It's not made of what is it called, stone or whatever. It will be de-gazetted straight away as we are waiting for things to be done correctly. Now, I said I'll tackle this thing very fast. Then let me go just to other points very fast also. I know people are becoming impatient because of waiting for too long. I also become impatient. That is that we are many tonight. Yeah. Mr. Kamau raised an issue of insecurity from within. I don't know which country, Rhoda, you are in, but I remember history in India. There was a prime minister called Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi, madam, was shot by her own guard. You can't protect yourself from your own guard with a gun loaded. She was just walking, and as the Indians do, when she did this, respecting the guard opened fire on her. There was no security actually within safety areas. So when the insecurity is within, is the worst thing that can happen. Inasema kikulacho kinguoni mwako, Waswahili walisema hiyo. Pia this idea of Wajakoya, George, and David Wahiga conceding to defeat, nonsense. How many votes did they get to start conceding? Negligible, zero. These were RUTO molds put there to show that the election was done properly. They might as well not been there. I think I could have gained more. Hey, watch and watch here. It's actually nonsense for them conceding, but supporting Ruto's win. We refuse that one. Now, Bernard, yesterday I was here and I quit because I was a bit disappointed. What we are doing here is like postmortem. Postmortem is an inside job. Is a home issue. Hata kwa Kikuyu kuna msemo na idhara anajua mambo ya nyumbani mnaongea kinyumbani. Dudu, you don't go exposing yourself. Yesterday there was a Kenya Kwisha man here and I was very disappointed, called Mr. G-E-E, all right? He was given a chance kuja kutusumbua hapa, kupaka chumvi kwa vidonda zetu. You know, this is not the right time. Let's first of all recover, then they can come. I thought G has come. I'd have quit because he was given a chance sasa kutusumbua hapa, and we are doing our own postmortem, kuongeza chumvi kwa kinonda, inasikia uchungu na pilipili anaongeza. Pana, let them come later after we have recovered fully. As Madam Obutu said, Madam Obutu, sijui kama M ilikosa hapo mwisho mbeleni ya jina, I don't know, maybe unaona sasa kuna letter moja ili miss, lakini I don't know. And that's the way I talk. Don't take any offense from my talk. Yeah. Now, ya mwisho Bernard, you talked of celebrating a fake degree. Quite a number of us have done it. Many have done it. Hata here, Deputy President, getting a doctorate, no joke. I don't know what and what you have. I'm just giving you some homework. And they celebrated. There was a party. There'll be a party. You got your doctorate. LK inamaliza alafu utauliza swali. My last statement here. Yeah, I was here the other day and I said that elections in Kenya have always been manipulated, all of them, apart from the elections we held in the year 2002. That was the only genuine election that went correctly. When Moi was getting out and Kibaki came. That's the only election that was done without manipulation. All the others have been manipulated, even this one.
You know why? Because you know why? Because everybody was tired with the dictatorship. We want freedom and the freedom,
No,
and that's why we are fighting now.
Why you're part and parcel of the problem. I'm also part of the problem. Let me put it this way. We also said most of us are thieves. But you complain that LK is stealing. But you know LK is in a position to steal. You who are not in a position to steal, you are pointing at LK. If you're in that position, you also start stealing even at a higher scale than LK. And LK, don't take care on offense. I'm just not giving you an example. I might as well have talked about Bernard. Now, so I proposed the other day that this IBC, whatever they are, all of them, Kivito's time, they are all corrupted and they manipulate elections. I raised, and we passed the motion. Most of you are not there. That we talk of sovereignty. For what? That we are independent, sovereign state. I said, and the motion was passed, that we need an external, international organization to supervise our elections. Maybe the United Nations or African Union or any other, because you, Rhoda, and me, we are part of the problem. Kuweko hapo unapatia milioni Ruto ama mwingine mamilioni
mimi Ruto akinipatia mimi Ruto hata akinipatia 1 million, I say no, because I'm not, I hate corruptions.
Yeah, but many of us are like that. So as I finish, I don't know this feeling that we need to be supervised from elsewhere because we anguka. And repeat, for example, why should CHEBUKATI be in position yet he has refused to open the server since year 2017? That was a court ruling. This is a contempt of court. And this guy has been in position since then, 5 years later. Why? Let me rest my case there. Thank you, Bernard, and everybody else. I am through, Bernard. I'm through, please.
Okay, Bernard akikuja, wacha niseme kitu. I wanted to rebut to a man by the name David and has gone. You know, I wanted to challenge him. He has introduced something here very sensitive about Matiang. I wanted to tell him this is not time of politics. Politics is over. And the things he's talking, I don't know whether he's sure about it, about the Excel he received from his colleague. He has said he's a teacher. And Bernard has played a clip here. And I don't think if he has done that calculation. I'm also on that page of IEBC portal ya constituencies, and I have done several calculations and they are not adding up. Totally, they are not adding up. So I'm not agreeing with that man saying we Azimio hawakuwa na figures na alipokea all excels from his colleague. That is a liar. Kama anataka aende kwa hiyo nini, aende Ngungu constituencies ataletewa hapo. Nimefanya ingine inaitwa Katundu North Kiambu County. Katundu North Kiambu County, valid defaults ilikuwa 49,394, rejected ni 431. Odinga got 8,745. William got 4,210. Wajakoya got 136, not 136, 2 or 3. Now Wahiga 136. When you add up the total of votes got garnered by 4 presidential candidates are more than valid votes. That is my mathematics I've got here. So I disagree with that man.
Okay, thank you, LK. Thank you, Mundua Nyumba. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, Rhoda, too. And that is the bone of contention. Subiri kwanza tafadhali.
Tim, can I say something?
SK, you lift your hand if you want to intercept. You don't unmute and speak because it creates noise.
Francis, also mute. Francis, of course.
Please,
mute.
Everybody keep your mic mute. Wait for your turn. If you want to intercept or reject something, you lift your hand. Those are the standing orders. And we need also to understand that our conversation is being watched. And the people watching need to understand what's happening. So we may understand among ourselves, yet we are creating confusion out there. So let us settle one matter, then we move to the next. But if you want to interject something, please lift your hand, you will be picked. This is what I was saying. I was saying that the scrutinizing of Form 34B and how it agrees with the Forms 34A before Form 34C is created is where the bone of contention is. If those numbers are not tallying, you tell us valid vote is 76,000. Then the total number of votes is 95,000. So did the rejected votes multiply themselves and add themselves to valid votes when they were casted? Or the IEBC needs to help us understand which formula they were using to tabulate the numbers. Without that, mimi sioni kuna kesi yote hapa. Kuna wale wanasema there is no case. Let's go and scrutinize those forms. Just hearing, hata kama usikii ukiwa serious, au watu waki-announce to, you see the valid votes. You see what the candidates got. Even without calculating, your mind, if you went to a class and your teacher was teaching and you listened, it will reject whatever figure they are giving, because 2 presidential candidates, all of them have taken all the valid votes. Then we have these other ones who have added. Then the total amount even multiplies it further. There is something very faulty about the election, especially the presidential vote from Mount Kenya specifically. The other places, there's Bungoma, and there is Mount Kenya, and then there are other places where they also try to rig for Raila Odinga. So that they balance the equation. When we go to court, you say you also rigged here. But we look forward for getting a truth. SK, what I say? I hope it's a question.
Yes. Good evening, team. I'm really happy and I'm enjoying this discussion.
Yeah, when
But
SK, you seem to be
I
listening
wish
to the. Hold on, SK. You seem to be
Yes.
listening to another feed. You should mute the YouTube so that you listen from the studio. It's giving another feedback. Okay, unmute and go ahead.
Is it okay now?
Okay, unmute and go ahead.
Hope it's okay now.
Okay, go ahead. No, it's not. You, listen to the instruction. Oh my God. Sorry, I hope I'm back. Okay, go ahead. SK, I think it's better now.
Now, yeah, I think it was my screen. Now, I really have been following this discussion, and one of the things I realized is that we needed, Bernard, we needed to have a good lawyer here who can help us interpret the law here. Otherwise, the way I'm seeing, we are all laymen, and it's like a layman trying to fly a jet. You can easily crash. Number two, we need a good person with a mathematical background, statistics, because I'm seeing also arithmetic is a challenge here. If we have those and then we're able to add our ideas, you cannot discuss an arithmetic question in the way you are discussing. You need to put it on a paper. You can blow it, you can share it. I think this StreamYard has a place to share. We are all able to see what you're saying, but arithmetics is usually not done verbally. It's done on a paper. So to be able to check what you're saying. That's my humble contribution. Otherwise, it's healthy. But I would also say this discussion is healthy. But I would also want to tell you, my friends, we are Kenyans. Let's pray for our country. Let's pray for our country, my friend. We need each other. North, south, east, west, central. We are one country. Let's pray. Let's ask God to help us to have one mind and to mind each other and to see that what is the best for our country. So we need the help of God and, of course, basic reason. That's my humble contribution. God bless you. Enjoy evening, depending on where you're from.
Thank you, SK. We appreciate that. Let's keep engaging. We will seek that you follow your advice, get the lawyer. But there are some things we can. Bible says we can judge some matters. In the simple arithmetic, adding and subtracting, most of us can do. We may not need that professor of mathematics to come and add for us the valid votes. If there are 76,000 and somebody gets 71,000, another one gets 15,000 from the same 76,000, there's something amiss somewhere. That something is what we want to understand. Where was it coming from? Because okay, the law disputes that the election should be declared. Okay, on that declaration, I have an experience. I vote in Makadara constituency, and Makadara constituency 2013, we had an MP who lost the election, but he was declared a winner, and he served full term simply because he was declared a winner. If you can remember, yeah. Whatever the presiding officer announced, okay, that so and so has won. Then he read the figures differently, and then the matter went to court. It went on, and the man served the whole term simply because he was declared. In fact, he was on TV saying he lost, but because he was announced, he can't reject what he has been given. So the declaration perspective of the election, it's so constitutionally required that CHEBUKATI was even wrong to go and read the final exam, the final result, without the declaration from some constituencies. And basing on how tight the if the result were anything to go by, basing on how tight the contest was, any additional vote of like 10,000, as simple as 10,000 votes, it will tilt the percentage to make a runoff to be required that nobody met the threshold of 50+1. So any figure like that 10,000 from Kiambu, the other 10,000 from Juja, and when those two are removed, there's no clear winner for these elections. So if there was a gap that was huge in such a way that the other two constituencies would not make a difference, then we would do away with those two constituencies. But if the two constituencies' results were not in, have not been tallied, and then you call the final nini, when the call or when the election is too close like that, it means there was a deliberate way of look the other side, do whatever you do, whatever crisis you create, we'll deal with it thereafter. And that is the bone of contention, in the sense that we want to do impunity, and we know that we will clear the road as we go. It's just like a driver who drives recklessly because he knows on this spot akunanga police, so you break all the rules, and then in case you are caught, unajua mimi najua vile kudili na polisi. Wakenya lazima tukubali kwamba tukiruhusu maovu tuwe tayari kuishi na hayo maovu. Kama hatutaki kuishi na hayo maovu, tuyakatae. Na kuna vile tutaruhusu wizi on the national platform, then tuizuie shuleni, tuizuie nyumbani. Hatuwezi kusema kwamba fulani ameiba mashamba, huyu ameiba hii, okay? Alafu sisi nyumbani tunafundisha watoto wizi ni mbaya, wizi ni hautakiwi, wizi unaharibu inji. Ambia mbona hawa watu wanaiba na wako free na ndio wanapata. So it means you have to be a thief in order to become something. Like that story of a young boy who was asked, when you grow up, what would you want to become? And he said, I want to become a cartel. You know, I want to become a cartel. They say, why? Say, because in this country, it seems only cartels get the money. So ni muhimu tuanze kuangalia maneno kwa kina, tusiseme hayo ni ya wenyewe, wacha tuachie experts, wacha tuachie lawyers. Naomba tu tuanze own to take responsibility ya mambo yanavyotokea katika nchi yetu. Please, if you can't stay on camera, then we can't keep you on the screen.
Bernard is okay. But let's pray for our country.
Yes.
I'm trying to work on my camera.
All right. So work on it. I will see you when you are back. We'll add you. Thank you. Where is this? Obutu, ulikuwa hujamaliza, network yako iliharibu na kupatia dakika moja umalize ndio tuende kwa Okoth. I think I'm right.
Yes, I don't have much. I think I clicked somewhere. I was opening several tabs, so I went off. I wanted to say that somebody, I'm just responding. Somebody said that sijui kura hazikuchungwa, they were not tallying, those things that are happening in Bomas. And then there's this kind of a thing that when you go to the portal, the results are there, and these are the results from the polling station. I know, or I hear that there could have been issues in terms of tallying, and there's this issue that the tallying hadn't been completed. Kulikuwa some constituents that hadn't been tallying, of course, before the results were being announced. Those are some of the cases that we're expecting that the Azimio should be able to put to the case. One thing I know is that maybe they didn't want to say so much, including I did say that I know those commissioners have more, and maybe they didn't want to talk so much. And somebody has asked, will they go to court? Alafu mwingine akauliza, what is the commission? They are part of the commission. So if they go to court, who will they be suing? So they can go to court as individuals, to sue the rest of the 3 commissioners plus the 2 commissioners plus the chairman. So yeah, those kind of mathematics, because I know at the end of the day, it is IBC that will be sued by Azimio and any other body that wants to sue them, and CHEBUKATI.
Pole Ubuntu, inaonekana net yako iko na shida. Pole. Naomba tumsikilize Francis, please. Let's go. Let's redeem time, please.
Yes, Bana, thank you so much. I hope my camera is clear. I wanted to react on, okay. I wanted to react on something about the church and its role in whole of this. Yesterday we had a very bad scene that did not sell the church right. My cardinal point about the church is that the church has to be redefined, because religious leaders, religion is just like any other political grouping. When you talk about the church, then the church must emulate Christ. It must show that these people are people of peace. These people are people of integrity. These people are people who can give guidance. Because yesterday evening, in the so-called electoral or whatever issuance of certificate, was mad with chaos under the watch of people like Ole Sapit. So I realized that relying on religious leaders and even calling them the church is a disgrace to the body of Christ. Because of course, I belong to that body, and what I belong to is something more honorable, something more disciplined, something that can bring people to order. So that is what we are lacking. Because fundamentally, if you're talking about religious leaders, and putting them in a caucus whereby they have to agree and do some things, then religion fundamentally differ from each other. For example, Muslims don't share the same beliefs with Hindus, who don't share the same beliefs with Christians. So you bring them to a common ground to make them reason this in a similar manner. It cannot happen. The end result is chaos. So those are some of the things that must be redefined for the church to function well. They might not necessarily be being bribed or being given brown envelopes, but it's because the church is misplaced. The church does not know its place, and whatever we are calling the church, those are political, religious organizations that are not led by the Spirit, because the church is only a church when it's led by the Spirit of God, and that is when the church will stand and rise to the occasion to call the political class into order. People like this guy who vied, the presidential candidate who calls himself a bishop. Those are not bishops. Those are political, religious leaders. That's one. Now, point number 2 that I wanted to make. The Azimio team must give us a full assurance, because they must show outrightly from the word go that we are heading to the courts, and we've developed a watertight case. Because you remember in 2017, the second petition after the annulment of the presidential election was nullified, and I had Raila commenting later that you prepare a premature case, you don't develop your case well, it will be thrown out. So we don't want such a situation. And I don't know the status of people like Orengo and Otiende Amolo and the leading lawyers who can represent Azimio. We would want to see that last stealth. We would want to see that last vigor, because in the campaigns, Orengo was like, please, I don't want to go back to the Supreme Court again. You see, so the way this thing is leading Orengo back to the Supreme Court, and of course he had confessed that he's not prepared to do that. But we would want to get the assurance as people who is going to present, because we have the plight, we are the people being affected. If we don't see that vigor that they had in 2017, let them come out tomorrow or the day after to show us that they have the vigor, they have the drive, and they are confirming to us that they can develop a watertight case that can tilt the balances. Of course, Raila is declaring this election nullity, but this should come from the fact that they are presenting a watertight case that people like Mohammed and the other guys and Hafiz are going to thrash away. Now, an appendage to that, I don't think if Azimio guys would really want to peg their case on the 4 commissioners, they would let them make these public blunders that they are making, because these 4 people are coming on the public screens. They look so much frightened. They look disillusioned. They don't have the confidence, and when they started reading their points don't have the traction that would give Azimio proper standing. I would expect a situation whereby now, even whatever they were supposed to read in the public had been scrutinized by a lawyer and had been guided. Their speech ought to have been guided by somebody from a professional or legal field, so that they can present something that will make people nod their heads. So we would want, if they would, because you see yesterday, they were like, we've expressed ourselves, so if anybody want to go to court, let that person go to court. But of course, we would want them to be on that court process. Lastly, Azimio fraternity must give us a clear roadmap, because we would like to have a situation whereby we are prepared for either side of the outcome of the court ruling. For example, if the courts have ruled to the favor of the Azimio, in 2017 we saw a scenario whereby the court have ruled it on our favor. Then so what next? We don't have the IEBC who is going to conduct this thing, you see, and we are not confident of our numbers also at that time. So at this time, the Azimio people should really be confident, give us the confidence that if they rule to our favor, then what will be our prayers? What will we be requiring the Supreme Court to guide on CHEBUKATI? Because we can realize, I don't know but on my case, I can say that CHEBUKATI might be somebody who is aggrieved and who is on a revenge mission, either to the government or either to Raila Odinga as a person. I see a personal vendetta from the person of CHEBUKATI, and the courts must, the Azimio guys, after the Supreme Court has ruled to their favor, then they should also have a back strategy to be guided on how the next election is going to be conducted, because the commission is divided. And also, finally, or for the final time, they should also tell us that what if the petition is thrown away? What will be our fallback strategy? Will we be disillusioned forever? Will we have lost the struggle? And also the governors or who have been elected on Azimio platform, in case we lose it on the Supreme Court, let them make devolution work for us, because that is the only thread that we are having for the time being. Otherwise, thank you so much. I support the conversations.
Okay, thank you, Francis. I would respond on what you've said in 2 ways. Right now, it's too early to say the kind of case that will be taken to court. Orengo is an experienced lawyer, and they will give required advice. Don't forget, Martha Karua, she is not just a lawyer, but she has been a judge. So I'm sure she knows what kind of cases and how to frame the case. Pegging the case to the 4 commissioners, that will be a very weak one. I don't think is necessary. The commissioners may be witnesses, or they may just confirm some things. But the really bone of contention is the first prayer is to scrutinize whether there was a 50+1. That's a good one. The 50+1, was it attained? That's something that has to be proven. by CHEBUKATI how he arrived at 50+1. Then the two constituencies that were not declared, if their results were incorporated, what difference would they make on the 50+1? If it was incorporated in secret, why was it done in secret and not in public like the law requires it to be done? Then, of course, get the Form 34As from all the constituencies, from all the polling stations. Then compare it to Form 34Bs. If there are these anomalies that we are seeing here, then that case is as good as it is, because the moment you are able to tell in 1 or 2, 3 constituencies that there were these 10,000 manipulated votes, especially for the president and all that, you have a good case. Lakini kama watacheza ujinga, au watu wabadilishe, because what is going to happen, like in 2017, they were caught unawares, they started to change those forms too late, and then they used full scabs. So these people, if they prepare to steal, they must have those security features forms ready. So when they change, the only challenge will be on the signatures. So all the agents were Azimio need to submit the carbon copy of all the Form 34As they got from the polling stations. All those forms need to be compiled. Kama hizo haziko, hii kesi ni ngumu sana. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba the vote was not that close. Without the inflating of the vote, the difference between the winner and the loser was wide enough to give breathing space. It got tight because kuna mtu alikuwa anacheza na hizo figures kuhakikisha kwamba kuna mtu anakwenda sana. And then of course David alikuwa anasema they were shown the knife, and so we should excuse them because they were shown the knife and they played with everything they had and everything they have. I don't always celebrate or appreciate when somebody begins to justify what is wrong simply because somebody was afraid or somebody was threatened. Right is right and wrong is wrong, anytime, anywhere. Yes, Mohammed.
Thank you very much once more, Bernard, LK, Francis Support, Laban, and other panelists. Tonight, I think I'm taking a lot of time and I'm concentrating on the opinions of my fellow Kenyans, because the issue of the 4 commissioners, I think, has become a very consolidation issue, and we are taking it. I've seen we are taking it on a very, very tight issues. But in addition to that point, I wanted to raise that as an opinion that in case of rerun, Azimio team should also put in address when they are the court arena to showcase to the supreme judges that in case of rerun, the IEBC should be dissolved and should be eliminated from the government bodies, because they cannot be given any chance to lead the election. And they should urge also to the government to hire a forensic expert to hold the election for Kenyans. And the other issue I wanted to raise on a concern is that in Kenya, of the last 10 years or so, we have been seeing that elective positions like MCS, whatever, or the government positions, or all elective positions have become a hunting instrument to our taxes, so that they could loot and bring a confusion to the economic position of the country. And thirdly, the other issue I wanted to raise, and I'm very fast, I think so, is that leaders of this era is confused because there is no qualitative and quantitative leadership contesting for the different seats of the elected positions in the country. For example, if I give some individuals who have lead the country is like a Jaguar, the so-called musician who failed the constituency that he was leading, and he has done nothing because we have never overviewed how the quality that he has for the leadership is contesting for. Kenyans have never given them their mind and their concerns on how the leader should be, and is he the right person to lead the people. Like Sonko also, like the other one is Muhammad Ali of Jijo Pofu of Mombasa County, and also Bahati, the musician also. Those are the people who should not be given any elective position to lead people, because they cannot lead anything. They cannot lead anything because they need also to have their own speculations to go and sit somewhere and run their own businesses, not to lead people. Kenya is important. The people of Kenya need good leadership. And the other thing is, if I look to the Kenyan population and the Kenyan and my fellow Kenyans, there is some high level of let me say inferiority complex in their mind, that they cannot contest for any election. No, that should be eradicated from our minds, and let us breed to our minds that we can lead also. We are qualified spiritually, politically, and also social in our social side also. And the other issue I want to raise is in case the Supreme Court give hand to William Ruto's presidency election, we have to disobey as a countrymen and women to pay taxes to a corrupt regime. We have to say, no, we are not paying any taxes. Can you come with your own finance and eat it for yourselves? And thirdly, I'm very sorry to say this, that the country's situation economically now is very bad. And if we give a chance to William Ruto, this country will be at the brink of economic bankruptcy, like Athens and other countries that we have seen. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. And I'm with you. Thank you, Bernard, and my fellow Kenyans.
So asante Mohamed, we appreciate that, and naomba hivi tafadhali, let's be lenient. Kuna watu wamekuwa hapa hawajaongea muda mrefu. Nataka kumaliza mkururo huo kabla nianze kupokea maswali. Nikipeana swali mtu anachukua 2-3-5 minutes. Naomba hivi tafadhali. I want to give to Dan first before I allow any question. So Olara and Momanyi, hold on please. Don't if you will forget the question, write it down please, I beg. I want to listen to Dan and then let's get these videos first about the IEBC commissioner, IEBC officer.
Information regarding the Embakasi East returning officer. There's a communication from Kajiado sub-county. This is Loitoktok police station, says that the body of the deceased via my earlier OB number given has been identified as one Daniel Mbolu Musyoka by his sisters, namely Mary Mwikali and Ann Mboya at Loitoktok sub-county mortuary. He is aged 53 years and had reported a case of missing person at Embakasi Police Station. He was serving as a returning officer at the Embakasi East Police Station. Again, to say that the body of the returning officer of Embakasi East, that is Daniel Mbolu Musyoka, has been found and reported at Loitoktok Police Station after the body was found and identified by his sisters, and the body has been at Loitoktok Sub-County Mortuary. Musyoka was 53 years old and, of course, had been reported missing at the Embakasi Police Station. Returning officer of the presidential election, that is Wafula CHEBUKATI, announced on Friday that he had gone missing. That is on 12th of August 2022. And now, last evening is when this communication was made at the Loitoktok Police Station. The body found, and it appears a case of murder. Investigations continue. We'll be waiting to see what the police in that area find, and it's indeed sad news that it has come to this. And Irungo, as we
Yes, Dan. Make your submission, please. Keep it to 2 to 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I thought you were afraid of me because I'm wearing yellow. This is just that I'm at work. It is not any. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just at work. This is work attire. But anyway,
Yellow is acceptable now.
Okay. First and foremost, I'd like to send my sincere condolences to the family of that returning officer. This is very unfortunate that every time we have an elections in our country, somebody has to lose their lives. It's not okay. It's not. I don't think it's something that is not fair to the family. But anyway, I want to agree with something you said, Bernard. I think we have, us as people of Azimio, we have a watertight case. Remember in 2013, the case was thrown out because the issue of tallying and valid votes and casted votes and that all that mathematics came. But Motunga asked if this was corrected, would it affect the final results? And then it was discovered that it will not have any bearing on the final results. So the case was thrown away. But this one, this one is too close to call. So I think that we have a very watertight case to the Supreme Court. And also, I want to think that if this case should be nullified, then CHEBUKATI should not be let to roam free. He should at least take some responsibility. I think he should be prosecuted also, go to jail or something, because we are setting a very bad precedence. Somebody else will come, he will eat somebody else's money, and he tell you, you go and sort yourself in the Supreme Court, and he walks scot-free, and it will be a precedence to everybody that comes to the IEBC. So I think some measure should be taken to, if the court finds that the election was a sham, then CHEBUKATI should be answerable. Somebody asked whether the commissioners who ran away could be enjoined in the court. I had some conversation with some lawyers, and they said it is not possible because this case is going to be Azimio versus IEBC. So they are IEBC, they cannot be enjoined, and yet they are being sued. What they can do is sign a sworn affidavit of what they are saying, and then perhaps it can be used. But I think the fact that they ran away or they disowned the results, I think it's just good optics for the case. That alone is good optics for the case. So let's wait and see. The struggles continues, I think.
Okay.
That's my submission.
Okay, thank you, Dan. We appreciate that, and it's good. Let's ventilate on the whole matter. We believe that a lasting solution must be sought, and it needs to be sought very fast. Tusipozuia, unasema usipoziba ufa utajenga ukuta. Mahali tumefika tuko tayari kuangusha ukuta wote, tuanze kujenga upya, na hiyo itakuwa rahisi, kwa sababu ukifika mahali ambapo kura haziamui viongozi na IEBC inacheza kama hii mchezo inatuchezea ya kupatia figures ambazo as add up, alafu zinakuwa announced on national television by people who are smartly dressed and are announcing figures that are not tallying and calling it final results. We have never been insulted to that degree. At least check, hata mimi nikipewa speech kwenda kusoma, nimetumwa na bishop, siwezi kwenda kufungulia speech mbele ya watu. Unapitia kwanza uangalie kwamba hii kitu imeenda kunini. Kuna jamaa moja alikufa kwa Biblia kwa kubeba barua bila kuisoma, na usisemi msome barua za wenyewe, okay? Lakini huyu Uraya ye aliandikiwa barua na King David apeleke. Ye akawa mwaminifu, akabeba barua akafikisha. Barua ikasomwa kwamba wewe mkienda kwa vita mweke huyu mbele na muache akufe. He carried that letter from David's palace, delivered it to the person who was to help him die, and the person executed what the letter did. We should not read figures we have not checked. It's embarrassing and it is insulting the intelligence of Kenyans. About this Supreme Court, we are waiting. Let's see what happens. But the commissioners should do their case different from Azimio. Commissioners wapeleke Chebukati kotini. That means that hiyo swala inaweza kushughulikiwa na koti yoyote, high court ama nini. Wapeleke hiyo kesi kivyao. Azimio petition ya nini itue treated tofauti. Ma commissioners who are willing can be used as witnesses in either cases. But combine these two cases pamoja, they will have too many prayers. And what made the 2013 election be thrown out by the Supreme Court was ambiguous prayers. The court wants specific prayers. What do you want? Annul the elections. What do you want? This election did not meet by 50+1. Okay, this and this and this. And then this election had errors. The errors are spotted here and there. Simple and precise. They will get all the prayers granted. But if they go and begin to do that merry-go-round of trying to say, oh, IEBC uniform was not right, oh, Chebukati's eyes were not clear, oh, his head was not shining right, waachane na vituko vingi, waende straight forward. Kama kuna constituency ilikuwa na inflated votes, iende direct. History ingine ya kusumbuana to technicality, the multiplication, the tallying, let it be straightforward. Then they will get the prayers. Failure to that, wasimalizia wananchi nini. Otherwise, I also want to share some of the sentiments of Kenyans who are feeling tired, and others are feeling for Baba. I feel for Baba too. And left for me, I would have asked Baba, enda tu nyumbani urelax. Wacha watu wa enjoy kile kiatu wamekivalishwa. Kianze kuwauma vizuri. Lakini hiyo tutasema baada ya Supreme Court. Naomba hivi. Labda nakupatia dakika 2-3. Okay? Mbio mbio. Tuende kwa nini, nimalize mkururo tafadhali. Ndio tusonge mbele. Laban, give you, and then I play a video, and then Fred comes in. Quickly, please.
Bana, normally wacha niende haraka haraka kwa sababu ya hiyo muda. Nafikiria Azimio tuko na watertight case kwa sababu already the commissioners wengine ambao wamejitokesha, they're part of our evidence. Kwa sababu ya closeness of the contest, I hope Chebukati hangeweza in his own wisdom, hangeweza kuhandle these results carelessly vile alifanya, kwa sababu the contest was too close, ambapo at the end of the day you could not even tell who won, who lost. So mimi nataka niwaachie tu hapo, lakini tunajua tu kwamba hata ninaona watu wanashangilia sana, and I wonder the late president Mzee Moi, Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi, kwa sababu akienda kwa kaburi hakutaka hata kuonana na William Ruto, na kuna watu hapa wanasherekea ushindi wake. I don't think kama huyo mzee alikuwa wrong. He was never wrong, but kuna watu hapa wanasherekea ushindi wake. Anyway, ile kesi yenye iko kotini, what I believe and my prayer itakuwa kwamba kitu ambacho tutahitaji ni kitu kimoja tu, kuhesabu kura za urais na kukombea na ile watu ambao wako captured kwa King's Gate. From there tutakuwa na jibu. Nikimalizia, Bernard, kuna arguments yenye huwa tunakuwa nayo hapa kuanzia. Okay, I can't tell exactly, lakini kuna watu ambao wanakuja kwa panel kufanya jokes. Some people we are bitter na wanaleta mchezo ya ukabila kwa panel. Siwezi wataja kwa majina, they know themselves. Ikifika kwa issue kama hii, ndio sababu inafikaka kwamba tunaongea mambo ambayo hatustahili kuongea, kwamba Kenya is too big to be ruled by two tribes over 60 years ago. If it means we have to go for secession, it be. Ndio at least tuweseme Kenya is a democratic country. We are tired. Huyu mzee tuliweka imani kwake. Some of us tumemfuatia 3 times. Na tunaona hizo kura zikienda down the drain. We mean what we are saying, and we are ready for the revolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laban. It's okay. We share into the pain, and we believe an amicable solution will be sought out. But let us remain calm. Let's remain peaceful. Let's follow our captain's orders and ensure that everything is done according to the law. We will fix this. We will fix this. I don't think we'll reach a place where we will will have to take the last resort. But if that is the only way, we may end up there. But as at now, let's wait for the process. We play one video. Momanyi ametoka, nilikuwa nataka kumsikia. Okay, let's have this video. Allegations on the rigging process. Let's how this man said.
Fortunately, in Kiambu, we went to elections and everybody was optimistic that we're going to get the leaders that we deserve. Unfortunately, there is a lot of some candidates who hijacked the process, and right from the polling station, we had malpractices in the elections. and more so in the gubernatorial seat where I was, where I was a candidate.
I've taken action, and as you see, I have reported these illegalities and irregularities to the DCI, so they are doing their own investigations. I have also given this letter to County Returning Officer, Mr. Arnold Muturi. I've just delivered that letter to him, and have said everything, including the stations that the illegalities were happening. So that so this is not just a generalization of accusation. No, I've even told him where these things happened. In fact, one of these complaints has been acted on in Radi. One of the presiding officers, he brought a box without Form 37A, and when he was called to come and answer those whatever, he said he's in Kitui. So he was located where they were, she was, and right now she is in cell because she cannot explain the whereabouts of Form 37A. Now we don't know whether that box is from Rari or from Naivasha or from Nakuru. We don't know. It's just a box with some votes. So these are the irregularities and illegalities we are talking about. So this is what I'm saying that these things are real. Yes, we are not just complaining. These are real. And you know me, I'm not the complaining person. But you know what? We are talking about 1.2 million voters. We carry their dream. If they wanted Jago to be their governor, then yes, he needs to be their governor. They should not get a governor they never elected. And what we are demanding right now, according to my letter, is number one, those illegalities and irregularities must be noted. Number two, those boxes, wherever they are, must be taken care of. Number three, I demand a recount for the benefit of Kiambu people who I represent.
It is signed by everyone, but unfortunately, it has no data. You can see there are no votes inside that form. So it means that our people were compromised, the POs were already compromised, and they just wanted a signed form, and then they would distribute whatever figures they want. That is why you see some people have 0-0, and some people have got almost 99% of the votes casted in that particular polling station. So if you go to another one, you can see that my votes, 200 and something, were cancelled and given to somebody else. Okay? And then you can see the first row where the first candidate was supposed to have his votes. Is 0, is nothing. The first row has nothing. And then the second one has 0-0. And the third one, which is myself, I was supposed to have, you can see it is a 300 and something. It was cancelled and the 3 was made to a 0. And down there, now the UDA candidate was given my votes. And you can see, shamelessly, they just cancel on that form. And then they do, and they write their own thing. Yeah? So it's shame, and it is also stamped, IEBC. Yeah? And this stamp is for the deputy clerk. You can see that. I mean, deputy PO, DPO. And if you look at where we are supposed to sign here, so basically again, yeah, this form, they omit some people, so only some people would sign in this form. You find that some of these forms are actually signed by MCA agents, while they were supposed to have been signed by gubernatorial agents. Irregularities and illegalities is crazy, I can tell you this. Cancellations. In fact, what I'm showing you here is just a tip of the iceberg. Just a tip of the iceberg. All these are cancellations. All these are cancellations. So, just the tip of the iceberg, but the biggest, I can tell you the biggest risk is not even here. The biggest risk is on the forms that were filled properly without cancellations, but actually those were not the distribution was done because people were compromised. So that is the biggest. This is a letter that I have written to DCI, and I explained to the DCI what kind of issues and illegalities that we are having. So this is a letter. I complained, it's a complaint section. So I complained to the DCI, and DCI has taken this very, very seriously. And basically, most likely, you are going to see people going to jail, or rather people getting interrogated, because, again, the law says, apart from having this responsibility resting with IEBC, the particular employee bears responsibility. So basically, I can also advise and address those IEBC officials that are being used to do this kind of a job. Please be ready. The government is coming for you. Authorities are coming for you. You cannot do an illegality and sit pretty
because you think IEBC is going to carry your burden. No, your burden belongs to you, and the authorities will come for you. Definitely, that is the idea. So whatever they do today or tomorrow or the day after, either they declare him as a governor. Again, we have joined hands with all the other candidates. By the way, all the other candidates, because they feel totally aggrieved like I am. So, and it does not matter whether you lost or you won. All what we want to know is what our rightful votes. So, number one, we have agreed that we are going to join hands and we are going to court to have an injunction so that we can be able to demand for a recount. And number two, if need be, then we will go for a petition. But recount first, we want to know how many votes do we have? How many votes were we given by our people?
In Kiambu County, perturbed by the way IEBC conducted elections during the voting and subsequent tallying of votes in Kiambu in this general election. We have recorded instances where there were process failures, including one. On the eve of the election, our chief agents were denied badges that would have given them access to the polling stations early the next morning. We had to call the CRO, the chief returning officer, several times for him to prevail upon the returning officers to issue the badges to our chief agents. Some were issued, others were not. When the polling started the next day, again, our agents practically across the whole county were denied entry into the polling stations by the POs, that's presiding officers. I personally, speaking on my behalf, I made over 15 calls, and we have evidence to that extent, to the CRO, while my running mate made over 20 calls to the returning officers to rectify the situation and allow our agents access as is required by law. There were instances where our agents were denied entry as long as 4 or 5 hours. We actually have evidence to the effect that 2 stations within the county did not allow our agents to access the polling stations the whole day, with the POs telling them that the stations were ostensibly fully occupied. In a situation where voting goes ahead in the forced absence of one set of agents, then a process failure automatically results, and subsequent results are obviously not free and fair. We have reported incidences in Raleigh where some parties alleged that some Form 37A, that's for the governor, were not inserted in the ballot box. As a result, the IEBC officials opened the box ostensibly to check whether the forms were inside. Question is, under what circumstance do you open a ballot box? Who should be there to witness such an action? And in the first place, why was Form 37A missing in the ballot box? This happened in 2 instances in Kimende area, which means many more irregularities may have occurred across the county. What are the implications of this? The matter was reported to the police and DCI, and a statement made whose copy is in our possession. It has also been reported and confirmed that in one constituency, over 10,000 votes were cast in favor of Azimio candidate were counted as UDA votes. How many more instances occurred across the county? How many more votes were erroneously counted and given to the wrong candidate? What's the implication of such deliberate, careless action? It is also perturbing to note that a high number of votes, close to 300,000, allegedly cast votes for presidential candidate but did not vote for either governor, women rep, or senator. This goes beyond the 300,000 votes for Kiambu. What we have now is close to 1 million votes across the Mount Kenya region that have been cast to the presidential candidate but cannot be traced to either the governor, senator, or women rep position. And the question we are asking is the same. How do you get 6 ballot papers? Mark only 1. 5 are either lost and we don't know where. They cannot be accounted for. What would be the implications of that? As you can remember, that was a question also that was raised in 2017, and as a result of that, the court ruled that the elections were not free and fair. That is of concern to us. All we want to tell Kiambu people that the process that has been undertaken so far does not reflect their choice. I think that's the first thing to say, and we have said it very categorically. Out of the instances that we have quoted here, we cannot be able to recognize the leaders as announced by IEBC. That's the first thing. The second thing is automatic. We'll take the necessary action with the evidence that is in our possession.
What's happened completely disenfranchises the people of Kiambu, because this is not what they woke up to do or to witness on the 9th of August, just about a couple of days ago. On my part, I have instances where ballot boxes pertaining to the senatorial election had either broken seals, or some of them literally had been punctured, which perhaps indicates that somebody had done that deliberately to give them an opportunity to insert or stuff ballot boxes. There's even one other instance where in one sub-county where one of my competitors had just about 15,000 votes. But at the final tally, another 30,000 were added, bringing it a total to about 46,000. So these are among some of the irregularities that we are trying to bring out. And we continue to gather more evidence, and I'm sure we shall be coming back to you so that as we chart our way forward.
When we go to Kiamba constituency, that is Moshadha, Gasharage Primary School, the woman rep results were not found, and the PU also was not found. And the same with Kikuyu constituency, the PU also got lost with the results. And so the Kikuyu constituency woman rep results were not announced at the tallying center. And so that one makes us to wonder what is getting read today at the Kist County Returning Officers Tallying Center. Among all that, at Kikuyu there were also concerns from our agents that there were people who were given 2 ballot papers. And we have these notes with us from our agents, and we are ready to have it processed further.
One of the IEBC officers, it was not even a clerk, a ballot issuing clerk, it was a deputy presiding officer who was caught red-handed by one of our agents issuing 2 ballots. I called the returning officer Kikuyu. She told me that she never knew anything about it. And then she said that she was rushing to Derry Secondary, but by the end of the day, she did nothing about it. We had a similar case still in Kid Pharmaco Primary. The Derry case, they took the 2 ballots and they put them in an envelope, but they never acted on it because the very same officer of the IEBC still continued to work in the very same polling stations. Then we had other issues about closing of the ballot boxes in various stations like Gesharani Primary, where the ballot boxes were not closed until the following morning, because their main issue, according to our agents, was to reduce the number of ballots which they had added into those boxes. Gesharani was one of them. Geteva Primary in Karide, that is Karai Ward, was another station where the ballot boxes were not closed for 8 hours. To come to the results in Kikuyu constituency, when the returning officer was issuing out results, there was a foreign name in the form 35B for the member of parliament. Somebody by the name of Wamboi, and Mary Ann Wamboi was in the form 35B until when we complained. And this particular candidate had been awarded 28,000 votes, which were later diverted to the incumbent, Kimani Ichung'wah, and they changed the form 35B. So, yesterday, I happened to go to the tallying center because I did not believe what was in what the Kinskids were talking about and what was in the ballot boxes. These were 2 different things. I demanded to be availed the Kinskid, what is there, and also what was in the ballot boxes. But the returning officer was very ignorant. I have the video of the same. He never answered any of the questions. She just told me that I was supposed to raise these issues at the polling stations, of which I had already done. But she never responded about what I had questioned about the polling stations and what was there in the ballot boxes.
Indicate here that I'm not in agreement with the results as per Kiambaa constituency. First of all, my chief agent together with my agents were allowed access to the polling stations over 2 hours into the exercise. I called the RO. I asked her, please give my people access. That is when she called her people to give access. After struggling for 2 hours, people had already started voting. They told me that the first 150 people, my agents confessed to me that the first 150 people, they were already documented people that will come and vote in a sequence. And these people voted between 5:30 and 6. Those people voted double ballot papers. And when these people voted is when you are allowed now anybody else to come in. And after that lot of 150 people voted, which is equating to 300. And if you look at Kiambaa, the so-called winner has left everybody else with above 300 votes in each stream, polling station. He has a head start of 300 votes. Can it be, surely can it be that across the whole of Kiambaa, that there was 300 in every polling station? Towards, and then that doubles up to go to, up to the evening. There was no turnout. The only turnout was between 5 or 4:30 and 5:30. Where were those people? Okay. And then after that in the evening, the clerks, the POs, they kicked everybody out and only left the so-called UDA observers in those polling stations. Those are the people that were left inside there, that they want to take a break that they are seeking to take a break. That was a very big issue because at that point, when they were counting, my agents told them, they pick the paper and they say Damaris, Madam Tanya, Damaris, like that. But when they were picking my paper and announcing it in somebody else's name, when my agents tried to raise the issue, they were kicked out. Because my agent would pick and say, Damaris, Madam Tanya. But when they said, no, that is not for Madam Tanya, that is for Damaris, they were being kicked out. There are very serious issues that have gone on. We are very sure, and I am very certain, that my votes were counted in somebody else's ballot.
Chebukati and his team at work. Dan, wewe ulikuwa umeongea, tumsikilize Favor kwanza.
I think you should give somebody else. Nilikuwa nimeshaongea tu saa hizi. Somebody else. Yeah, kindly.
Okay. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thanks, Bernard, LK, Dan, and Ellie. I think I will just start from the video that we've watched, and it is just sad. I mean, okay, fine. Even if somebody wants to do a wrong thing, there is how you do the wrong thing in a way that you should also at least have some dignity to yourself. Let me give you an example. I mean, a story is told of this person coming from a less developing country who went to a country that is very developed. Then he looked at this person's house. It was very nice and everything. Then he asked the person, how are you able to get this beautiful house? And then the person pointed at a school, or I think a hospital that was nearby. And he said, you see that institution there? Yeah, I used part of what I got in constructing that to actually build my own. Then I think after a year, he visited this person now from the developed nation, came to visit this one from the developing nation. And then he also saw this person had a massive building and put in everything. And then he was like, wow, how are you able to do this? Then he showed him an open space. He said, you see that space? There was supposed to be an institution there, but I took everything. So, the point here is, I'm not saying that I'm advocating for evil, but I feel so sad that even we claim that we have moved ahead, we have some level of democracy, we have some level of reasoning, and then we are drumming it hard on everybody's ears and heart that it is the will of the people. When you know very well there is no will of the people, rather it is manipulation by a few people who just want to advance their individual interest. Number two, I am so sad with the fact that we can have people who claim actually to be standing on the name of the Lord, claiming that actually they believe on some God or some spiritual deity, and then use that to actually commit all this malpractice. I sent some messages on the chat earlier when I was following from this show on the backstage, where I was saying the Bible clearly says 7 things that the Lord hates. And he has listed those 7 things. A mouth that is very quick to actually proclaim false information or say lies, the Lord hates it. So you cannot tell me on one hand that actually we are saying it is prayers that actually made this person to pass through. And then on the other hand, we are clearly seeing a situation where people are being kicked out. People are being given double ballot papers. Ballots are actually being stuffed on the box. We thought we finished this thing with Moi. Sorry to say this, the late, God rest his soul in peace. We finished with this when we used to have ballots being moved from point A to point B. And then during transit, they will add in other papers. So we are talking about value and integrity. I just have some few things that I want to pass across to us very quickly so that I also don't keep the listeners listening to me for a very long time. So number one I've mentioned is the disappointment in actually our church leaders. And I'm very proud of Bishop Oginde, because he could come up boldly and say, we cannot talk about peace when there is no justice. And we sing the national anthem. I think I was laughing with one of my friends yesterday saying, can you see how we were, all of us, shepherded by very nice songs in that KI, what was it, Bomas of Kenya, singing Wacha Disipini Zunguke or whatever. I can remember even when Olele Dama was busy dancing, and then just a few minutes later, he is actually being raffled out of that place. And you're wondering, why are we even singing? Why did we invite Tanzania choir? Why did we invite, I don't know, whichever choir to come there and sing? We are trying to create the whole scenario environment to look like a very good thing. One thing that I will tell you of a truth, I have been privileged to live and work in countries which are actually purely Islamic. They will not allow a politician into a mosque. You can get angry and do whatever you like, but that is one thing I respect them for that. As Christians will allow a politician in there, and the first thing the person will be saying is praise the name of the Lord. Which Lord are we praising? And then you come and do such kind of an injustice. And then you want to tell me that we should just take it and drink it whether we like it or not. It's not fair. Where is the value? Where is the ethics? You think of it, you have your own child, you take your child to school. And then your child is supposed to sit an exam. And then the teacher decides to give the questions to other students except your child. And then your child fails that exam. How will you feel as a parent? Will you come and say, well, let us accept it is the will of God? You will be actually rolling and somersaulting within yourself because you'll be feeling so bad. So the injustice you do to one person today, remember, when you sow one grain of seed, you never harvest one grain of seed. You harvest a cob or whichever. If you plant maize, people who come from maize growing zones, you know very well, you put one seed on the ground, you get a cob. Minimum number of seeds in a cob, you start from 50 going up. So you sow an evil seed today, mark it, you will reap it 100-fold. The Bible is very clear. God cannot be mocked. You can do whatever you want to do, but you will reap it 100-fold. Another thing I look at it is, I was just chatting, saying some comments on the page. I went to the IEBC portal where
Sorry, Favor. It seems your net has failed. Get back. You are doing very well. We needed to get that information from the portal. Ama wamekufungia watu wa IEBC. Samahani, lakini ukirejea utaendelea. Eli, how are you today?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Karibu.
Okay. Nawasalimia nyinyi nyote. Sijalala vizuri. The last 2 days. It's very sad.
Eli, sorry, I will interject, but relax kidogo. I think Favor is back. Amalize tu point yake alafu ndio kichukua uendelee. Favor, umeme ulikatika. Karibu tafadhali. You are in the IEBC portal. And then unmute please. Favor, unmute.
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking somebody wanted to throw me out because I was saying something that maybe was not very friendly. But anyway, thank you. I'm back. So I looked at the portal. We are talking of 46,229. But if you go to the portal, they will tell you we have only 99% point something. So 46,201 Form 34A. So my question is, where are these other 28 Form 34A? They are not there. And then we are forced to come to Form 34B, and then we are told that we have all these numbers. And then, so first of all, if I'm to start from that Form 34A, we cannot say we have a tally of, we better even have one area where we say it is 0. You get it? But there will be that Form 34A. If you are a teacher, you have 5 students. You cannot present results of 4 students and say this is 100%. No, you must bring this one of the 5th one and say Favor got 0, but the others got, Bernard got this, LK got this. You get it? But you must have 5. If you have 5 students, you must present the scripts for all the 5. even KCSE or this whatever KCP, when they do it, they don't say that they will only report for the top the first students and leave this. They will report for everybody. Only that probably the published one, which will come on newspaper, is where they will cut off and say first 100 schools or first 100 students. So I looked at that and I saw that was also an anomaly. And then I conclude now with this. I will continue later in the session. When the 4 commissioners were speaking, yeah, I heard one of the panelists here saying, oh, they were not very clear, not very sure and whatever. And I say, no, you even know very well when your police come to arrest you, they always tell you, you have to keep quiet, silent. Anything you say here can be used against you. And then if you don't have a lawyer, the state will provide you a lawyer. Maybe they don't say this in Kenya, but probably other nations, they will tell you things like those when they are arresting you. So the thing here is this: when you're coming to, all they wanted to make the public aware is that they are not in agreement with whatever Chebukati was saying. Now, and they were very diplomatic. If you listen to their speech yesterday, they said they will tell us more today. Then today they came and just said there were 5 points and say they will give us more next day. So they are basically releasing the information in doses. So they are not necessarily coming to tell you everything. If you go and tell you, for example, you've caught your neighbor stealing your cow, and then you're telling everybody, I saw him passing through this road and this hole. What if he comes at night and covers all that place? I'll conclude with this story. A detective came to a house. They were trying to investigate a murder. They checked everywhere, they could not find evidence. So the chief investigator came and sat on the door, and he looked around. He studied the wall from corner to corner, and then he saw the door was newly painted. He told the investigators, carry that door. So they removed the door, took it to their forensic lab. When they broke open the door, of course, it's a flash door. Inside is where they found the murder weapon that had been used to commit murder. So this is somebody who went and killed somebody, but did not hide it in any place where you can imagine. He went and opened his door, put it inside, and returned the door. But because he could not leave it, he had to paint it again. So if this detective was not that very sharp and sensitive, could not have picked, because so many other of his colleagues had checked and they could not see. So there are so many things. If we are to pass through all these things on a forensic light, we will see all these anomalies. So if Chebukati was wise, as much as yes, he had been paid or whatever, the best he would have done at that point was probably, because the constitution also provided him with this, none of these people could get over 50%. They are all below 45, 40, because they have doctored the numbers. I'm not believing that those are the numbers that are actually true. So we decide to say to go for a runoff, so that then you would only be having Ruto and Raila in the after next 30 days. That is also the constitution provision. And this tension would have been quelled off. Fine, he would have exempted himself, because on the other hand, if he goes to court and the whole thing is nullified, he can still come back and say, I tried to help you, but the court nullified. But I remember Martha Karua was very clear. This time around, anyone who bangles the election, we will come for them individually. So number one, Chebukati and the 2 commissioners should be preparing themselves for life imprisonment. Number 2, the other IEBC officials, from the polling clerks up to RO, whichever, whether county or whatever, prepare yourself for minimum 10 to 20 years in jail. We should jail them, at best hang them, so that tomorrow nobody should dare do such like a thing. Other small countries, Singapore is a very small country, but you look at the way they play their politics. I stayed in Finland at some time, and I saw there was actually an election period, but you could not even tell, because the whole point here is that the will of the people has to be respected. You cannot just force people through because you change numbers here, you collect for this person, you add this one. It makes even the commissioners to look like foolish people, because as they are busy reading numbers, you are reading this number, when you add, the number that you have read is more than the number of registered voters. You look like a foolish person. You didn't even interrogate that figure before you read by yourself. So I will conclude there and just say, I appreciate Kenyans for being peaceful during this time, and let's just trust God that God will actually see us through. I believe God in his seat in heaven is seeing everything, and he knows, and he has a way for our country. He cannot let our country to go the wrong way. We don't want to have another Somalia in Kenya. Somalia is so fragmented. We do not want to have another Sudan / South Sudan. And remember, revolutions have also been pushed by people. Nobody could believe the president of Singapore, Sri Lanka, could be chased out of that country by the people. So you cannot come here and force people and tell people that we will respect the will of people. If 75% of the country are not in agreement with the decision, you cannot force it through their nose unless you want to turn us into a banana republic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Favor. Thank you, Favor. Now, before I bring in Ellie, let me just respond to this lady here. What is her name? Serena Nasongo. That name sounds like from our village. You say you think that you're holier than anyone. Do not judge. Romans 14, verse 4. I know what it says. He says, who are you to judge another man's servant? To his Lord he stands or false? I even have that scripture in a better translation, the Living Translation. He said, they are God's servants, not yours. Leave them with God. Now, but this is my point. We are not judging God's servants. We are judging their behavior as far as elections are concerned. Right and wrong is not an issue of leaving it with a man of God. Leaving the man of God means if the man of God conducts himself in unbecoming behavior, God will judge him. But when it comes to elections, matters that concern the whole country, then instead of the man of God coming in to tell us right and wrong, this is right, this is wrong. Like, let me not just talk. Eli, just a little patience. I want to play the video. Then from the video, na song, okay? You will tell me which of these men of God are standing for God. Not for RUTO, standing for God, because I know RUTO is not God. And then, God help me. Here is the press conference of the men of God.
That represents 97,000 clergy in this country. We are here with a team of the office bearers and a few of our members to give a congratulatory message to His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President-elect, and His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President-elect, for answering to the call of destiny. We, the Association of Pentecostal and Evangelical Clergy of Kenya, APEC, take this early opportunity to celebrate and congratulate His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President-elect, and His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President-elect, for their historical win for the country's top leadership, ushering in a new dawn of our nation. This win is a win for the Church of Kenya and for all Kenyans. It is a testament of answered prayers. We are all witnesses that God delivered this victory because we partnered with Him, and volumes of prayers across the country were made more than any other time in our electoral history. These prayers did not go to the drain, and as the President-elect said yesterday, he has been prayed into victory. As we all celebrate and give thanks to God, we acknowledge that this was the most contested election we have ever had. There were many hurdles and challenges to overcome, turbulences and storms to wade through, and headwinds and hurricanes to navigate. This did not put us down. Our resolve as Kenyans was tested to the core. For the first time, we witnessed a largely issue-based campaigns devoid of ethnic and regional balkanization, proving the maturity of our democracy. Now, our children can face tomorrow with renewed optimism and rekindled hope that any ordinary, hardworking, and God-fearing person can rise to the top irrespective of their background. We must applaud the church and the clergy of Kenya, who for the first time refused to be fence-sitters and neutrals in determining the direction of our nation takes. The public participation, sensitization, and mobilization by the clergy paid off. This was indeed the right thing to do. The role of intercessors and the central place of God in the affairs of our society cannot be denied. We want to specifically thank Her Excellency Rachel Ruto, the incoming First Lady, and Her Excellency Pastor Dr. Dorcas Rigathi, the incoming Second Lady, for their unwavering support to their spouses, and more importantly, rallying the nation to pray and uniting the clergy to speak as one. The two great women are undoubtedly role models to all our women and a stable of functional families. Beyond elections, we appeal to all those who did not win this election at all levels to remember that we all have a solemn duty to propagate peace, promote cohesion, and participate actively in reliving the Kenyan dream. Those who may be dissatisfied must seek or should seek judicial redress devoid of incitements to peace. We experienced a relatively peaceful campaigns, voting and tallying process, and now we must safeguard the gains post the declaration of the presidential results. We have an economy that is in dire need, high cost of living, high inflation, and children looking forward to go back to school. We must consider these priorities as leaders. Our common hopes and aspirations must become our uniting glue. We must work to unlock our potential to a prosperous nation. To the President-elect and your able deputy, Kenyans have faith in your leadership, and we have no doubt you are a saver pair of hands for our families, for the church, and for our nation. Today, the hopes of Kenyans are rekindled. Now, it is time to fix the broken fabric of our nationhood, restore the pride of our culture, and empower every Kenyan to become an active agent in the transformation agenda. You have answered to the call of destiny. Now carry into the future the precious light of our freedom and embrace with solemn duty the responsibility bestowed upon you. To the millions of Kenyans, let's embrace peace. Let the God of all creation bless our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender, that we may dwell in unity, in peace, and liberty with plenty within our borders. For and on behalf of Association of Pentecostal and Evangelical Clergy of Kenya, APEC, Bishop Dr. Daniel Kabono. Thank you.
Okay, so I played that so that my sister there can judge on whether those people were speaking for God and whether they were interested in justice. The conclusion, they say justice be our shield and defender. But in the whole speech, they talked about peace and congratulation of a process they don't want to question. And they ran in conclusion that it is God, is the destiny of God, is answering a call. I answered a call to be a pastor. I was not voted for. I didn't need to be voted for. We mix so many things, and then the disturbing thing is he calls himself doctor, bishop. I think we will review all these things. But it's our duty to judge matters. Don't hide yourself behind the scripture that says, judge not. The Bible says we should judge. In the Corinthian church, they said, why are you taking things to the human or whatever court justice? When don't you have elders in your midst who can judge a matter between two brothers? So if you hide yourself from judging matters so that you can comfortably support what is evil, just go out full-fledged and support the evil. Don't pretend to be speaking for God or justifying what is wrong. We know what controls all those associations. And I'm happy he was speaking for the association of so-called Pentecostal and Evangelical Association. That association is not in the Bible, and that association is not speaking for God. That association is speaking for that particular association, and those are the office bearers. They don't even speak for the church. You can go and tell them I said it. Eli, karibu.
Asante sana ndugu, and everyone in the forum, in the platform. I hope you hear me well. I just wanted to stick to the headline that you have on the, that is, rolling on the screen there, and just say one or two things. We all know what has happened, so I'm not going to repeat the drama that was in Bomas. Bomas was once a very popular destination, even for tourists. It was something that was, like a shrine for Kenyans to go and taste their cultures of different tribes and things like that. But now Bomas is some place that needs to be bleached and washed out clean. It's really a dirty place, So I won't go into the drama, but we've been here before. It's a case of deja vu. Mr. Odinga has been to the Supreme Court and previous petitions before, and we saw what happened in 2017 to the extent where the candidate and his running mate Kalonzo Musyoka refused to go for the second bit of voting. I'm not too sure where we're going with this, because already the guys who run the show, the kleptocrats, they've done their job. RUTO has been running a parallel government. We all know that. So, the so-called, intelligent speech that people always refer, describe RUTO as a very intelligent, organized man, and all these kind of things. We know what has been happening, even for us who are not in Kenya right now. So the possibility that the Azimio or all Kenyans who want justice can subvert what RUTO is already doing is near impossible. You can see right now people are blaming Uhuru Kenyatta and saying that, even Matiang'i was a no-show and all these kind of things. I think what has happened is very sad. The judges who are going to sit in a petition will be divided. Those who will be supporting RUTO side and the other side will be supporting Azimio side. This will happen. And even the Chief Justice will be accused of being a good friend of Martha Karua, which she is. So the Kenyan polity is a very you know, the powerful elites, unfortunately, they're in this together mostly, right? I just want to give possible solutions, way forward, what we can do in future, because right now I don't see anything positive that would happen that can change what CHEBUKATI has already done. You know what happened in 2017 and 2013, 2007. I don't see anything. I don't see. It's impossible. They can try. Yeah? So I'm looking long term. I live in a post-conflict place, Northern Ireland, which is in the UK, but it's a contentious subject between the Protestants and Catholics here. One side wants this place to remain in the UK, and the other side wants it to be part of the Republic of Ireland. But what they did in terms of their constitutional arrangement, after 40 years of bloody war in this place, is eventually at the peace process in 1998, they decided to have a different system of government as compared to the other parts of the UK or many parts of Europe and other parts of the world. So what they did was have a proportional representation system. So basically, I would give an example. For example, say in Langata constituency, there will be X number of political parties that are vying to be MP, and within that proportional representation system, 4 candidates will be the voted candidates out of, say, 10. So those 4 candidates are coming from all different parties, but there could be 10 political parties. So what happens in a post-conflict society like here, the other people, they feel represented, you know, the other communities. And some people may argue that this is not fair because elections is about a winner and a loser, not too many winners, you know. But for the situation I see in Kenya, from this proportional representation, then you have, how do you then elect a president? Yeah. Okay, for example, in our situation, you have to directly elect a president and the running mate. What they did here was, again, the two political parties that achieved the highest number of votes in any election will produce the first minister, that is equivalent to a prime minister, and the deputy first minister. Okay, that's what they did here, because the two sides, the Catholic and Protestant communities, were divided in the middle. So the only way, and I'll come to Kenya to explain to you how that can be compared to what's happening in Kenya today and forever. The only way the other communities can be happy is that, yule ni deputy first minister na yule ni first minister, yule ni wetu, yule ni wenu. What happens in that situation, that office of the first minister and deputy first minister is not an island. You know, for example, if one of them steps down, the other one cannot be in office. If the first minister says, I've had enough, the deputy first minister cannot be in office, and the vice versa, right? And they all come from different political parties, okay? So what has happened in that situation is, in terms of Kenya, this is what I'm describing. And if I sound insensitive, or you think I'm being tribal or tribalistic, please, Bernard, you can stop me. I will stop talking. But I want to be very, very diplomatic about it. The Luo community, for example, they have felt for generations that this is never going to happen. You'll never have a person from Luo Nyanza And so to speak, people who voted for him or her from all other communities, they will never have such a person sitting as president of the nation. That's how the Luos have felt, and this political trauma is represented by Raila Odinga. Now, we can't make it something about Raila alone. This is a national problem, because even now I've heard people starting to talk about secession, right? Just like in 2017. So, in the long term, if we had a system where it's a shared position. So what we have in Northern Ireland, there is no opposition party. We have a constitutional coalition, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So my last statement about this, for example, we had elections here in May. Personally, I was a candidate. I was an independent candidate. I didn't want anything to do with any political parties here. But it was a very, very honest election, right? Most important thing happened was people went and voted. They went back to their house and they waited for the results, okay? And I'm not saying that we didn't do this in Kenya. We can't do this in Kenya. No. The problem we know is at the time when the count is being, announced. So it's more like the voter does not matter, it's the person who counts the vote that matters. And this happens in many countries, stuffing of ballots, even in Western countries, yeah, even in Asia. But we must find a way to beat this demon hard, what we have as a problem. We must find a way, because at the moment we don't have a way, because even when this thing goes to the petition in the court is divided, right? And it will be causing more anxiety amongst the people of Kenya. And I don't think we are in a place where we can say justice will be served to those who voted for Azimio or other party. You've seen what the Kiambu people were saying there in that video. It's disgusting. All those people, in fact, I think they mostly have divergent views on many things. But it's a perfect example that this election was a sham, right? A total sham. But we must find a way. What can we do in the future, right? My last point, okay? This was my first Kenyan election for me to participate. In the past, I used to just be one of these keyboard warriors shouting at the internet, saying, you would think I was voting, but I was not there in 2017, in 2013. I didn't vote in 1992. I was a year just before, I could not participate in that election. I was a year younger than the required age. So I didn't vote in 1997 because I was not in Kenya, or even in 2002. But this was my first election and I thought, this one, I must try. So nikaenda London and I registered. My passport had just expired last year. I got a new one, a new Kenyan passport. ID, because you have to get the biometric. Then the IEBC people came to London in February. Those guys came as tourists. This is another problem. Those guys came to the 12 countries that they so-called registered voters, under 10,000 people, Kenyans, abroad. 10,000 only. In 12 countries in total. It's disgusting. I mean, even Rwanda and Uganda, they could produce more legible Kenyan voters. So we are having a problem that is more serious than even what has happened to Raila Odinga and Karua the other day. yeah, yesterday or the day before. This is a thing that was well orchestrated, and we know that Kenyans were denied. There's a story people are saying that Kenyans in the diaspora were either too lazy to go and register, they shout too much online, but they don't register. They don't want to participate. For example, in the UK here, around 800 Kenyans were registered in February, but only 573 votes were counted. Raila got 373, and Ruto got something like 200 I can't be precise. It was 95 plus 105, something like that for Ruto. And the other guys got 2 or 4 each. Yeah. So Raila Odinga and Karua, they beat Ruto and Rigathi in the UK. But what I'm trying to say is, out of the 800 registered voters here, only 573. So what happened to the other people? Did they not just want to turn up? Or so we have a problem. If many Kenyans were registered abroad, this thing could have been maybe a little bit more different, because the diaspora, I think, are not taken seriously, but diaspora are also part of the problem. And my last point there is the issue of mistrust that we already have back home could have been worse in the diaspora in terms of when the votes are being counted, if we had a large number of registered voters. So I don't know if this is what IEBC and the Kenyan government were afraid of, or they just didn't have the logistics or the money. But to me, if you asked me, those IEBC staff that came to all these countries, these 12 countries, those guys, they came to walikuwa matembezi. This was tourism. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. We appreciate that. And sad state of affairs in this country that we are never serious about serious things. We just play around with things that are very vital and are touching on the lives of the majority of Kenyans. We make fun of what is gravy in terms of salvaging the situation. Well, it could be that the hurdle ahead is challenging, but seeking justice needs to be given a chance. 1, 2, I'm looking at the future. If this impunity is confirmed and made an institution, I don't want to imagine that, because what it will grow into, that monster, is going to take ages before it is uprooted. So I want all Kenyans of goodwill, both the elite and the otherwise, to think deeply about this, especially the judges, the lawyers, and the people in power. Is this what we want for this country? Will this be sustained? Is this sustainable? Serena Nasongo, yes, I get your point now. I get your point. Sorry about that, but let's keep it low. When you are responding to somebody, you start with art, trade bag, then you say what I say, so that we see that's a conversation between the two of you. But if it's put blankly like that, now it's generalized that you're responding to everybody. So if you want to respond to somebody specifically, as you reply, you start at the person, the name of the person, and then you state what you are saying, so that the people going through the comments will be able to understand, compare the two conversations, and see what happens. Secondly, kuna Judith Copper, please remain sena. Okay, tafadhali. Let's not profile communities. Let's not incite people about other communities. This is a cause for justice. We are going to fight to the highest point possible and be able to either get the justice or we will seek it elsewhere. There are many ways to go about this. My only fear is that the moment we make this institutionalized, it's going to be an uphill task to deal with it later on. So this is a good crisis that must be sorted now. In fact, we're here because we shelved this in 2017. If we pushed 2017 to its conclusion, we will not be finding ourselves here. So one of the things that has brought us where we are in CHEBUKATI, bringing us where we are, playing with us the way he did, is because he did it in 2017 and he went scot-free. And so that gave him courage. If you saw him on that platform, I've never seen CHEBUKATI like that, like he was when he was reading those final results. Very bold, very wherever, powerful. He says he's free of intimidation and free of this and that. That CHEBUKATI is another one. It's not the one that we are used to. But what gives him that courage is because 2017, he was found guilty by the Supreme Court, but he walked scot-free. And so when he walks scot-free, it becomes more bolder and bolder and bolder. So if we let this go and then 2027, forget it, is going to be an institution. IEBC is going to be reduced. It's going to be worse than the ECK that we disbanded. It's going to be a confirmation place. And before long, elections will just be a formality. It will be a formality from the MCA to the governor to the president. The turnout is going to fail, like what is going on right now. If justice is not served by the Supreme Court, just know that elections in other places are not going to be taking place. The way we boycotted in 2017, there's going to be a boycott of all the elections, and then the crisis will amount. So the people involved, you either save the situation or postpone it. When you postpone it, it becomes a greater crisis. I would rather we deal with it now and let the people be served the justice required. A question about 25%. CHEBUKATI needs to understand that the law requires that for a person to be duly elected, he needs to get 50+1 and at least 25% in 24 counties. That's all. It was not to compare between who got 25, how many 25s, and another who got more 25%. It is a matter of, after somebody gets 50+1, let's now go and check. Did he attain 25% in at least 24 counties? That's all the law requires. It is not who got more 25% than the other. That is not part of the requirement and the announcing of results. So to say that so got 25% in 39 counties and this one got into 34 counties is just trying to justify the result he read by himself, which he knows are faulty, in my opinion, and he want to blow it up and say you cannot get 25% in 39 counties and another one get 25% in 34 counties and be a winner because of the difference of the 5 counties. So CHEBUKATI anajaribu kutuchezea akili, lakini let him be brought to the floor. I want this thing in the Supreme Court, whether we win or not. I just want it to play in the gallery of the camera. CHEBUKATI akuja jibu maswali, atuonyeshe vile valid votes 56,000. The candidates, they got 75,000. Valid votes hapa ni 60,000. Presidential candidate mwingine amepata 65,000. from the 60,000. We want those things to play out. Whether we win or not is not important. We just want Kenyans to know the kind of country they are making and how the future looks for that particular country. I don't want to be part of any country that breaks their own law, breaks their own constitution, and then ratify it by looking for rogue pastors who have developed their rogue association to come and send congratulatory messages to make God to have done an evil. The God of the Bible and the God I believe in is not a thief. He's not a crook. He does not steal. He can take anything he wants from anywhere, but he doesn't need to corrupt any IEBC voter. If God wants to make me president, he can do that very simple without using any IEBC official, without bribing CHEBUKATI or any other person. All he needs to do is turn the hearts of Kenyans to vote for me overwhelmingly, and they will do it inevitably. That is how God works. This other one of breaking rules, stealing, bribing, inflating vote, and then you say it is God. Hey, you people need to meet God. Oh. You need to meet God, because the God you're talking about, you don't know him, you have no relationship with him, and you must not be talking on his behalf. Wacha tutafungua Bible school, tufundisha watu Biblia. Inaonekana watu wanafikiria kila Mkenya ni mjinga, kama vile wamezoea kuambiwa amen, so wanafikiria wakisema kila kitu kila mtu atasema amen. Sisi wajinga vile. Aswa ukijiita bishop tena doctor, alafu nakuja kuratify kitu ambacho unajua ni makosa. God have mercy on us. Naomba, yes, Favor.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate on what you're saying. I think, we are taking the era of grace for granted, and I think probably the days before the grace, probably if we were to move into that phase a little bit, it will sharpen some insight into people, because you can imagine when David ordered his people to move the ark, when it had been taken initially by the Philistines, and then it was being brought back. And Zadok, just a priest, he didn't, his mistake was just that the ox stumbled a little bit and he stretched his hand to support the covenant box so that it doesn't fall down. Mathematically speaking, or whichever way, you'll say he was just trying to offer help to the covenant box. That alone made him to be struck there, and he died. When Herod sat on the throne and people praised and said, "This is not man, it's the voice of God," immediately the angel of God struck him, smote him there. He died there on the chair, and worms began eating him and came out of him. Can you imagine that kind of a time if we were to live that? That anybody who opens his mouth to proclaim falsehood, you go dump and you drop down and you die. How many people will die just now because of this thing that we are talking about? So the fact that God is merciful is not killing you. I like one thing my pastor said one time, that actually God is the only employer who will actually sack you, but will not remove you from the office. You will still remain in the office, but he has removed, his spirit has left you. You remember Samson, he woke up and he thought he would just break the ropes like other times. And what happened? The hair was no more on his head, and that's how the Philistines caught him. So if you look at it from that point of view, you will actually realize one thing. The simple element, the fear of God, is not there anymore. That's why anybody can talk anything and just do whatever they want to do. So that is what I wanted to mention. So we shouldn't just add titles. You are doctor, retired, reverend, bishop, archbishop. You can even be archangel if you like. But if you are not having the fear of God, it just amounts to nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Favor. Let's make progress. Kenyans, we have a responsibility to take care of our country. We must secure it on right values if we have any hope of having this country exist as a country. But when we throw away values, we should just forget it. It won't hold together. The flag, the national anthem, And the other peace, love, and unity will not hold if values are not upheld, especially where people go to seek justice. So the judges, the leaders have a choice to hold this country together by right values or forget it altogether. I want to appreciate everybody for continuing to follow us on Mtembei TV. I want to appreciate all of you that are inviting, guys. Please, let's go ahead and invite as many as you can. Share that link in your Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups. If you're enjoying what you're seeing here, if you enjoy the conversation, you learn one or two things, please let the whole of the Kenyans that are interested in these matters also come and partake in the same. Those of you following us on Facebook, we urge you to take a minute and just subscribe on YouTube. There is more we share on YouTube that you can't find on Facebook. There are some, we have more time on YouTube than we have on Facebook. And so after, even when I'm signing out, my colleagues will be coming to proceed with the show. And they will go, like yesterday's show, it went for 11 hours. Those 11 hours were minus Facebook. After 8 hours, Facebook goes off. So we continue on YouTube the other hours. So if you want not to miss any of this show and other shows, be a subscriber on YouTube. You will get more than just following us on Facebook. It's okay to follow us on Facebook, but if you want to get the whole gist of the whole story, it's better when you're following us through YouTube. I'm so grateful that we are committed to the cause, and we must exercise restraint like our leader Raila Odinga urged us. Don't mess anybody's life. Make sure you are safe and your neighbor is safe. Priority. Justice will get it. If not now, we fight tomorrow. It never comes easily. Democracy develops progressively. It's not clap and then you get it. Some of the freedoms we're enjoying now, there have been long wars that brought us where we are. And so, usifikirie tu kwenda kotini ama kwenda kwa election, it will give you everything in one election. No, there are things we will not get. It will take some time, but we need to have a resilience and the commitment to keep asking for the same, fighting for the same, pursuing the same until we get it. On the other hand, as I conclude, I also want to urge all Kenyans of all faiths, especially church people. I speak for church because I'm in the church. Please be aware that prophetically, we are living in a time where their so-called false prophets will increase. People will be lovers of themselves more than lovers of God. They will become heady. They will be despisers of what is good and followers of what is evil. That period is in existence right now. So not everybody coming with a collar and saying, praise the Lord, is speaking for God. Just be aware of that. Judge everybody. And the Bible gives us that responsibility. He says, judge every spirit, test everything. Even prophets. He said, when a prophet, we are in the church and prophecies are given, he said, let one speak, let two prophesy, but three sit down and judge that prophecy. So whatever the prophet says is not final. It must be judged first. Whatever statement that is given, including what I'm saying, you need to judge it against the scripture. If it does not tally with the scripture, you throw it in the dustbin. So all these bishops coming to threaten you that touch not my anointed, I don't want to start a sermon. There is nobody who is in the church who is a Christian who is not anointed. The word Christian means the anointed one and his anointing. So you can't be a Christian without being anointed. Don't let anybody threaten you in the name, touch not my anointed. Say so and so is anointed. If God have mercy on me. Now, let me say this as I conclude. God gave Canaan to Abraham. Okay? By that time, Abraham was him, Lot, and Sarah. 3 of them. And he gave them the entirety of Canaan. That's where that statement comes in. Touch not my anointed, to my prophet no harm. Watu watatu wameenda katika nchi ya kigeni bila visa, bila passport. And they became mighty in the land until the inhabitants of the land were afraid of them. That's how God works. But huyu Mungu wa kuiba, danganya, bribe, mwachane na yeye. Hayuko kwa Biblia and he does not exist. Mungu mwizi anaitwa shetani kwa Biblia. Nimemaliza ya kwangu. Stony PK. Nafasi ni yako. Alafu unajua unakuanga chairman. Masaa yangu ikifika nitangatuka. Alafu jana sijui ulipata msaada. Nimeangalia wale watu nilinotify wakuje. Wengine walipata ujumbe asubuhi.
Niling'ang'ana tu mpaka Makiadi akaja very late, lakini nikawa mna.
So do your audio is failing.
You can hear me now.
Yeah, that's better.
Niling'ang'ana tu Makiadi akaja late, lakini leo naona niko na ndugu yangu Mato hapo, tutaangalia vile ile kigududumu kitaenda.
So endelezeni. Atuya unavunja sheria. Going behind the curtain warrants us to throw you off the screen. Na unajua hiyo sheria. Yes.
Okay.
So keep your camera on. Ama utupwe nje kwanza. Ukwe tayari. If you're not ready to be on the camera, and then you can get off, then come back when you're ready. Thank you. Stony PK, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, ndugu Bernard, and wale wengine wote, Eva, Eli, Mato na kuona, Atuya na Seli. I know this is not the week or the days when we are supposed to say, how are you? You miss you lizi watu. I'm not asking at vipi, because I know kuko vipi. Sasa sitaki kuuliza ni vipi. Mimi naanza tu na kuteta. It is sad. In my tribe there is a time when we say wakati fisi zimevamia, saa hiyo hata ndugu umuombi mlango. Ukimuomba mlango hawezi toa yake akupatie. Sasa atabaki uchi. So it is kila mtu na kwake. This time has come in our country, Kenya. I know Kenyans, by the way, as much as we praise ourselves, but we are the most foolish people in this world. Tumepumbazwa, ile Kibaki alikuwa anaita wapumbavu. Tumepumbazwa na vitu viwili. Kwanza tumepumbazwa na pesa. Na ni pesa ile, you look at the money, unapumbazwa na pesa isiyo yako. You see yourself praising, wow, umeona Stone PK amepita hapa na V8. Mazee huyo jamani noma. Look at that. You waste 1 hour discussing Stone PK kupita na suti nzuri. Amepita na hii. So tumepumbazwa kihivo. Shetani akatuchukua. And what am I saying here? I'm saying that this country has been imekwisha, imemalizwa through the church and judiciary. Sorry to say this. I know Bernard yuko, but ameguzia hiyo kitu Bernard pia. How has it been done? We have run away from the mainstream belief, what we were taught, the values we were taught. We have put them to the gutter. Today hakuna church mimi naweza, maybe very few. Kuna church naweza ingia hivi nione ule anakuja kupreach, I walk out. I go and pray in my bedroom or something. Because people are evil. People are not sincere. It has been a build-up of a revolution people hawakujua, and it has come, the first revolution has come through the church. Just like what Mkoloni did. The laundering of drug money, evil money, came through the church. Pastors started driving V8. They are so happy, sleeping with people's women because they have money. We know that. This thing I'm saying is there. It's in every, kila mtu anajua. Yeah? Pastors being accused of this and that and this and that. Crazy things. Wengine kukugonga na gari anakuua na anakuambia atakulipa. That arrogance. Some have become God, wanaitwa demigods. And these are people plot. Unaona, mtu amevaa hii kitu hapa, hii kwa kikwetu tunaita kibore, hii hapa unavaa hapa, unasimama na umehold Bible na mkono wa kulia ama kushoto. That is what has killed our nation. It is called a Bwana Asifiwe revolution. The Bwana Asifiwe revolution has taken us off. Imetukula kama vile unaweza kulwa na cancer before ukija kurealize imespread, iko ile level mbaya, it can't cure. That is what the church has done to us, and God forgive us, because it is unfortunate. Because the easiest way to ask someone to believe in you, unakuja na Bible back, because I will not question you. But we have fallen into that. So how do we get into that? I'll come to that. The second revolution that has happened to this nation, as we are laughing, is through the judiciary. Justice went through the door. Shetani akaingia. So what we have in our judiciary is evil. So you have church and judiciary where mwananchi ana rely on, where ikiwa unanyimwa haki yako, unakimbia kanisani, unaomba Mungu na unaenda kwenye judiciary. You expect man to give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, but unakimbia judiciary, your will is also overthrown. So the will of the people has been thrown away. Mkenya leo usinidanganye, hata kama wewe ni supporter wa Ruto ama supporter wa nani, ati una haki. Hauna haki kabisa. Hata hiyo kuamka saa 8, don't ever do that again. It's gone. It's gone because it was culminated on the 9th, not 9, on the 15th, jana, when Ruto literally walked into Bomas with his goon, with his might, and overthrew everything. It was in the glare of cameras. It was Ruto fighting. In fact, Ruto is the one who converted it into a crime scene. And you know what they are now saying? Oh, it's Azimio that started the fujo. Oh, blah, blah, blah. It's Ruto who entered there. And if CHEBUKATI, maybe if anybody had tried to resist, you would have had bloodbath there. Because that is what Ruto was after. And that is Ruto. That is who he is. His listeners can say whatever they want to say. That is the devil we have in that country. You can take that to any small bank you want. Ile ni shetani aliingia akatawala Bomas. Yeye ndiye aliingia akasema sasa tangaza hivi. That is why whatever CHEBUKATI aliconcord hapo under the supervision, we don't know whether even alitolewa bunduki ama aliambiwa nini, whatever it was, but it was concorded, and Ruto knew very well that if he does that in the shortest time possible, atapewa your certificate, and then we will be now talking the way we are talking. Lamentations would follow. He would be gazetted. Dunia ingine itaanza kusema congratulations. So he will be with the ball as we are trying to get it from him, which is very difficult. There is where Azimio was cornered. Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila, and all that, they were outwitted very, very carelessly by Ruto. Ruto used force, and he did that. Uhuru should have countered that immediately, or even Baba should have countered immediately. I don't want us to say, oh, you know, we follow the rule, we do this. Unafuata the rule, that nipige slap pande hii, I give you this side. My friend, utapigwa ngumi and you will never wake up to fight another day. What happened at Bomas, it is very hard to undo. And the best of such a thing is to prevent. We should have prevented that one, whether democratically or constitutionally, but we should have prevented that disease. Hiyo ugonjwa wa kifafa ilitushika hapo. Hata kama ni Azimio ingeingia na jeshi yake hapo wasimamishe hiyo. Isimame kwanza bila kusomwa. That is what was supposed to happen. The rest tungesort out baadaye. But sitting there and waiting, ati unangoja, and we knew very well what CHEBUKATI would announce, hapo tulikuwa against. The third point I want to give is, when we talk of when we look at the rejecting, now you are rejecting as a power under. Baba has read the statement. You are still a power under, and I have said, how sure are you the judiciary, the 7 judges, will be ruling in your favor? The rule of law is gone. Hakuna rule of law in our country. I have evidence. Look at this ruling that was read the day before we went for elections about the manual. Is that the rule of law? What did that judge have in mind? Is that a Kenyan? It's a Kenyan but of rotten mind who was supporting evil. Because how do you give a ruling, election near kesho? Now, no more use of manual and all that. Is that in good faith? Do we trust the judiciary? If you ask me, do I trust the Supreme Court? I'll tell you no. Do I trust democracy? I'll tell you no. Because to me, democracy is the window to tyranny. It's what has opened tyranny, it's what has opened easy mambo ya defy law. So to us in Kenya, democracy is useless. It's only there for a common mwananchi who also has no say. So for you, it is whoever wants to be the leader, the atakua. Look at the rigging countrywide. Look at the way we talk. Oh, we go and defend votes. Why should I defend votes if we have democracy and we are following constitution? Si kazi yangu ni kupiga kura, nipige na niende ningoje zihesabiwe. So for how long shall we be talking of defending votes? And Kenyans are advancing this narrative very badly. It is very bad. So the best thing is, because nothing works in Kenya, it is either we decide to revolutionize that, whichever way we want to do it. We have 7 days. We stop that process. In whichever way, for me, anybody can quote me, not Mutembe, this Don Pika is saying. For my thinking is that that process should be stopped in whichever way. And that whichever way is done, if you agree, go to that court you are talking about. If I was Uhuru and I'm saying this, it is Uhuru who can stop this nonsense, and it is today, tomorrow. It is him to say, stop this garbage, let's clean this latrine fast. Because bombers in Anuka, kumeoza, whatever CHEBUKATI did, it is a rot, it is a shame for this nation. So if I was Uhuru, I would do what people will call an constitution. And you will take me wherever you want to take. He was once taken to the Hague anyway, and he was proved guilty, innocent. So I would do the same today for the sake of this country called Kenya. I would invoke national security order, because right now, what is building up in Kenya is a serious national insecurity. So I would invoke that and say, this is the order I'm giving. This thing was done very badly. Kenyans are now building up. Tempers are building up. I stop. As the president, this has to be done. Then mutapiga kelele. Those of you who will go to the street, mutapigwa tear gas kidogo, you come back to normal, and things will be done the correct way. Other than, if it goes at the constitution way, my dear friends, I don't want to tell you what will happen. Yes. Because it will go that CHEBUKATI arudie election. Then we boycott. Then RUTO becomes the president. So that is where we are heading. For now, we should engage extraordinary solutions for this extraordinary situation. Extraordinary means anything. Look at it this way, my friends. There is a staff of IEBC who was killed, a family member. Ndugu yetu. Nobody is talking about it, apart from the lawyer. The church is talking nothing about it. Na ndio wanatuambia tuombee amani, tuombee. Ndugu yetu amewawa kama Musanda for whatever reason, but it is because of elections, definitely. And we are here saying we pray. Nobody is talking about it. Yeah, we are here, Nyamaza. CHEBUKATI is there reading rubbish results. So I'm saying this country has gone to the dogs. It's just waiting to happen. And Uhuru, we will blame you forever. If it continues, you are able to stop it. But if you let it flow, you can imagine what will happen. And it will happen to you especially. If people insulted you at your doorstep, wanainua kidole ya katikati ya mkono, akina Moses kule anakuambia uende ukazae. What is it? What else will they not do for you? For us, mwananchi wa kawaida, we will suffer. Wengine wataenda, wengine watatoroka. But our children will never forgive you. Uhuru, you are supposed to take action. right now. You are the president. The other guy is calling himself a president-elect Azimio. We don't know him. Our leader told us. So we don't know whether there has been a government of whatever president-elect gazetted or not. Okay? And that is more than 60% of Kenyans. So you can imagine what force we are talking about. Let me stop there, Bernard, to give other people a chance to go. I'll come in later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK. Let's get the prophet. Mama Selina, pole kabla ya nabii. Mama Selina upo? Nimeona umevaa. Okay, ni kama Mama Selina ametupwa nje. The prophet, uko na neno langu. Siku hizi manabii tunaitisha ujumbe tu ndo tunapewa moja kwa moja.
Vipi mtumishi?
Neno langu nipe niondoke.
Vipi mtumishi?
Niko salama.
Neno bado linaendelea.
Bwana mwema.
Siku zote
ikaendelea.
Hapana, msishtuke. Nabii bado yuko. Nabii anasema kila kitu iko shwari. Kila kitu iko sawa. Na tunazidi. I had the whole nilikuwa na kusikiza, very nice way of coming back to it. Sijui nianzie wapi, niko na 2.4 kabla uende. Unajua, we have to remember what RUTO alituambia. He almost hit the president. Na unajua, kwa nini alikuwa anataka kumpiga? Ndio asiachilie hiyo kiti. Wazidi. But who's the president? He's the chief of the command forces. Saizi yako usukani. Okay, Madhakarua na Raila walituambia nini? Na sijui kama watu walikuwa nasikiza vizuri, walisema tutapiga ufisadi. Na ufisadi inaanzia wapi? Inaanzia kwa the electoral process. Hiyo ndio ya kwanza, manake ndio inatuletea ule rais na the leaders that are going to corrupt our country. That's where the corrupt leaders start from. Sitaki kusema mengi, lakini tafakari ya babu. Saa zingine, unajua mwizi akipita kwako na ajaguza kitu na umsimamishe kabla aguze kitu achukue, hiyo itakuwa only trespass. Saa zingine lazima umgoje aende achukue. Akisha achukua sasa trespass imeisha, imekuwa ni wizi. Chungeni sana. Kuna watu wanaweza kuwa waliekewa trap na wakaingia mahali walikuwa tu wanatakikana waingie. First of all, it's very unconstitutional. RUTO can never be either name president through it all. No quorum. I mean, no, haijakubaliwa according to the constitution. Wanne wako nje. Again, the things that perspired. And let me tell people to stay calm. This thing is good. We cool. Because again, mimi nashinda nikisema na nitagongwa tu, na unajua mimi gongwa hapa hivi. You see, a constitution is not made by what people go ahead and pass a constitution. What the lawyers go, the people who make the constitution. A constitution is a moving body. It moves. And sometimes it comes with precedents. Something small happens, and that's why we're talking about the minor Kiai court case. We needed this to happen. And if we work it well as Azimio and as the brains behind it, if we work it well, I'm telling you, there's no commissioner again or a chairman that will ever think they can actually collude with any person to actually change the will of the people. If these things don't happen sometimes in life things don't come the easy way, they come the hard way so that something can change. If we go through it and we get it through, I'm telling you, kuna commissioners watakuwa wakikuja hivi wanataka kupewa pesa, wanasema staki. In fact, itakuwa kukua commission unaogopa, because it's gonna carry a lot of people. I hope the end of it iende venye inaenda, because if it goes, is the best thing that has, people will say is the best thing that, and our generations will say is the best thing that has ever happened to our Kenya and to our electoral body. Because sometimes unajua sasa, you know, Chebukati, and he knows kwani siyo ndio atakuwa president, so what, hata nikifanya hivi he'll be the president, and that's why he goes so fast to gazette him, because he thinks, oh, he'll be the president, atanichunga. Now if we cover that, because we covered them a lot, these numbers that they gave us, they're not new numbers. Some of us tulikuja hapa tukasema hizo numbers away, I mean kitambo. We knew those numbers. These were Itumbi numbers. That's why he did not, I mean, nakuwa nataka waone hao wengine. These are numbers that we saw every time, every day, every kila kitu. We knew them. Exact numbers. We even have a spreadsheet, some of us, of what the numbers were, the ones they showed. When they tried to hack IEBC, we were there, we stopped it, some of us, and spent a lot of money to do that. Who tells you we don't know the real numbers? We have them. We know them, the real numbers. These were Itumbi's numbers. Nasi ati government ijui, that's how they got stopped on the first time on Wednesday, 2:36 a.m. in the morning. Some people spend sleepless nights to get that. People did not go to work. IT guys all over Germany, you know, US. People stayed and paid for that. And that's how we got them. So let them keep on playing. And some people, kamiti mteka VIP section. Mteka VIP section huko. Kama kutaweza kuwa na VIP. Some people will never play with this thing again, because we are done of playing these games. It's been 3 elections back to back. My friend, we are not playing this game. But like I said, lazima ushike mwizi kama ameshika hiyo kuku yako. Ukimshika kabla ashike hiyo kuku, hiyo ni trespass. Alikuwa tu anapita, alipotea njia. The way it's going is a good thing for our constitution. I'm not worried. I believe at the end of the day is a constitutional making that is happening on our time, and it will never happen again. We needed this to happen. And I want to tell my Azimio brothers, we won this election. Some of us have those numbers. We know what happened. But then again, it has to be done the right way so that our constitution can be valid, big, and strong, so that sometimes people don't just think because uko na mtu wako pale juu, then you can do whatever you want to do. Chebukati alijiingiza kwa shimo mwenyewe, na kidonda cha kujikoa kiambiwi pole, my friend. Is gonna come in na ataumwa, na mahali yuko saizi najua natetemeka. Ruto hatamsaidia. Hiyo certificate ya Ruto area ende kuitumie kama duster is null and void by all means. Aanze kuitumia kama duster. If we have to go for another election or recount with the real numbers. And you know, I said up hivi, the problem is on the judges, not just the Supreme Court. Inaanza kwanza na pale Central. Zishaanza. The wave is coming. Today is the first day. Tuongea kesho Bernard. Mtumishi, tuongea kesho, nimekuambia. Wacha uone how many zitakuwa huko, because the proof is there. There's a lot of proof, and it's imewekwa. You watch. Ruto, yeah, I mean, we have until, according to the constitution, is the second Tuesday after being pronounced. So ya kwanza imepita leo. Ile ya next week, hakuna kitu. Hata apishwa, my friend. Wacheni, we'll be here on Tuesday. Hata apishwa until kitu ifungwe vizuri. Those numbers, cooked numbers, will not happen in this country again, because we are back. And by the way, kuna mtu amesema na congratulatiwa. Nataka mtu anyambie one international person amemcongratulate, isipokuwa wale wa Afrika, and most of them ni wale wako nini, the corrupt of them that we have tainted. Hakuna, it will not happen. And we will not let it. We will fight it until mwisho. Baba will not fight. We will fight for him. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. Mama Selina upo? PK, if you're talking to us, your mic is mute.
Sorry, Bernard. I was open in many windows. So can I go?
Yeah, yes, you can go. As you wait for Mama Selina, when she comes, you give her the floor and then continue the conversation. Let me reach out to your night school teachers. Nione kama wata report in good time. Otherwise, thank you. Have a great one as we proceed. See you in another one kesho yake.
Asante Bernard. Mama Selina amefika, anaonekana ama bado anajipanga?
Hello?
Mama Selina, karibu. Utaongea ama bado unajiorganize? Hatukusikii vizuri Mama Selina, ama ni mimi? Mbali sana.
Songa karibu na mic. Kwa mbali. Unasikika lakini kwa mbali.
Hello?
Yes.
Anyway, what a difficult job. What a difficult.
Bado wako job. Haya, Voice, karibu sana. Tunakuona umekaribia kwenye mtandao wetu. Karibu. Tunaona Duke Omariba pia amekaribia kabisa. Sasa nitamuita Voice, una jambo la kusema? Karibu. Then from there we go to Duke.
Asante sana Stone PK. Asante. Hi Bernard. Thank you for your awesome contribution on the church perspective. church manenos. Yeah, I respect you, man of God. It's a very good submission on that, and then Martin Deto on yeah. Kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema by the way, Duke, hi Duke, Eli Omondi, Favor. Yeah. Kitu nilitaka kusema ni kuna venye mimi naangalia wase ni kama tungali bado tuna underestimate mtu anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Ni kama tunamuunderestimate sana. Yaani tunaangalianga ni kama ni zuzu fulani hivi. Nataka kuambia kitu moja, 10 years experience of a presidency is not university ama secondary school. Hiyo ni kitu ingine mnafaa kufikiria sana. Ufikirie sana. 10 years of presidency in any part of the world, in Africa, that is a high class knowledge. I lack word for that. Don't underestimate a president of 10 years experience. Never do that mistake. Msiwahi fanya hiyo makosa tafadhali. Ako na intelligence, alikuwa na watch everything that was happening at Bomas yesterday. Aliona kila kitu. Alikuwa na power za kustop hiyo fujo yote. Aliona kila kitu. Huyo msee mnamuunderestimate sana mpaka saa ingine naangalianga nacheka kwanza, nasema wa juu mi na foresee kama itaendelea hivyo, I foresee rival hiyo ya tangatanga na kieleweke ikiendelea bado. Yani I foresee measures za two presidents in Kenya, na hiyo mnajua nani ako na power kuliko mwingine. So msi underestimate Uhuru Kenyatta tafadhali. Tafadhali tunawaomba tu kwa unyenyekevu, don't underestimate that man called Uhuru Kenyatta. He is the president and he's still the president of this country. So for us to underestimate him, I think we are doing a very big mistake. Kuna point nataka kumake, but ningesubiri kwanza hiyo skuli yetu ya jioni. Sasa nataka kuna point kuna point fulani ningemake sana, but I think ni kama ningengoja kiasi nisikie maoni ya wananchi kidogo tu, nisikize alafu nitamake hizo point baadaye tukiendelea na conversation. But my point is straight kwa sasa, don't underestimate Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Don't do that mistake.
Point made.
Okay.
Sony PK, kazi kwako, over and out. Walimu wanakuja. Thank you.
Thank you Bernard. Voice umesema we should not underestimate the president of the Republic of Kenya. That's true. Hapo ni ukweli. Ni ukweli kabisa. Lakini hatujaona president kama Uhuru Kenyatta. On the other hand, ni mzuri mno. Yani unajua ile you are so beautiful, you are so nice, you are so godly, you are so everything. And in Africa tunajua when you are that, ndio unapakwa matope, unafanywa kila kitu, and ukicheza hata utafanywa duster. Is that what we want to see of a president? No. How you are so beautiful, so good, mpaka mtu anakuambia nenda ukaolewe huko, uzalishwe, uende maternity? No. Hata US, they don't insult their president that way. Unakuwa mzuri mpaka una watch a coup happening, reduce all the democracy that you have and you fight for, which you had. You witness such scenes kama ile ya pale Bomas. Yeah, you know what happened in America? We would say happened because the sitting president is the one who witnessed it happening. But I can imagine if Trump was the president and somebody else was doing that, or Biden was the president and somebody was, having people marching towards Capitol, it would have been different. What Uhuru witnessed, whether it was his style or anything, it's a goof. Yes, Mato, you have a point.
Stone, who told you Uhuru ni mpole?
Mimi najua ni mpole mimi mwenyewe.
Okay.
Stone PK.
And the reason nataka kuuliza hivyo, do you remember the first term and the second term?
Remember everything, si I'm a Kenyan.
Yeah. Uhuru si mpole. Uhuru, they always say, watch out for a silent man. Mtu amenyamaza, si wa kupiga kelele. Be very careful with somebody who does not actually talk much. That one is the one who can bite you hard when you don't even know how you got beat. Second term uliona venye alikaranga, alicheza na akacheza kaa yeye. Saizi unaweza dhani amenyamaza tu huko aongei. Let me tell you, I fear mtu amenyamaza more than mtu anapiganga kelele, because mtu anapiga kelele najua venye anafikiria. Mtu amenyamaza, I don't play with that one.
Thank you, Mato. Huyu amenyamaza ni tofauti. It is true. wale wamenyamaza ni wakali, lakini Uhuru si mkali. For the sake of progress, who else we want to welcome? Laban Misiani and Henry Stanley. I see who came first. Laban Misiani. But one moment, there was a hand raised by Voice. Voice, say what you want to say, then we invite Misiani.
Yeah, kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia Martin Ndeto. Martin Ndeto amesema kitu kingine pale very strong. Anasema fanya ange na mtu anaongea ananyamaza instead of kuongea. Naangalia kitu kama method ya Joseph Kabila Uhuru anafanya sahihi. Hiyo method ni ya kukaa kimya na kuangalia hivi kama kondoo nafikiria ni kondoo but ni simba mbaya sana. William Samoei Ruto aliprepare hii kitu for a long time. That's all ana control social media. Ame create fake accounts za kila mtu mwenye ako kwa government. Akona fake accounts za ma-CS wote. Akona fake accounts watu wote wa Azimio akona fake accounts zao. So anaweza post anything on their behalf. Akona fake account ya Oburu Odinga, akona fake accounts mpaka ya Raila mwenyewe. Na hizi fake accounts walizi create ziko na followers because bloggers wako na tactics za kufanya hizo stuff zote. So kuna venye walikuwa nacheza na minds za watu, especially unafikiria kuna watu walikuwa na create tension. Mwenye alikuwa na create tension actually ni Ruto Samuel. Alikuwa anataka watu afilio tension kwanza, juu watu waogope. But CNT government haijui. Sahi venye Martin Ndeto amesema hapo, unaona kesho, si leo Raila aliongea, kesho kuna kitu itakuwa unveil. Kesho kutwa kingine itakuwa unveil. So hizi siku zinakaa hapa hivi, kuna vitu zitakuwa nakuwa unveil one by one. Ruto anajua vizuri hata kwa president. Anajua vizuri, nakwambia ukweli, anajua vizuri hata apishwa. Lakini ana take advantage kuna game fulani sitaki kuiunveil sasa, sitaki kusema hiyo kitu. Nataka kuisema but nainyamazia. Nikisema hiyo kitu kuna kitu sitaki kusema but anajua vizuri. Stone PK, take this from me. William Ruto anajua hata kwa president wa Kenya. Anajua poa sana. That's one he's very much. That's why akona hiyo bado anaonyesha I am. Na jana ukifuata hiyo interview ya after amekuwa declared, umeangalia venye ndo alikuwa anaji-interview, anasema I want it from this lady. No, let this listen for that. Let's listen for this young man. Yani anakuonyesha I am the man. I run the show here. It's about me. Umse yani alini nice sana. Na anajua vizuri niko na muda kidogo sana nafaa kuitumia poa. Na any time yake ya kushine. Na haita last for long. For real. Mkataya ama mkubali ni sawa. Kuna tu kitu moja ni that disagree na Martin Ndeto about neza disagree but kuna percentage of truth ndani yake ya governor wa Machakos kukua mall in ODA or whatever. Martin Ndeto kuna point of disagree na wewe hapo because mi najua sahi it's very impossible that UDA yote iko clean hakuna mall, ama Azimio yote iko clean hakuna mall. Politics doesn't work that way. Politics za Africa ni zile ziko control na one philosophy, na hiyo philosophy ndio ina control dunia nzima, na hiyo philosophy ni ya the Greek philosophy, the Democrata philosophy, Socrata, Aristotle, Platon. Zile philosophy bado ndio zinatuongoza mpaka sasa. So I foresee intelligence ya Kenya musi underestimate, please. Please. Naomba tena for the second time, musi underestimate ati UDA iko so clean, hakuna mtu mwenye anajua information about what is going on, hakuna nini. Hizo ujinga zote naangalianga za kina Chirchir za dini, naangalianga nikisema yani muna underestimate a full government. No. I know power, my brothers and sisters. I understand power. I know what power means. I know power. Power, 1 second in power means a lot. 1 second. Not even a minute. So please, hiyo kusema fulani ni mall kule kwa UDA, anajua kitu anafanya. Najua there are the true malls there. But wako hivi wamenyamaza. Na hawatakuwa so loud, wamenyamaza. Wameangalia hiyo game venye inaenda. This is not a short time game. It's a long term game. Yenye hai view to 2022. By the way, musifikirie hii ni game ya 2022. Never. Game ya 2022 isha. Iliisha kitambo sana. Na sione a way that ati kama ikifika hiyo noma ya kusema wame sense danger, ni kama kabisa kama Ruto anaweza kabisa wa shake, utaona vitu zenye zitakuwa shavet. Na intelligence haiko NIS, intelligence haiko NIS. Let me just tell you, intelligence ni army. So watu wanafikiria NIS intelligence, I don't know, there is above all that things. That's why hawezi prove sahi kusema unajua hata sisi tuko na intelligence. Kila party itakwambia hivi. Of course kila chawa inaweza kwambia, hata kila kunguni inaweza kwambia we have intelligence and we have this, but that is not power. Power is something else. So acha Ruto enjoy yaka time kake the name of so-called president elect, and that's why ukiangalia president wenye wako mature sasa alikuwa anatuma message mtu kama madamu wa Tanzania haku congratulate Ruto. Alisema hivi, I congratulate the people of Kenya. I congratulate the people of Kenya for maintaining peace. I don't look forward to work with William Samoei, but to work with the brothers and sisters of the Republic of Kenya. For announcing William Samoei Ruto, not for electing. So soma zile statement vizuri sana uta understand. Hakuna any congratulation message yenye ko very yani ukisoma vizuri, tufungue mind. Stone PK, asante sana, nitaongea baadaye.
Unajua voice kabla uende voice, nilikuwa nasema wacha Ruto ende enjoy second term yake. Unajua kwa second term hataweza run tena. Ya kwanza alifanya Uhuru akienda ICC, ya pili ndio haka kadogo amepata, lakini hata sijui kataenda wapi.
Duke. No, Duke. Duke, ni Misiani then Duke. Sorry. Duke, Misiani came before Duke. Misiani.
Okay, asante bana Stone PK. Na kwanza ningesema kwamba hakuna mtu mwenye yuko Kenya ama ako outside Kenya na alikuwa interested na mambo ya uchaguzi ambayo imefanyika, ambaye hajui kwamba huu ulikuwa very closely contested election. It's on record. Tume ambayo ilikuwa inaandaa huu uchaguzi handled a very closely contested election carelessly. Carelessly in a way, even the opinion polls zilikuwa zinaonyesha that close contest. So mtu yeyote mwenye anajua hapa hakuna clear winner, na mpaka inafikia mahali ambapo tunakuwa na division kwa commissioners wenyewe, huyo mtu kitu yenye anaweka ni just a recipe for post-election violence and chaos yenye number one, rais wa nchi ya Kenya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the former prime minister. In fact, kama sio hao wanaume wawili, Kenya saizi ingekuwa something else. Ndio nataka nirudi hapa ni kubaliane na Mr. Ford kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta is a true president mwenye aliyemchagua ni hayati mzee Daniel Arap Moi, ambaye wakati aliangalia carefully kwa cabinet na bunge yake yote akaona huyo ndiye angekuwa rais. Na Mungu aiweke roho yake mahali pema peponi, kwa sababu until aingie kwa kaburi alisema hata William Ruto asikuje kumuona hata hospitalini. And that one happened. But watu wanasherekea ushindi wa William Ruto. What is that? Hiyo inafaa kuwa jehanamu, si Kenya. So unaweza angalia hiyo contrast, na kama wewe ni supporter wa William Ruto, uulize kwamba mtu mwenye alikunacha akikukataa, mtu mwenye unataka kusucceed akukatae, then utuambie kwamba utaongoza nchi na hiyo nchi uiweke katika ramani ya dunia. Speech ya Raila Odinga leo nilisikiza, well structured, a statesman mwenye anajua kitu yenye anaongea kuhusu kitu yenye imefanyika na imefanyika kwake, lakini anaongea juu ya peace, vile atafuata katiba kufuata mambo ambayo yamefanyika. In fact, kama sio hayo mambo yote yanaendelea kufanyika, Raila Odinga ako na followers wenye right from 2007 mpaka 2022 amecontest. Inakuanga very contest, ingine inakuwa ni kitu yenye inakuwa nullified mpaka kwa mahakama. Hiyo inaonyesha nini? Huyo mtu ako na followers. Si mtu utasimama pale useme vile unataka na uende. So hiyo isipowezekana, na ikiwa kwamba ukweli ni kama William Ruto atakuwa rais wa Kenya, an issue of secession inaonekana hapa very clearly, na iweze kosa kufanyika kwa sababu before we had Sudan, lakini sasa tuko na South Sudan. Hiyo itakuwa fact, kwa sababu hawezi kuwa na running mate ambaye tayari ni convicted criminal ambaye ameiba kutoka mfuko wa serikali. Huyo ndio mnataka muongoze na yeye wananchi wa Kenya, alafu muwawekee pesa kwa mfuko na yeye amejaza mifuko yako. Anyway, mimi sitaongea mengi. Hayo yenye yanaonekana hata mtoto mdogo anaweza angalia na aseme this is wrong, this is right. Wale wengine wenye wataenda of that contrary wako na their opinion, lakini majority will have their way. Asanteni.
Thank you Bwana Misiani. Tamkaribisha Duke, it's your time.
Good evening, good morning. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank Raila Odinga for using or committing to use the constitutional means to resolve the conflicts. So he has proved most of you wrong. Most of you were trying to say that we should not go to court, we should use unconstitutional ways to resolve the conflicts. So I want to thank you for doing that. And commenting on the rejection of the result, it's a good thing. actually going to court strengthens democracy. It strengthens institutions. Was it not the outcome of 2017 court proceedings? This election was to be having more issues, more chaos, and more confrontations, more than what we have witnessed. But because of the clarification of the previous court case, despite the fact that it was not 100% accurate, the IEBC and other stakeholders were sure of the protocols and the procedures to be followed. It is now more about whether the protocols or the procedures were accurately followed. And we are talking, we will actually, the evidence will be focusing more on accuracy of data and transmission, but the right mechanisms, the right methods, the right procedures have been used, as opposed to 2017 one, where the best for the procedures were not followed. And as far as I'm concerned, I felt that William Ruto won, for the simple reason that I don't feel that with the presence of Uhuru Kenyatta and the intelligence, the security, it will be just that easy for the one William Ruto to infiltrate the system without having those key infrastructures for you to do that. And in any instance, the person who will be successful in trying to interfere with the election process is actually the person with the instrument of power. So there are only two options. If William Ruto successfully rigged, as most of you are saying, then there are only two approaches to that. One, maybe he has consolidated instrument of power more than Uhuru Kenyatta. That's one approach. Or number two, the one Uhuru Kenyatta was not genuine and maybe supporting Raila Odinga. It was a game. It was a choreographed affair where maybe he will appear that he is supporting Raila Odinga, but behind he was supporting William Ruto. That may be a fact to some extent. And I'm very sure I'm a kind of person who actually faces the reality and the facts. And I'm very sure that this case will not be successful because of the accuracy. For me, I feel that this result is very accurate. For instance, results are not manufactured at the Bomas of Kenya by the IEBC chairman. The constitution is clear that what is declared at the polling stations, it is final. So the actual voting, the actual counting, which matters who wins, it's at the polling station. And CHEBUKATI has no mandate, or not or even the commission, they have no mandate to change that. And that was clarified, that what is in Form 34A can only be altered or changed by a court of law. And most of you have been trying to say that what is appearing in the IEBC portal has been adjusted, or that's not true, because immediately on 9th August at 10 p.m. Kenyan time, there was a time where in 30 minutes, like 36,000 from 34A were submitted into the portal. That's an indication that those forms were being submitted simultaneously from different parts of Kenya. And actually, we are told that that system, it just gives each polling station one attempt to submit. So if a wrong form was submitted, it cannot be pulled down. So it remains stale. And as most of Azimio agents were claiming that there was tampering which was taking place at Bomas of Kenya, it's false, because from that 4A and from that 4P, they are finalized from the tallying stations. Then they are electronically captured, and then you come with that form. So actually the verification which takes place is that they are trying to check whether the physical forms are original by maybe scanning to check off the security features. Number two, by comparing the results within from that 4A, which is physical, and that one which has been electronically captured. And considering that all from that 4As, they are actually reflecting what is in from that 4P. If you actually take like one constituency and just take 2 polling stations or 3 polling stations, then to compare what's appearing in the form, that 4P. And I'm very sure even Raila, the Honorable Raila, knows that he cannot win this case. What he's trying to say is it's a political strategy. You know, when you're a politician, you don't say that I have been defeated. That's like trying to consolidate your support. So that's a political strategy, trying to unify your support and trying to be politically relevant so that you can continue to enjoy that political support from your backyard. Finally, there was some issue about the 0.01%, which is that if you add the results of the 4, that it comes to 100.01%, and actually there is no mistake in that. It should be like that because remember the results were rounded up to 2 decimal places. So for instance, you take now if you calculate the percentage into 3 decimal places, you find that William Ruto was having 50.489. So when you round up to 2 decimal places, you see that 1 has been added to this 9, so that it makes the 8 into 9. So maybe if you have 4%, if you are rounding figures into 20, if you have 284, then you round down, it means you have eliminated that 4. But if you have maybe 286, so you have like add 4 decimals for it to be into 1. So if there was, due to rounding up into 2 figures, 0.001 was added to Ruto, 0.01 was added to Raila, 0.04 was added to the other 2. So if you add 0.004 plus 0.004 plus 0.001 plus 0.0, then it comes to that 0.001, which is in excess. So that's not a mistake at all. So that is my submission.
Duke, you really amuse me. Which mathematics is this? I hear you are an engineer, but okay. Thank you, Duke. Thank you for your contribution. Ellie, I will not comment on Duke's submission. Ellie, you had your hand raised. Then we have Nisiani.
Oh.
I mean, Duke, you are ridiculous, really.
Duke, thanks for that bit of comedy, you know. I wanted to take you seriously from the beginning, but you've actually made me laugh. I was sad, but you made me laugh. So thanks for the comedy. You should be featuring at the Edinburgh Festival. They do comedy there every August. I think you'll get a straight ticket there. But on a serious level, I want to ask you one question about the 4 so-called rebels of IEBC, 4 commissioners, without looking at their background or any shenanigans about this one here is a friend of that one, Sijui Uhuru Kenyatta gazetted their appointments, blah, blah, blah. I want to ask you this simple question. Why would they go and issue a press statement if they think the election was not flawed. Thank you.
Okay, Duke, answer that.
One, the accurate answer is actually that I don't know, because I was not there at Bomas. I don't know the issues they are raising. But what I can actually give my comment, and my comment is this.
Duke, I think for sake of time, the answer would be no. So don't give a comment on a no. Or Odhiambo, do you need the comment on a
But
no?
he asked me what's my take. What's my take on that?
But you said you don't know. Am I heard you wrong? When you don't know, how do you give us a comment on what you don't know?
No, we are here, we are giving opinions. Nobody actually ignores the 100% facts. So we are just giving individual
If the panels feel they want to know what you don't know, that's okay. For me, okay. Go ahead. Tell them what you don't know about it.
One, as per what they were saying that they were not involved in the verification process. That's one of the issues they were raising. And number two, they said that
that is wrong, Duke. Don't misguide the panel. They did not say they were not involved. And I think the panelists here also followed. Please, we are told to be a bit accurate.
That one, actually, they said that. That one was
No. We can replay that, please. Let's not propagate. They did not say they were not. They were even reading results, Duke. Why are we distorting? They were reading results in turn, but they explained where the point of departure was. If you didn't follow Duke, wacha kuchanganya hapa tafadhali. Yeah? Let's be a bit accurate, please. They know, but there is a point of departure. Please. Anybody else who can help me in this? Because I don't want Duke to feel like I'm the one marching him. Yeah. They never denied, but they said there is a point of departure where things went haywire, and that is where now UDA people, they are trying to beat that point. It became dark at a certain point, and you can involve me from point one. We are walking 10 kilometers. We are together mpaka kilomita 8. Tukienda 9 unanidunga kisu kwa mgongo, or I see you preparing to get a sword to kill me. That is what happened.
I'm saying that in that 2% they were not involved. So that can mean that they were not involved in the verification. Maybe if they walked out when the outcome, maybe the tallying and verification was at 95%, then it means they were not involved in that 5%. That makes sense. But for me, it is what should be the way forward. Maybe I'm convinced that the results at the polling stations are final. That's the constitution. What they should have raised is that the results from given polling stations are not accurate, or they are different from the forms, with accuracy and specificity, so that we can be able to see, for instance, in polling station A, from 34A, which is captured electronically, and this which has been submitted as different figures. So I'm not getting out the accuracy of their issues. Well, because actually what should happen in Bomas of Kenya is simply adding the from 34A, just addition. They are not supposed to change anything, or to, if in issues where there is maybe disparities, they actually note that, and it's the court which should interpret or give direction on how that should be altered. But I don't expect that results should be manufactured or changed in Bomas. So I don't know. So I'm not sure. I'm not accurate or convinced, or where is the issue?
Thank you, Duke. That is what you should say. You actually have no idea what the issue is, because you are not in Bomas. You are somewhere working, and you cannot be able to say what you are going on is what is supposed to happen. And at Bomas, there is also tallying. Okay, there is verification. You look at these figures and this from all those forms. That's why they are put together, and then they are announced on Form 34C. Aya, tuende mbele. Thank you, Duke, for that. Nani mwingine? Somebody who has not Dan, I think came. Haki na Dan, who came first?
Dan.
Okay. Aya, Dan chukua.
I came first. Okay. Even if I was a UDA supporter, which I'm not, but I want to speak honestly. Duke, you cannot say that the results are accurate. I think even that will not be a bone of contention when it goes to the court, because clearly there's no accuracy in whatever was read by CHEBUKATI. So I think politely, what your argument is somehow very vague. But anyway, I want to agree with you on something, some analogy you said about Uhuru Kenyatta. The fact that he's very silent like this, and perhaps what you want to mean, is it voice, is that he's going to act now when already the child has already been delivered. There is this narrative that they were playing Baba the whole time. I think that has some sense. It has some sense because his silence is unprecedented. There is no way he could have left this process to reach at this point, and then you want to act. Where we at the judiciary is 50-50. You never know. And I'm sure if, assuming that it is true, and perhaps it's true, that William Ruto did a lot of planning and a lot of meticulous rigging, I'm sure he knew that Baba was going to the Supreme Court. So he must have, again, infiltrated the judiciary also, perhaps, and most likely. There is no way he could have done all this work and just left the judiciary like that. So it might be true that they might be playing Mzee so that they take him home once and for all. But I hope it's not that way. Well, let's wait and see what happens.
I think that is far from the truth.
One moment, let's go systematically. One moment, boys, I'll give you a chance. Unless you want to rebut that. Yes, voice, and then we have Haki, Mesiani. No, voice.
All right, thank you, Stone Piki. Mr. Dan, I understand your fear, and I understand your ideology, and nakuelewa, naelewa uko very straight na uko, but hii ni Afrika na hii ni dunia tunaishi, alafu kuna zile kuna tofauti ya reality na truth. So realities ziko mingi, there are so many kind of realities zenye tuna undergo through, but after that unajua sisi wananchi ndio tunakuanga wa mwisho kuanza kujua kumbe kulikuwa hivi, so hizo patapotea games zote at the end of the day zitaisha. But what I want to rebut on what you have just said, ni sawa, the 50 doubt zinaweza kuwa ati mbona ni kama mzee anachezwa, lakini mimi kwa side yangu sina hiyo doubt, kwa sababu I know for certain that the only man that Uhuru can trust right now is Raila Odinga, and that's the only man mwenye amemtoa kwa hizo blackmail za Ruto, because there is a long term blackmail of William Samoei Ruto towards Uhuru Kenyatta that was going on since 2015 actually. Since our two were breaking up 2015 if I'm not wrong. So they came back together, but not that together. In 2017, when they were coming again the second term, but hawakuwa pamoja. They were just pamoja kwa kamera nini things. Hata hiyo tuko pamoja things, you saw all the dramas and things. So kitu naweza kusema ni I don't believe and I don't buy that all this time Uhuru was playing Raila. That's what people are saying, yes, but people will remain people and the truth will remain the truth. So let's not speculate on the people things that Uhuru anacheza Raila. Hiyo kitu sioni. Alafu kitu ingine Dan, don't underestimate mtu mmoja pia hapo kwa ukiangalia vizuri venye Kalonzo alikame back kwa Azimio. Do you know what happened for him to come back? Of course he had all the time to take his decision, kusema aende kabisa, na alikuwa anajua akatake the whole week. Si eti alikuwa anafikiria venye alikuwa anasema, no. Alikuwa anaongea na wase. Na of course William Ruto alikuwa anajua nikipata Kalonzo ndio hivyo. But kuna some truth yengine ya mtu mwenye underestimate ni Martha Wangari Karua. Si eti ilikuwa decision ya Raila peke yake yeye kukuwa deputy president ama kukuwa running mate wa Raila. I don't buy that. That ilikuwa decision ya Raila peke yake. Mr. Nunua hiyo. Kunafaa kuwa a serious game, na si game ya 2022 peke yake. Ni a long term game. This is not a game of 2022 because kulingana na mimi game ya 2022 ishaisha. Sahi ni Ruto ana beat. Of course hawezi kubali kushindwa tu ati nimeshindwa tu kama mwanamke. Venye anasemanga yeye si mwanamke kwa wapigangi wanawake. Narrative zake ni zile zile. He's a fighter and I admire him. He's a true fighter. He's a politician mwenye akona tactics zake za kufight. Yeni kuja tuchapane hapa kwa hapa. Lakini kuna wale politician wenye wamekomaa kama Uhuru Kenyatta, wale wase wanakaanga kwa ma big tables za wase wenye wako na minds. Nimesema hapa some few minutes ago or some few hours ago, nikasema we will be doing wrong on reasoning that we may underestimate Uhuru Kenyatta with his 10 years on power, 10 years experience of a presidency. Not a small country. The door of Africa. Kenya is the door of Africa. Kenya hawakuna resources. Kenya haiko very rich. The only thing that Kenya has is the door of Africa. That's what I know. The only thing that Kenya has is the fact that Kenya is the door of Africa. So don't underestimate Uhuru Kenyatta. He's actually one of the most powerful presidents in Africa. Powerful man. I will rest my case. Ndagi kitu ingine maybe kitu but sitakubali ati amecheza.
Haya, sasa tuende kwa mitihani.
On that issue ya Uhuru kucheza Raila, nafikiria tunacheza sisi, ndio tunaitumia kama kitu ya kuongea, tucheke, to waste time, kwa sababu mimi nitaiona kwa njia tofauti, lakini nitai-explain kidogo. Uhuru mamake mpaka ametusiwa na wafuasi wa William Ruto moja kwa moja. Wengine ni wale akisema utasema kwamba huyo ni William Ruto ameongea. So kuna kitu ambacho hata ukisema unafaa uiseme ukiwa unaiangalia na uangalie vizuri, italete ile sababu yenye imefanya ukaiongea. Pili, katika kamati za bunge baada ya handshake, kuna watu walikuwa chair wa hizo kamati za bunge. waliondolewa kwa sababu ya handshake, mpaka wengine walilalamika wakasema handshake ndio iliharibu the big four agenda. Hiyo inaweza kuwa ni kumchezea kweli? Anaweza tumia hizo vitu zote na kubadilisha sehemu zingine katika ofisi za serikali kwa sababu anachezea mwingine? I doubt. Lakini for a loving matter tunaweza iongea tu hivyo, but iko na serious impact. Jambo la lingine ningetaka nikwambie Duke, kuna kitu yenye ulisema eti maybe William Ruto alikuwa na consultated instrument of power than the president. Unajua hii contribution imekuanga ikitumika kama propaganda, na genuinely mimi huwa naiita ni propaganda, kwa sababu hiyo propaganda ilikuwa ya kuundo your boss. Kwa sababu hii ni siasa, watu wako katika siasa, so unatumia ile propaganda alafu unapata kwamba umepata points out of it. Na hiyo William Ruto ndiye ako na hiyo machinery. Lakini hiyo for sure, nataka ni kuelezea vizuri kidogo Duke. Hii hate ya Raila Odinga iko na watu wachache, si wengi. Watu wengi huwa wanaitumika kuifuel, na maybe watu wengine wanaichukua out of their, maybe na nisitumie hilo jina lichukuliwe vibaya, kwa sababu ya feelings maybe of their girlfriends ama their relatives, alafu wanaileta kwa public. Raila Odinga is a statesman mwenye ako na heshima yake, and especially kwa watu ambao wako young, wanafaa kuiga mfano wake, sio kumkashifu. Ako na age mates wake wanafaa kumkashifu. Ni mtu ambaye amejiendelesha kihistoria na kisiasa. Lakini wakati utaangalia umri wako, halafu uwe unatumia neno ni kama la kejeli kwa kiongozi wa haiba hiyo, mimi unajua mengine sitayasema, huwa yanajirudia, kwa sababu hiyo mchezo ya kikabila ambayo watu wengine huwa wanataka kuitumia kwa panel si mzuri, kwa sababu Kenya iko na historia na mahali imetoka between these two communities. Uhuru Kenyatta used his own wisdom to make sure that bridge that gap, na amejaribu cross, na sio kwa hiyo jamii peke yake. After 2007 post-election violence, he used the same kuunganisha hizo communities mbili, ndio Kenya na watu wa Kenya wawe kama kitu kimoja. Lakini baada ya hiyo unapata kwamba watu wengine wanakuja wanafanya mchezo na hiyo geographical whatever yenye imeundwa politically, inakuwa wrong, kwa sababu tuko na mahali tunaenda. Tutaendelea kuchangia vile mambo mengine yataendelea.
Thank you, Msiani, for your cautionary comment. Haya, sasa hapo nitamuita Dan. Richi, karibu, nimekuona. Kaa standby. Haya, Dan.
I think nimeongea tu saizi tu.
Nilikuwa nimeona ni kama umeinua mkono. Pole. All right.
Hapana.
Haya. Eli Omondi, and then Bwana Makiadi, you can take over after Eli. Everyone has at least ameongea, ametoa mchakato, lakini sasa unaweza kufuata baada ya Eli, iende hivyo. Don't PK, boys, Dan, Laban, D. Karibu Eli.
Thank you, Stony PK. I just wanted to add on to what Laban has said. I think this rumor or theory that Uhuru Kenyatta was playing Raila is just a sideshow, because even at what personal level, where the spouses of those two were not even shaking hands at a function, at a public function. You know, that's something serious has happened between these two at a personal level and at the public level. So Uhuru Kenyatta seems to be a very practical rather than ideological person, whereas Ruto is very Republican, very conservative in nature. He is going to fall out with a lot of people based on his solid ideological ways. You know, he's very strong on ideology of you know, it's too traditional, William Ruto. Ndio maana unapata hata kwa hiyo question ya religion anaweza kuongea vibaya na Waislamu wako hapo wanasikia. He thinks that he can say anything because he believes in what he believes in, right? So anyway, I don't think that Uhuru Kenyatta, as for all this time, Duke been planning to play that theory. Robert Alai was one of those bloggers who were unleashing that theory way before the elections, somewhere last year, that Raila Odinga and others have to watch Uhuru, that this is a game. How can it be a game when, for example, let's take the journey that William Ruto was planning to take to Uganda at some point last year, and the immigration department in Nairobi prevented him from flying at Wilson Airport. Uhuru is in charge of the government, and he stops his deputy from flying to Uganda just across the road. So all this, you can't see it as a to subject us to that theory that Uhuru was doing something sinister to Raila Odinga. Uhuru has had a big problem with his deputy even before they joined hands together. They had trouble even when they were KANU officials, when Uhuru Kenyatta was leader of KANU. And as you know, William Ruto had massive problems with Daniel Arap Moi. So that transition at that time, even though Ruto keeps yapping on about how he helped, he campaigned for Uhuru in 2002, these people have had their own big battle for a long time, for the longest time, because in a way, Ruto justifiably believes that Uhuru is of a different class, of a power elite that he does not belong to. So he has this kind of fear or sentiment that he was being pushed aside by Uhuru and his... if Ruto was working with, say, Kibaki at president and deputy level, Ruto would have said, wale watu wa Muthaiga Golf Club. So in a way, he's looking at Uhuru Kenyatta in that format, yeah? So that relationship was never going to happen. All those red ties, they threw them after a few weeks. There was nothing matching in their partnership. So I don't think that the handshake, so-called handshake brothers, fell out because of a game between Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. That's just my take. But for you guys who are on the ground, you might have better ideas about that. Thank you.
Haya bwana Matiadi, usukani ni wako, welcome.
Thank you Stony PK, unanisikia?
Kabisa, loud and clear.
Maridadi, asante sana. Thank you. Like I continue emphasizing that kioska tufungi. Hii si kama ile ilikuwa inazunguka Mount Kenya ikafungwa siku ya uchaguzi. So Kwanza acha niwasalimie nyote na over almost 600 people who are watching us right now live as we discuss the issues affecting our nation. I want to first of all begin from where my brother Eli stopped. And I think there's one important issue that we try to overlook, and this is the issue of the handshake. Uhuru Kenyatta himself said that the handshake was not about succession politics. And he made it very clear that him coming together with Raila Odinga had nothing to do with politics. I think we are trying to paint a narrative that UDA has been trying to push for a very long time, that Uhuru Kenyatta's relationship with Raila Odinga was all about succession. But both of them have come out clearly and said that they came together because of the greater good of the nation, peace and stability. And it's true that since they shook their hands outside Harambee House, we have not had any political turmoil. We have not had any political instability in our country. And moving forward from the handshake, I think there has been a greater relationship in terms of the government being assisted to push its policies with the other half of the legislature that decided to stick with Uhuru Kenyatta. So when I look in the social media and other places and I hear people saying Raila amechezwa, I wonder where these people are reading from. Uhuru Kenyatta restrained himself from campaigning for Raila Odinga. He has never gone outside there and campaigned directly. All he has done is go out there, open development projects and tell people that you should be careful with the choices that you're going to make as pertains to the upcoming election. And he has warned these people, not once, not twice, but several times, that the consequences that you make in the upcoming election, you will be living with that for the rest of your life. And people said, we have you are no longer our kingpin, we have our votes, you have your own vote, kura yako ni moja. And we have lived knowing that Uhuru Kenyatta akona kura moja, Duke. So at what point does it reach whereby Uhuru Kenyatta did not deliver for Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya? At what point does it reach that Uhuru Kenyatta played Raila Odinga? Uhuru Kenyatta said he has only one vote, and that vote, nobody knows who he cast it for because it was a secret ballot. And I believe that we as people who support Raila Odinga should not fall for these narratives that are being thrown everywhere in social media. We did our best, and I always say that we did our best, but maybe our best was not enough. Again, as to whether the election was stolen or not, the Supreme Court, I believe, will decide that in the coming few days or few weeks. Now, UDA win, the UDA win. I've never seen, mimi sijaiona mtu anashinda alafu anakuja kulia. I mean, it's just one day. I expected watu wa wanaitana nyama weekend, waende wachome mbuzi wakule wakisherehekea ushindi yao. Duke, I did not even expect to see you here. Ukikuja kulalamika juu ya 0.01%. I mean, you won the election. Why are you here again questioning why commissioners are rebelling against the decision that was made by CHEBUKATI? CHEBUKATI made his decision with the other 3 commissioners, I believe 2 or 3. He said, William Ruto, 2 commissioners, right, David? He said, William Ruto is the president-elect. And all of us, mkitaka muende kotini. And everybody knew that the next step ya kuenda ni kotini. Sasa, again, kwa social media, mumeanza kurusha narrative. Mi naona mnaeka mpaka picha ya Joho na huyo Madam Chair Lady at this is a girlfriend. My friend, you cannot paint everybody bad because they do not support you. Even Uhuru Kenyatta tukienda kwa social media, tutapull picha ya Uhuru Kenyatta wakiwa wameshikana mkono na William Ruto. Do you mean that William Ruto was being supported by Uhuru Kenyatta then? We have even seen pictures of CHEBUKATI holding hands with William Ruto. Do you want us to say then CHEBUKATI was supporting William Ruto? That narrative that UDA chooses to pick and throw out there so that they may delude, they may force some form of delusion just to make people believe their own kind of narrative and stories, will not live for a long time. If that lady was appointed there due to her connections to whoever she knew, that's up to her. She went through the vetting process. She was appointed just like Chebukati was appointed. She went through the committee in parliament. Kama mulijua ni rafiki ya Joho, kwa nini hamkukataa siku hiyo? Why do you want to tell us sasa ati mlikuwa mnajua ni rafiki ya Joho ndio maana ameenda kando? That is BS. That's BS. So these kind of narratives that are being thrown out there, wachana na yeye kama amesema ya kwamba hakubaliani na matokeo yenye ametangaza, it is her own right. She's a party to the commission. She has her own vote. She has her own voice. We cannot curtail people. We cannot choose people that we decide to curtail. And that is what is happening right now. Let UDA celebrate their win. We will allow you to celebrate your win because you've worked so hard. Let us mourn in peace because we lost an election that we believe was not fairly decided for us. So you guys trying to push a narrative here and there just to make sure that people that don't conform to your ideology look bad is very, very unfair. And some of these narratives that you push are the narratives that make people even feel like they cannot work for, you know, commissions like the IEBC and all that. Because if we go back to the history of Chebukati and William Ruto, we know their friendship, but we decided just to work with him the way he is. Unfortunately, this issue of the 2022 elections will be decided by the Supreme Court. Whether you win or not, that is another decision that will be made by somebody else. So give us a break. Wacheni yule mama aongee ile kitu anataka. Kama hajafurahia na matokeo, wacha aende akisema. When she offers the press statements kila wakati or whatever, that's up to her. She's a Kenyan. Your freedom does not prevent somebody else from speaking. Hata yeye akona freedom za kuongea kama wewe mwenyewe. Nimeona video leo ya kanisa. Hii ya kanisa hata sitaki kuongea sana. Watu wamesema kwamba mtu yeyote anapinga kuchaguliwa kwa William Ruto ni mtu wa shetani. Ati William Ruto amechaguliwa na Mungu. Ni sawa sawa. 10 years ago mlituambia the dynamic duo walichaguliwa na Mungu. Look at our economy right now. Look at the public debt right now. Look at the standard of living right now. And towards the end, somebody was clever enough to disassociate himself from the government that was God chosen. He went another path, he went to another path and decided now that he's going also to use the church to anoint himself as the leader. And I like the way the church does this, because the church is the first one to come out and say this was about prayers. I wonder what kind of judgment they use to distinguish who is a good prayer warrior and who is not a prayer warrior, who prays to God and who doesn't pray to God. But the church has come out, it has said William Ruto was chosen by God. Well, we'll leave that to them. We'll live to tell that story another day. After some time, then you will hear the same church coming out and saying there's something wrong with this government. Then we'll ask you, when you're saying this person was anointed by God, where did you get that information from? That is about the church. I don't want to go far about talking about what the church and politics in Kenya is doing to our society and our trust in matters church and state. Now, UDA, this video that I was talking about was Oscar Sudi. I think you have all seen Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi is like a mouthpiece of William Ruto. If you want to understand what William Ruto is thinking, listen to what Oscar Sudi is saying. So Oscar Sudi has posted a video saying that tunawajua, nyinyi watu wa Citizen, nyinyi watu wa NTV, nyinyi watu sijui wa nini. I'll play that video here when if I find it today. And they said, Baba tulia, hatuna shida na wewe. They have no problem with Raila Odinga. Lakini wamesema the haves, wale wako nazo. And he went further. almost mentioning Uhuru Kenyatta by name and the family. And these people have their person as a president-elect. He has not been sworn into office. He's just a person who has been declared a president-elect. So my fellow Kenyans, I want to ask you, are you afraid of the Kenya that you're going to live on? Are you afraid of the Kenya that you're going to live in? If not, then you should be scared. Because I was looking at the list of the people that will probably be wielding power or, getting the big appointments in the coming government if William Ruto is declared the winner by the Supreme Court. We are looking at people who have no respect for the courts, people who are filled with corruption cases, people who, I can go on and on and on. But what this guy called Sudi said today is a representation of the government that we are going to have probably in the next few years. And sometimes when I look at all these things that are happening, I say, I think, Baba, we owe you enough respect for the fight that you fought for us. It is time for people to eat what they sow. Mimi hata ningeulizwa ningesema, Baba, umetufanyia kazi hiyo miaka yote, umepigania democracy and all that. We have not appreciated, some of us have not appreciated what you've done for our country. I think it is time for you to take a break and relax. Wachana na watu wakule ujeuri yao. Wachana na watu wakule ujeuri yao. So that we will have another discussion after a few years and ask ourselves then, did we do the right thing for our country? Maybe from there, we will start voting with our brains and not with our stomachs. Wacha nipatiane nafasi watu wengine watoe maoni kidogo pia, and then we will go around. Voice dakika moja nimeona mkono, alafu tuende Duke dakika moja, then we can go to Daudi.
Thank you Makiadi, Mwana Mboka. So kuna kitu fulani Dana ameniuliza kwa private chat na umemention kitu ya Sudi, hata nimekumbuka. Duke, hawa si wa UDA bado wako na uoga, hata hawajui wako na power kulingana na mimi. Tweets zao ni kama wana campaign bado. So these people are still campaigning kulingana na mimi na kulingana na kitu na understand. Dan usipani katio UDA wako already a step, wako already na presidency, wako hizo ni propaganda. So hata kama Makiada anasema ati president ati Raila angerelax angefanya nini. Now this guy is doing his this is a father of democracy, of course, and you a leader, you are once a leader when you find something when you can die for, not when you find something that you can live for. Ruto, I think he finds something that he can live for, but for Raila, he finds something that he can die for, and he's ready to die for that. That's why this guy is dead. He's dead to himself. Raila is dead. He's not he died long time ago to himself. That's why he sacrificed his family. He went to detention. All you can talk about many things. So people wenye wako sure. Mimi sijawahi ona Bill Gates ana brag akisema ana post ati ona niko na pesa ndio hizi hapa. When you have it, you don't have time to say that. Oh, Matiangi, we fulani, wewe Citizen. All those shenanigans are the true indicators that tunaogopa bado. We still worried. We don't know what will happen after. So bado wanacheza tule tuma game lakini unaona wale wazee wamenyamaza, wametulia. So Duke, tulia. Na venye Makiada anasema mbona uko hapa? Si ungeenda celebrate? Una count everything. Si ungekuwa kwa celebration, mko zile za mbona mko kwa comment session? Mbona munapayuka payuka?
Voice, hawa wajamaa wameshinda na bado wanakuja kututusi bana. Unajua hata mimi nashangaa. Ukiangalia comment section ni matusi. Wakikuja hapa akina Duke wanatuambia hiyo 0.1 ni kura 1400. Tunakubali. Sisi tumekubali mmeshinda. I don't know why it is so hard for you to win and go celebrate. Saizi mungekuwa mko Mombasa mnaoga maji ya chumvi bana. Mmepiga campaign miezi 3. I expected you guys to go and celebrate your victory. But then you come here, the one thing that you're pointing out, hapana ile hesabu hata mkipiga 0.01% of 14 million is not 140,000. That's, I mean, you won. Even if we add the rejected votes on that number, tunajua itaenda over 100%, karibu 115%, lakini mumeshinda. Sasa nyinyi endeni msherehekee ushindi yenu. Mumeshinda na 115% ni sawa. We don't care. The results were tallied, like you said, there were no errors, and the result was declared, and you have the president-elect and the deputy president-elect, and then muenjoy ushindi. Mwenye ataenda kotini, kama tutashinda sawa, kama hatutashinda ni sawa, maisha itaendelea. Haya, wacha nisonge mbele. Ama ulikuwa umemaliza Voice?
Wanaogopa. Hiyo nakwambia fear. When you see fear haikwangi na interpretation mbili. Haina interpretation mbili. Fear iko na interpretation tu moja. Mtu mwingine ananiambianga ati emergency si kitu ingine. Emergency ni emergency. So fear si kitu ingine. Fear ni fear. Na kama kuna fear bado hao wase wanakuja huku kwa comment nini whatever venye Makiadi alisema watafunga nini na nini. Hatukatai, sisi hatujafunga, tuko hapa. Nyinyi ndio mmefunga celebration na mkakuja huku. Mbona mmefunga celebration sasa? Endeleeni kucelebrate. Martha Karua ali tweet kitu moja since hiyo siku na hajaongea. Alisema hivi, it's not over until it is over.
Haya, safi Voice. Duke, dakika moja tukisonga mbele.
Actually, it is the reverse which is true. You know, us, we are like, we don't like having too much provocation. We don't want to celebrate so that to provoke you the way the Azimio guys did. Actually, on Thursday, it was a rumor that Raila was coming to KICC and there was a red carpet. And actually was unable to drive across Statistical highway. You see, that is extraordinary. What you are doing, you are trying to give people false hope, and that's not true. It's not good. We want people to embrace the reality. The kind of information you are trying to give that something's going to change extraordinary and Raila was going to be the president, it's false. It does not hold any water. So the higher you embrace the reality that there is actually no scenario which can make Raila Odinga the president, whether it is the Supreme Court reversing the outcome.
Then why are you afraid?
Give me time, I explain.
Ngoja, Voice, ngoja. Duke maliza twende kwa Daudi. Maliza.
What I'm trying to say, it is actually, even if you are able to look at the grounds which Azimio are trying to give, they can't hold any water because we are talking about facts, about what is tariff, the accuracy of the Form 34As. It's not about people fighting. People fight in Parliament, in Senate anyway. So you can't just try to say that people are fighting, or some individuals do not agree with that. Actually, we are divided, like maybe 44 million can vote for this guy, another 33 million for another guy. So the fact that those who voted for a different person are not agreeing, that's not evidence. Evidence is about the contents of the Form 34As. Is there irregularities or inaccuracies in that? That's what would count. But all this drama you are seeing people fighting, it's just politics, and it's normal, and it cannot be submitted to court as a piece of evidence. So I can tell you today that there is nothing which is going to reverse the outcome. All this is just a normal process, procedures which are being followed, so that actually to try to calm or to exit in a good way, so that you cannot appear that you have been defeated or you are a failure, but you try to say that your failure was not fair. That's what we are saying.
Okay.
But if person has hope that there is a reverse or a miracle is going to happen, that's unfortunate. We should face the reality.
Okay, thank you, Duke. I love the way that you said the evidence. I don't know what evidence you're talking about here, but there's no case that has been filed as we speak of now in the Supreme Court. So I don't know where you're getting the facts that Azimio is going to use in the Supreme Court. They have not told you what they're going to use as their defense. They have not told you what evidence they're going to present before the Supreme Court. So what we are telling you as a supporter of William Ruto, relax, you won, relax. Don't be afraid. Your win is secure. Let us go to the Supreme Court and then we can meet there. We ukuje umerelax ukisema namba zilikuwa sawa. Wacha tuende kwa Daudi kwanza.
Hello. Okay. Am I good? Makeri, I think you went off for a minute. I couldn't hear you, but kind of 3 points I want to make. One is I would like to commend the Kenyan people for just being a peaceful country. This is actually very surprising, except for a few things here and there around Kondele and Migori. I think we've been a fairly peaceful country, even after WSR was pronounced the winner. Now, coming to my second point, I saw Madame Cherera listing and her team listing down the 4 pointers on why they were against the verdict that IEBC came up with. And especially on the 0.01% issue, it is my advice to them that they should probably abandon that argument, but rather a very strong argument that can be made is if you look at chapter 138 of our constitution, it states that it has to be 50% plus one of the total cast votes. And the total cast votes includes rejected votes as well. It is not only valid votes. So if you include the rejected votes, that 50.49% will come down to, I think, less than 50%. And so that leads to a nullification of that verdict and goes to a rerun. So that in itself is a strong enough argument to make, beyond the requirement based on the Maina Kiai verdict that states that it has to be a unanimous arrival of the commission. It is IEBC is not CHEBUKATI, it's a commission made of all the commissioners that sit in that commission. So we shouldn't have one person expressing his dictatorial tendencies and coming up with his figures without consulting with his commission. So there are many arguments that Azimio has to bring forward before Martha Koome and have this verdict overturned. But one of them is just a refusal to include the number of rejected votes in the tally. Because if you look at the number of rejected votes, I'm willing to submit that it is more than the votes that Mr. Wajakoya obtained. So you can disagree, but go and do the numbers, and then we'll come back and argue. Thank you. That's just, but again, just to end, let's just continue observing peace. There is a legal process that will go on, and we believe that justice will always reign supreme. Thank you.
Let me go to Dan ulikome drop. I saw you here earlier. Sijui kama ulikome ongea.
Mekiari, can we hear you? I'm not.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think
I
Daudi,
just want to say, I just want to say one thing though. This UDA guys with this 0.01, that was just a mathematical error. Not everybody passed mathematics, so I think they should drop it. Even Itumbi is not picking up, so they should drop it already. That's not one of the evidences in court, Duke. Have you heard about the rejected votes? Solid things like those ones are going to come. And you know, in terms of caliber of lawyers, you are no match. But let's wait and see.
okay, wacha tusonge mbele. I'll give you guys an opportunity. Wacha tujaribu kufikia mtu wa mwisho, then we come back. Use, I think you came in after me. Labda nilikuona ukiongea, wacha tuende kwa Kuseo tumalize Black and then we'll come back to you guys. Use, karibu. 3 minutes imekutosha eh? Ndio tumalizie mtu wa mwisho.
Yes, I hope I'll be able to talk to submit
Okay.
twice or to
Yeah.
contribute twice. Yeah.
Okay, sawa.
The first one, the second one, there is something I'm sending you regarding the transmission. So in my second contribution, I'll be talking about that transmission. So I'm hoping you'll be able to project it. Now, the first one is this idea of percentage. The percentage is really not an issue because anybody doing it would realize that 0. Oh God, what has not happened? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sir.
You can hear me, but can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. You okay?
Unfortunately, I can't see you people.
It's okay. Just
now I can.
Okay. Just go ahead. We can hear you.
Now, I was saying that this issue is not a big deal because it is simple arithmetic. The percentage actually, if it is 100.01, you realize it all depends on to what decimal places this was done. Now, if you extend it, those things can go up to 5 decimal places, and there are numbers there. So it depends on whatever calculator or whatever computer Chebukati had used. If it was to 2 decimal places, then there would be an error of 0.01. If you work that out in terms of the voter between the 4 candidates, you find that there is an overshot of 1,400 votes. But let me tell you that the issue is not really that there is 1,000 or 140,000. No, the issue is these are not adding figures. The worst of all you can do is to overstate the turnout so that one candidate is having more than, you remember the Nyali case where people are saying that the turnout, I think, should have been 28,000. But you realize that Muhammad Ali was winning by something like 32,000. As much as it might look small, some people are arguing that if the matter goes to the Supreme Court is going to see that the overstatement, which in that case is like 4,000 votes, and it can wipe out the 233,000. Now, at some level, depending on the level where things are, that might be an issue. But the issue is when you are adding people votes, however small, the perception you get, the intentions are themselves criminal. And the 446,000 polling station, nobody is going to edit this at the Supreme Court level one by one. So either way, the intentions looks very, very illegal. But that is not really the issue. My issue here is this. Most of the analysts are saying that the IEBC was very transparent. The IEBC was very transparent. They allowed us to see the Form 34As from the polling stations. It is true, you cannot amend those forms. But remember, the verification stage, which came in because of the 2017 case, is because the figures were announced without verifying that they are the ones which were at the polling stations. Now, that is the work of IEBC Commission. It is not the work of CHEBUKATI. So CHEBUKATI has no power to stop the other commissioners from participating and giving them blackout when it comes to verification of the Form 34As. It is not. The work of CHEBUKATI, which everybody knows it is to declare. It is the mouthpiece. After the commission has done the verification, the spokesperson to go and read is CHEBUKATI, the chairman. And that is as far as it goes. He has no powers to stop the other commissioners from questioning irregularities or whatever it is that they would see. To the extent whereby now you black them out, they cannot see what is being verified, and you just give them to see what has been verified. Some people are arguing that how come they were coming to read? Of course, they were coming to read what purportedly had been verified by the Secretariat. Now, others are asking at what point did they realize that there was blackout? Well, those are questions which only when the evidence is produced, you can see. When the commissioners are saying that they were given a blackout, the next thing you should ask, how? That is what somebody can. Do they have evidence? What is the proof that they were given a blackout? It's not that, is it their work? Of course, it is the work of the commission. And remember, this idea of three commissioners being the quorum, that is if the others are indisposed or are absent through other reasons. Not when a meeting is going on, people have disagreed on an issue, you have remained three and you say it is a quorum. No. What they disagreed on was not the declaration, who is going to declare the results. No, they were disagreed on the verified results, which is clearly lands on the IEBC as a team, as a commission, not on CHEBUKATI. So don't misunderstand this thing to say that CHEBUKATI was okay to go and declare the result. Of course, it's okay. But when people disagree on the verification, that is the work of the commission. You can't take it away from the other commissioners. You can't take it away from the other commissioners. So anyway, the Supreme Court will come in with the final verdict as far as interpreting that is concerned. But as far as I'm concerned, they disagreed during commission work, and that you can't turn a blind eye to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Wacha tuende kwa Black. Hii mic ya Black inacheza ngoma ama ni mimi nasikia vibaya?
It has an intermittent connection.
Umesikia hiyo kitu Black, hiyo microphone yako iko na intermittent connection. Panda juu ya miti, alafu urudi. Black hatukusikii bwana. Hatukusikii. Wacha niende kwa Eli kwanza. Sort your microphone alafu kuje. Eli, niliona umeinua mkono, karibu.
Thank you, Richie, and all the panelists. I'm just about to retire to bed, and I'm traveling to Kenya on Sunday, so I'll be flying out of the UK on Sunday. This is a situation that I'd planned and cancelled about 3 times in the last 4 years. I didn't time it with the elections, but I'm absolutely disappointed that things have turned the way they have. It was my first election ever, as I was telling the other panelists, my first Kenyan elections to participate in. I've always been a bit worried about electoral democracy. But at this time I thought, let me try this. This might be a different election. I have the worst disgusting graffiti thing, ink there, as you can see from IEBC when I voted in London last week. It's still here 1 week on, that ink there. This is the most disgusting thing I have because of what has happened to Kenyans, as you can see that hiyo hapo, hiyo alama tunawekewa alafu kura zinaibwa. I will not do this thing again. It cost me a lot of money to be flying to and fro, registering as a voter, coming back here. I know people who even came from France to vote in London and various other countries because they felt it was an important thing to do. But I want to sound a bit positive because the fight is still on. I don't know. I'm not too confident about the Supreme Court. But I know that the people who have been subjugated to this shameful act by CHEBUKATI, they know what to do. If they fail again at the Supreme Court, we shall see. And we also need to get worried about what RUTO is already doing now. He's probably buying people from other political parties now, so he can check the so-called opposition if the Supreme Court declares in his favor. So Parliament should be all his. He must be buying people now if he's not buying the judges. I know that we can't make allegations such as this on an archived thing like YouTube, but we must because we know this as a historic. This is what happens in the history of Kenyan politics. I want to say on behalf of myself and Kenyans who live here that we'll keep, being in solidarity with the Kenyans who think right about what should happen in the future. But, like I said, the fight is on. People like Duke here believe in what they believe. We can't change that, but the fight is on. And thank you very much. And I was very happy to participate with you guys today. Good night.
Okay, safi sana Eli, safari njema. We hope to see you soon. Safari salama.
I'll see you guys in Kenya. Those of you who are in Kenya.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go to Otieno Fendi.
Hi everyone. Richie, nakumbuka nikuja kwa hii forum mazee. Si nilikwambia aje mina vote again. Now I'm vindicated Richie, uongo. Niliwaambia ni kunoma mazee. Sijui nasema ni tabia yetu wa Kenya ama ni sasa sijui ni nataka tu Richie mtu aniclarify hiye. Ni si vote vibaya ama ni ujanja tumeshindwa nayo ama ni gava inacheza na hii kitu. Unajua hata mimi sasa hata kuna maswali mingi najiuliza tu sana. Juu kama babako nao supporters wake anaweza jaza Kasarani, wanipata au supporters wao huenda wapi? Ama saa ya kura nini ufanyika? Wanipata? Kwa sababu hii election ilikuwa inafaa kuwa na turnout nyingine kubwa, lakini tuna turnout ni kidogo. Haya, tuliona ile drama ilikuwa KICC hiyo siku kabla the man apatiwe certificate. Wanipata? So there are a few questions that mimi kama Mkenya najiuliza mazee, nashindwa ni si uvote vibaya ama ni baba alilaniwa ama ni sielewi. Naweza wish panelist moja tu anichanue, yani nikuwe rada, kwa sababu siwezi sema ati baba amelaniwa. That's not a good way to look at it. Unanipata? Kitu mimi naweza sema tu ni sisi, the more tuna complicate elections zetu, the more tutaipata the right results. And get America is the most advanced democracy, but if you look at the election, it's very simple. Wanipata? So up to now I'm still confused. Sijui ni Ruto ni mjanja ama sijui ni Unyali to betray. There are so many questions, yo. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Okay, safi sana Fendi. Duke naona unainua mkono, nitakupatia dakika moja alafu niende kwa Stone PK. Osea, nimepata nini yako? Nimepata, nitajaribu kudisplay. Duke, 1 minute.
One, when you are a voter in a democratic nation, one of the mistakes most of the Azimio supporters do is to have a fixed mind. And they expect only one outcome. And if the outcome is contrary, then they feel that the process was not fair. So if you expect whatever the outcome, so the reason why I was trying to question the support of Uhuru Kenyatta to Odinga is that if the claims you are saying that there was a rigging which took place, then how was that possible? How powerful is William Ruto in the presence of the president, the security, the intelligence, all that? How was it able for him to
I think we moved past the rigging issue. I think we agreed that there's a case probably. Hold on, there's an echo. Let me mute that mic. I said there's a case probably that will be decided in the next maybe 1.5 weeks. Why don't we let whoever is going to take that case to the Supreme Court battle it out there, and then we can come to discuss about whether Uhuru Kenyatta was not powerful enough to help Raila Odinga win the presidency. I think that one will be moving forward. But right now, if we stick to the issue of William Ruto outsmarted who and Raila Odinga was played, we will not be moving forward. We will not be moving forward. So I beg to cut short that kind of narrative. But I can give you a chance to talk if you have something else that is not about what we see in the platform of UDA in terms of propaganda. I can give you a chance to speak, but ukitupatia propaganda tutakataa. Go ahead.
You see, we have to question the process, whether the process is very fair. Then if the process is not fair, then that's a mistake. But
no,
the process...
but Duke, let me guide you here. We cannot question the process if one of the parties said they feel aggrieved and they said they are going to court. So why are we questioning a process that somebody has already said they don't feel it was fair to them and they are going to seek redress? That's why we have courts. We have no capacity to question that. There is a process that will follow. And I want us to confine ourselves into that scope. Otherwise, we are going beyond what we will be discussing here. Let us wait for the process to go to its fullest end. And then if William Ruto is declared by the Supreme Court that he validly won the presidency, then from there we would come here and start questioning why or why not. But right now, I think that is a course that we cannot take. Fikiria huko na masaa mingi, tutakupatia nafasi ya kuongea hapa. Sisi hatutakufukuza. We'll give you an opportunity to speak. Stone PK. Oh, ngoja Stone. Laban.
Mr. Makiadi, unajua kuna kitu hapa nataka to reason kama modern people, not that we are on stone age period. Mr. Maraga's ruling was very simple. This is what he said. The outcome of an election must be transparent, accurate, simple, and verifiable. Period. Hapa tuko na 4 commissioners ambao wamesema wao wenyewe kwamba towards the end there was opaqueness. There was opaqueness towards the end. Ni nini tena Duke hajaelewa hapa?
That opaqueness, the definition of that opaqueness.
Commissioners have pronounced it themselves.
Okay, can we move forward? Black naona umeingia, acha kwanza nikupatie nafasi. Duke uko hapa, hakuna mahali unaenda, utaongea. Mimi siwezi kuzuia kusema kitu as long as si propaganda. Black, can you hear us?
Yes, nawasikia. Sijui
Go
kama
ahead.
nyinyi mnanisikia mimi.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Okay. Amjambo watu wote kwenye studio wenzangu na wote wenye wanatuwatch wherever they are. I hope mko poa kama kawaida, nawapenda nyote. Sorry for that. Sikutaka kusema mengi. I just wanted to say that as we are right now, I believe we should be having the majority in parliament, isn't it? The majority numbers in parliament. So already as it is, huyu jamaa tumemfinya zile vitu zenye wanapendanga kusema, tunafinya. So hakuna mahali yoyote mbali anaweza fika ama kura yoyote ambayo anaweza fanya, if at all in the most unlikely event, because I know we are going to go for a rerun. In the most unlikely event he weasels out through the courtroom, you know, we are pressing those things. Now, there's something that I just came here precisely to say. And it's a saying that when the monkeys heard that the man who used to chase them away from the farm, from the maize farm, had died, they hysterically went out and celebrated. The next year, there was no maize. It is at this point they painfully realized that the man who had died was the farmer. Now, let them celebrate. It's up to you and everyone else that is watching out there to translate and relate whatever I've just said. Thank you.
Haya, naona umemaliza, hauna mambo mingi leo. Otieno umeinua mkono.
There's something I wanted to put across you guys. Na hii kitu wengi wa Kenya they're not aware about. Kuna kitu inaitwa National Intelligence Service. Unaona kama historia ya elections kwa announce, unaona watu wote wanafanya na NIS walikuwa tayari na information what is going on, who had won na how they were going to carry it. So the public were the last recipient wa information. That's why mliona hizo madrama zote, lakini wasi wanafanya na intelligence walikuwa wanajua what was going to happen. That's why naambia Uhuru alicheza baba big time. Unapata hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nataka kuwapeleka nayo, inaitwa mtaratara. Kuna wale wako na mtaratara kwa hii system. That's why unaona hiyo kila kitu ilipangwa, watu wangu, hakuna kitu ipangangwi.
Haya, Stone PK. Voice nitakuja kwako. Stone PK. Nasikia kweli? Okay, sasa ni kama kuna lunch hapo, sijui ni dinner. Haya, Voice.
Yeah, Mr. Mina vote again. So the thing is that mtaratara yenye uko nayo bro iko kinda tricky. Jeki. Unasema TNS walikuwa na information kama baba amemchezwa nini. Wote ambie uko UDA tutakubali. Unaelewa? Sema tu mimi kama Otieno, mi ni the one of those Luo mwenye ana support William Samoei Ruto. Una come to clean, una get, kuliko kusema unajua baba ni kama alichezwa na Uhuru, NIS ilikuwa inajua. All those are propaganda and we are used to those things. Kuna wase wanakujanga hii panel wanaongea, kisha after some time unaona yeye mwenyewe tu maneno yake inamuuza. Napendanga waseka Duke, at least wanakujanga nakwambia mi ni hivi, lakini nyinyi wengine mnatakanga mjifiche kwanza, mpitie sijui kona gani, sijui mi na vote again, sijui whatever nini. All those things can't not help. So be truthful, sema mimi ni supporter wa William Samoei Ruto. Kwanza tuambie baba amerogwa. Hizo ndio vitu zinaendelea huko Mount Kenya. Sijui amerogwa, hata haikuwa president, hata fanyanga hivi. Don't buy those. We don't buy those cheap propaganda here. Just tell us your stand, na tutakupatia nafasi venye tu tunapatianga kila mtu nafasi, una get. Lakini kusema sijui amerogwa au hata haikuwa hivi ama nini, na hizo ndio mapasta pia walisema leo. By the way, you are not far away from those pastors who said Ruto ndio chaguo ya Mungu. That's what they said. Uhuru ndio chaguo ya Mungu. What is that? I mean, kuwa clean manze, tukue clean na tukue na stand yenye ko proper, tupeleke na rieng yenye tunaelewa, si eti hiyo mtaratara. Tuko kwa rieng, na hata sasa tuko Mbogi na Mbogi inaisha, tunaenda kitu ingine. So tupatie shengu mpya, wachana na mtaratara.
Aje mkianza story ya mtaratara, sijui Mbogi, mimi hata sijui ni nini mnaongea sasa. Ose, karibu.
Richie, I just want to request you, don't do that projection until the petition is filed. You remember huko kulikuwa crime scene, so I hope the crime scene is secured. so we will deal with it once the petition is filed. Yeah, for now it is not right. I just wanted to add that as voice, the voice of reason, is it? Try to imply why are so many people, including the churches, everybody saying that tunaombea peace, and there is no sign of any disturbed peace. Now, all the signs which are there is a disturbed justice. None of them, including the bishops, is talking, let's have just tuombee tupate justice. Hakuna. And I think our friend, is it Fendi, who was saying, kwani Ruto ni nani? Ruto ni deputy president. A presidency which is 50-50. I think I'll just say and stop there. Naonekana wengi wenu hawajui Ruto ni nani. But I hope with that, you'll take something home, end of tafakari. Come on. Then you will know what it is all about. Now, this thing, the way they are so rampant, the so-called irregularities. Now, I've seen a number of, and some of the mainstream media studios, they are hosting people who call themselves lawyers, but it's not difficult to see when you wanatafuta kazi. You will see them, they are hoping they'll either be absorbed on the Azimio legal team or Kenya Kwisha legal team. Some of what they say are very, very interesting. I remember one of them trying to imply, people who have been on the analysis platform for so long, he kept saying that, how come there has been no complaint at all at Bomas? Hii kitu hawezi enda through. Azimio, they are wasting their time. There have been no complaints at all of any Form 34s which have a problem. Now, not knowing that half of the commissioners, more than half, are away because of not being able to even see what was being verified. Now, what does that tell you? When things are hidden, now all of them talk about transparency. Where can transparency be if you can't even know what is verified? You get Form 34, the one for the declaration. Is it the Form 34C? D? It is generated from other forms. If you didn't see those other forms due, and you come here yesterday, at least today, I'm happy you have not used the word extreme. You know, yesterday you said extreme accuracy. Today, at least, thanks God, you didn't use that term. You just used the word accurate. That Form 34C, the declaration which CHEBUKATI was reading, by the Constitution, CHEBUKATI is entitled to read it. But it comes from somewhere. Where it comes from is where the problem is. Now, all we can say is that let's wait for those who are not happy, those who are not satisfied. Let them give us evidence. And then let the judges switch into action. That is the way it should be. That is the way it should be. The Form 34A is where they originated. The number of malpractices, you just get tired. I'm sure even the Supreme Court would not be able to listen to all of it. The discrepancies are just too many. Then now another lawyer was saying that this thing is so transparent. Look at the portal. All the forms are on the portal. Which forms are on the portal? Where was the verification being done? And then to make it worse, the blackout. Surely, even logic defeats will tell you things just went upside down at Bomas. Now, something else I was just wondering aloud. For me, I didn't know that CHEBUKATI was alone at Bomas because I thought he had the other commissioners. Little did I know that they were not there because of medical reasons. So CHEBUKATI was literally in the sense alone.
What do you mean?
Just that. Did you see Guluya there?
I thought he had two more commissioners, two other
No,
commissioners
during the declaration.
Yeah, I thought CHEBUKATI. I know
they were supposed to be there. They were not. Two other commissioners were not there, and I think even the CEO was not there. Now these blackouts, they have some consequences. But more so, you remember what happened now to the Embakasi West RO. The fellow received a call. He was invited. And you remember, for your information, that place, the polling station, the tallying center is guarded by policemen outside. How this fellow went out because of receiving a phone, like he's just at the door, and policemen are out there guarding any possible eventualities, and with no trace, then you get to know what 50-50 presidency means. Thank you.
Let me give you a minute, voice.
Thank you, Makiadi. I think we support what Kusea have just said. That what Kusea was trying to say that is just that the resource, the source is greater than the resource. So ni kweli hiyo blackout iko very significant because now hata wale wawili CHEBUKATI alijaribu kusema they are injured and they are in the hospital. Nalikuwa tuko na videos zote. Tuko na videos. Marjana alikuwa hapo na wewe mwingine alikuwa ashakuja. Wakati hiyo chaos imefanyika hapo hivyo, hakuna mtu aliguswa. Hakuna mtu aliguswa. Wakaichanga.
What were they doing in hospital then? Why are they in hospital?
Si ni propaganda. Propaganda. Kuna something zenye hatujui mpaka sasa but tunazijua zilikuwa kwa kamera.
If there was a blackout, then you say you don't know. Don't say propaganda. you don't know the consequences of the blackout, so we don't know.
Najua niko natasema hivi, unajua the quality of the process determine the quality of the product. That will always be the fact and the truth. So your quality of the process, mi najua what will happen in the Supreme Court or whatever. So, and for Dan, awasewa UDA, Duke, Dan, Otieno, sa unajua kuna nati
No,
Dan
no.
usini
Please. I am not. I told you I'm wearing yellow because I'm at work. This is actually this is luminous green. I am not. Please don't brand me that.
Mbona umekuwa naambia Duke achukue notes?
No, I told him he wanted evidence. He was insisting on 0.01. So when he was told about spoiled votes not being added to the actual percentage, I told him to take notes. Those are the kind of evidence we'll be presenting in the Supreme Court. That's what I meant.
Oh,
I didn't mean that we are in the same. No. No,
It's
please.
okay.
I've not slept like
I will know
for the
that,
last 3
Dan.
days. I've been affected.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
My blood is blue.
Okay, thank you for being blue.
Okay, sir.
Let me finish.
Okay, finish up.
Oh yeah. So hata mumeniiba points zenye nilikuwa nakuja nazo hapa manze. Haya, nitazikumbuka tukiendelea, lakini ni moja nimekumbuka. Kuseo, kuna kitu fulani umesema hapo about hizo evidence. Mi nataka kwa mjue hivi, hakuna venye UDA inalalamika hivyo juu tuanze reveal my evidence zenye tuko nazo ndio waanze kutafuta venye watakaunta. Nilisema hapa hivi, UDA iko na fake accounts za kila politician sahii, wako na fake accounts za kila msee. Hawa watu wote hizi seat kubwa zote yani wako na fake accounts, wanapost on their behalf because bloggers wa UDA wako all over. Actually wamemultiply hizo times. So UDA iko na bloggers kama sijui ni millions of bloggers.
Is that the evidence for the Supreme Court?
Sijasema juu ya evidence of the Supreme Court. Wanachokoza UDA, wanachokoza huku na huku wasikize. Si eti ni wajinga. Venye tu Dan alisema kuna venye Ruto anaweza kuwa na cook sahi. Mimi kitu nilikuwa naomba, my prayer is that Azimio member of parliament wamechaguliwa wa remain united. That's my prayer, that we may be united. Juu kukikuwa na division kati ya Azimio sahi, na kuambia hiyo kitu itakuwa done and dusted. But because of the unity sahi, bullet yetu yenye iko strong ni the unity of Azimio. Na watu wa UDA, please wacha kuleta propaganda, sema tu mimi UDA, wacha kubeba mambo hivi kando huku na kule, sema tu ama UDA, na zile vitu zenu zote tunazijua, tutacounter zote, everything, no matter what you say. Kina Duke, watu wenye wanakonga wanajua ukweli. Na kuna mtu alisemanga hapa, mwenye every person mwenye ana support Ruto ako able ya kufanya vitu zenye Ruto anafanyanga. Yani in a matter of fact, anaweza pia compromise, anaweza kuwa corrupt. That person is corrupt. Huyo mtu ni mulagai somehow. Huyo mtu ni muaji somehow. Kila supporter, I cannot support you if I don't buy your ideology. I don't just support someone just because hata Duke hapa
birds of the same feather.
Wacha to move forward. Let's be brief ndio kila mtu apate nafasi. Duke na kupate nafasi tena, alafu naona kuna watu wawili wameingia, so let's keep time.
I want to clarify about the percentage not including the invalid votes cast. If you are trying to say that the percentages should be based on all votes cast, including the invalid votes. That cannot be accurate because what was used in 2013, what was used in 2017 twice? That's the question you have to answer. And in that scenario, if that is the case, then we can even have two people running, and then we have a runoff of the two people. Maybe if we have 1 million votes, and then there is 200 which are invalid, maybe, and each person scores like one is maybe for 1, another one is for maybe 397, then it will generate a scenario where we have a runoff when we have two people. So cast votes actually means those votes which have been cast varied. They have to be varied in a way. So that also cannot hold in a court.
Also, Makiadi, can we correct Duke?
Hold on. Kuse, if you turn on your mic when Duke is talking, there's a bad echo. Let's give him time, and then when he's done, we can. Duke, go ahead.
Also, regarding the verification at the Bomas of Kenya, remember we are having like 10 desks whereby IEBC cracks were the one who were being involved in the verification process. Like in that all, we were having like 10 desks, and they increased the desk to 16. So we were having like IEBC cracks who were there working. So they were verifying on the floor in the presence of the agents of all the political parties. So the fact that trying to say that the commissioners are the one who should actually verify, it's not true, because at the floor where the verification was, there was no single commissioner within that floor where the verification process was going on. There was like workers within that floor and agents and observers who were witnessing the process. So I don't feel that some commissioner was drained from the verification process. So that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you very much, Duke, for your contribution. I would want to ask you a question, but I not want you to respond right now. You will respond when you get time later. Should the number of cast votes be equivalent to the turnout? That's my question to you. But don't answer me now. You'll answer when you get the next opportunity. Let me play a video here briefly, and then we can go to Shedi. Let me see. I thought I had the video ready, but then let me. Okay.
Kijiri, naibu mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Juliana Cherera aliongoza makamishna wengine watatu kuelezea sababu za kupinga matokeo ya uchaguzi wa urais, wakisema mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati hakuwahusisha. Makamishna hao waliotangaza upinzani wao wa matokeo yalompa ushindi naibu rais William Ruto wamesema wamepata hesabu zisizoingia akilini, kama anavyotueleza mwanahabari wetu Chemutai Goin.
Baada ya makamishna hao wanne kujitenga na shughuli ya kutangazwa kwa mshindi wa uchaguzi wa wiki iliyopita na mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Wafula Chebukati, hii leo makamishna wanne wakiongozwa na naibu mwenyekiti walifika kujieleza ni kwa nini hawakutaka kuhusishwa na yaliyojiri Bomas.
Yale mahesabu hayaingiani. Ni vipi unaweza kusema umepata 100.01? Sote tulienda shule. Na tukiangalia 0.01, ukiangalia katika valid votes, hiyo ni kura 1140. Hizo kura, tukiangalia jinsi mchakato umeendelea, ni kura nyingi sana ambazo zinaweza kuleta tofauti. Sasa sisi tumesema yale makosa kama hayo hatukuhusishwa, kwa hivyo
wanne hao, Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi, Justus Nyang'aya na Irene Masit, wakiweka pamoja asilimia ya kura zilizozolewa na kila mwaniaji: 50.49 ya Ruto, 48.85 za Raila, 0.44 ya George Wajakoya na 0.23 ya David Mwaure, wakisema jumla hiyo haikuwa sawa.
The results of the presidential election held in August 9, 2022, declared and announced by Mr. Wafula Chebukati on August 15, 2022, belonged to himself, and do not represent the declaration and announcement by Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. The Commission has to process the results before they are declared and announced by the chairperson.
Makamishna hao wakisema japo walihusika katika kutangaza matokeo ya fomu 34A, Chebukati aliweka siri shughuli ya kuweka pamoja matokeo ya kura kutoka maeneo bunge.
We announced the results from several constituencies, all of us, and all the members of the commission. And once that is done, it was going to the back end. What we are saying that back end was the privacy of Chebukati, not the rest of the commissioners.
These are the final results. That's what he told us. And then we asked, how about some of the issues that the political parties had raised? And he said that, I will deal with that. And he never dealt with that. These issues that political parties were raising from the floor of the tallying center were important and needed not to have been disregarded. Now, these are the issues that we were answering. Where then did those issues go in the context of the final tally of the result that you are going to mention? This is our problem.
Kando na hayo, swala jingine ibuka ambalo sasa mahakama ya upeo inatarajiwa kutoa mwongozo ni je, kura halali zinajumuisha kura zilizokataliwa? Na ikiwa ni hivyo, je, katika uchaguzi huu itaathiri vipi jumla ya asilimia? Kwani katika fomu 34C iliyotumika kumtangaza Ruto kama mshindi, asilimia za kura hizi haikunakiliwa. Idadi tu ya kura 113,614 ikiwekwa kwenye cheti hicho.
Unless demonstrated otherwise, we all know that the percentage is essentially a fraction of a whole number. Hence, if, for example, the 7.17 million valid votes cast in favor of the winning candidate, as declared and announced by Mr. Chebukati, translates to 50.49%, then it was 50.49 of what?
Malalamishi ya makamishna hawa sasa yakitarajiwa kuwa kati ya maswala yatakayowasilishwa mahakamani endapo kesi ya kupinga matokeo itawasilishwa mbele ya mahakama. Chemutai Goin, runinga ya Citizen.
Huku hayo yakijiri, naibu mwenyekiti
Shedi. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, Shedi.
Okay. Hi everyone. Jambo. I've been following up this channel for a while, and I said today at least let me contribute. I've been following up for almost a year now, and myself, I didn't manage to vote this time round. I moved to the US in December, but I've voted for Raila 3 times now. 2007, 2013, 2017, twice. Even when he said he's not running the next time, I just went and voted, man. But it's really absurd and bad that he is not gotten this time round. But all in all, now that the case is going to the Supreme Court, I don't know. I have my own reservations and my own feeling that this time round looks like we have a weaker evidence than any other time round. I don't know. That is how I'm feeling. Not stronger than like 2017. And I've participated in elections. I've been a presiding officer when I was in Kenya, and I can tell you where the votes are stolen. The votes are stolen at the polling station. If you go to these stronghold areas, as a presiding officer, we used to get agents telling us huyu amepata ngapi? We fanya aje, we pana toa hiyo 100 weka pande hii. You see? So if at all we don't have evidence that these votes were stolen from the polling station, I feel hakuna kesi. Hiyo kesi itakuwa very weak, because what happened after the nullification of 2017, walisema kwamba the final tally, or the final is at the polling station. So if anyone is not disputing that the results at the polling station are wrong, one, either the court itauliza kwamba, can you retally the votes according to Form 34A?
Do you know the case? Why are you commenting on something which has not happened?
Hold on, Jose. Hold on.
I'm just giving. Why are you getting emotional? I'm just giving what I feel. Yeah.
Shady, I gave you an opportunity to talk.
Not on the wrong track.
Hold on, Jose. Give him time to talk.
Okay, that is where I say that that is my feeling, right? It's not something I'm just saying is what I feel. And I can tell you, because I participated before in elections, I can tell you where the votes are stolen. So I'm saying this time round, if there is if none of the lawyers from the Azimio would be able to get evidence that there were malpractices at the polling station and the numbers are not adding up, it would be very weak, and it would not add. If you say at the Form 34B, Form 34C is not adding up, then the court can order that, can you retally the votes, but it will not amount to a nullification of the results. If there is a problem with 34B, 34C, I'm very sure the court would order that, can there be a retallying of those votes? But if the Form 34, if everyone agrees that Form 34A will be correct, and that is a primary document, it will be a problem on us. I've been emotional for some time, and I thought sometimes it's good to be objective. Back to what happened. If you look at the campaign for was it NASA in 2017? I felt this time we were so disorganized. I thought of the champions like in Orengo, that champion. This time I think we put guys in front that did not really impress. You see, and I think it was a problem of strategy this time. I'm not saying that we lost because of the strategy, but somehow I feel we did not have the right strategy for winning. In fact, we should not be talking about the 200 margin. I felt that if we had the Raila and the strategy that is put before, I think we would have beaten even RUTO by over 1 million or 1.5 votes. Those are my sentiments, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Jose, we can't see you. I think you had a question, but before I give you an opportunity to ask him a question, I want to ask you, Shady.
Yes.
Because we were so much disorganized this time around, why didn't we win the previous elections?
The previous elections, I feel that the previous elections were denied from Raila. The previous elections were stolen, really stolen.
And what evidence do you have to dispute that this election was unfair?
This one or the others?
This one, the 2020.
Okay, I have no evidence this time. I'm saying I'm not in Kenya at the moment. And what I'm saying is that from the look of things, it looked more transparent than in 2017 and the 2013. Given that people are given the access to the portal, and I am saying if there is a problem with those votes, it is a problem from the polling station. If Raila has been stolen, the votes have been stolen from the polling station, not the retallying at the IEBC, at the bombers. It is not at the bombers. If there is a stealing that has been manipulated, it is from the polling stations.
Okay, Usse, you have a question for Shedi before we go to Tony.
No, I just want to put some things straight. You see, it all depends on your understanding what transparency is. Those 4 commissioners, I don't know whether you even checked their qualifications. If they tell you things, there's a blackout, things are opaque here. Here you come, you are not even in Kenya, you didn't even participate, and you want to tell us that the election was transparent, and the others are saying they are exactly the opposite, they were opaque.
Can I respond?
Don't just listen. Don't you see there is something you don't know which they do?
Can I respond?
And answer me that. Just yes or no. Is there something which they may know which you don't know?
Let's do this. I don't want us to have mic feedback here.
No, let him answer. Yeah,
you are talking, or say I just wanted Shedi to mute his mic,
and
then we'll give you an opportunity to.
Anyway, my point is that there is a lot that you know, you do not know which they know because they were present, they participated.
No, but you say let me take what narrative Shedi is saying. Shedi is saying this election was open and transparent because
that is exactly my point.
Hold on, because all the forms were posted in the portal. Now, Shedi, I don't know how to ask you this because
let me tell you something, Makiadi. That is what people are told. Now, the commissioners cannot turn around and tell you that things are so opaque here. What every Kenyan is calling transparency is nothing near transparency. It even forced them to walk out. Now, all we can conclude, let's see this case go to the end, and then maybe let's see what amount made them walk out and say this thing is too opaque, we cannot be party to it. Now, here, the way the perception has been given, remember, everybody talking about transparency here is referring to the portal. The portal is not an IBC. That is what they are projected for you there to see. It is like what they were projecting on the screens. It's not that now they are projected on the portal and they don't go away. Hey.
Can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't need a response.
Use he's not responding to you. I think most of us have asked questions here. Let's do this, Shedi.
Yes.
So the basis on which you rule this election to be fair and transparent is because all the forms were posted in the portal, right? Did I get that right?
Okay, I'm not saying the elections were fair. I'm saying it looks like much better than it was in 2017, right?
Reason?
We didn't even get to see anything on the portal last time. We didn't get to see. We didn't know, even we were told to open the servers, they didn't open, right? So I'm just comparing to 2017, and what I'm saying is, I think Useo, you need to tone down your emotions a little bit. Yeah? I'm an accountant, and they always say when you are in doubt, you expect the worst. It's called prudence concept. So if you are in doubt, you always put yourself in the worst position so that if you get better results, the better for you. So what I'm saying is, when the case, this is what I feel. If the case goes to the Supreme Court, they always look at the quantitative and the qualitative part of it. Qualitative being the process, and quantitative being the figures. So one, you have to prove that the process was fraud. And for quantitative, you need to prove that the numbers are not adding up, right? So that is what the lawyers need to work on at the moment. Because as I said, they will always say the primary document is the Form 34A, and the results from the polling station are final. So these are the debates that there were 4 commissioners who did this and who did this. They will ask you, okay, they worked out. Is that substantive enough to change the verdict of the people of Kenya? They will ask that. So if you don't have to show that the process was fraud, and the law says verifiable. Verifiable does not mean that the agents have to look at the forms. It means that anyone, any Kenyan, even after 10 years, they can be able to look at those results and say they can verify that these were the true results. That is it.
Okay, thank you. I think you said you are an accountant, but you want to advise lawyers how to do their job. I'll leave that there because I believe we have professionals who will be able to prosecute this case to the fullest length. And I think from where I stand, it would be a disservice for a lawyer to go before the judge and say the election was unfair because 4 commissioners walked out. I mean, you just talked about the qualitative and quantitative aspect of the election. I will look for some videos here that will prove that there are people who walked into a polling station and only voted for the president and walked out. Almost 1 million voters.
Now that
yeah, go ahead.
Now, Richie, if there is an evidence like that, that is something good. That is what I'm saying. If people can prove that there is a fraud from the polling station, that would be evidence and can be able to nullify the election.
But then I'll go back to what I said earlier. Let's leave this to the professionals. But you'll still have a chance to talk. I'm not cutting you short in any way.
Okay.
Yeah. Tony Maina, pole bana, tumekuweka kwa muda mrefu. Karibu. Tony. Yeah, Tony, it's your turn. Tony, unmute your mic. Haya, inaonekana Tony hajapata mic. As he looks for the mic. Okay, good. You okay now? You okay? I can see your mic is ready.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it. Well, first of all, thank you so much. I don't see ladies, but gentlemen, I see you, Makieri, Stone PK, Voice, Duke, Kuseo, Daudi, Shady. Oh, I do see a lady there, Fendi and Dan. Yeah, I follow this network very closely. I'm in North America, not in the US, but somewhere up north. Now, first of all, Bona moderator, am I supposed to comment or what am I supposed to do?
So we are talking about, you can see the words running across your screen there.
Right.
You can pick anything you want to talk about there in
Okay,
a few
got
minutes,
you.
and then maybe make a general remark, and then we can move on.
Okay, I'm in Toronto, actually, Toronto, Canada. Yeah. The words of Baba touched me a lot this morning. Yeah. When I saw Baba, I was really expecting to see Baba give a statement. Yeah. Maybe perhaps if I could give you my background, I have a business background and I have a little bit of a law background, which I'm trying to pursue. But nonetheless, all that, I follow politics religiously. And when I saw Baba this morning, that really touched my heart when he stood up there and he gave his statement. I thought that was extremely patriotic. He healed a lot of hearts. Yeah, he healed a lot of hearts because we were expecting for that moment. Because from what I know, I mean, I could be all over the tangent, speaking about what I maybe know with respect to how the results were tabulated or tabled. But I know one thing, that we are becoming very Americanized in our transmission. Now, what has happened, and I can tell you this for a fact, is that all the media systems have connected to IEBC. You know, you can look up at CNN, which I don't watch anyway, and you can touch the screen and you say so and so is leading, so and so is going down, and you know, they're just playing numbers all over the screen. Yeah. And the reason I can prove that is I was listening to KTN News in the morning, and one of the presenters there said, we have an API system that we can connect to IBC that they can give us real-time results. And I have an IT background as well. And I thought to myself, why do you need an API system for such a secure system? It's like a military system that you're being given to access. Yeah. So I questioned myself, and I didn't give it too much thought. So I thought, okay, maybe fair enough. And then I heard from another friend, oh, that's how they get their results directly. I don't know, I could say, or maybe you've worked for IBC technology-wise. I don't know, maybe you can answer that question. But that's when I thought an API system from my technology background is called Application Programming Interface. And it's very, very vulnerable. It can be intruded, right? But anyway, I don't know what are the rules of the engagement here, but that caught my curiosity, that numbers could be manipulated, and we are going into an era of mass media manipulation, election manipulation. Yeah, technology-wise. That really disturbed me, because this is what is happening. They had thought about it big time. Yeah. The other thing I thought about, well, that was on the technology side that I thought about. I'm not an expert in technology, but that really caught my eye. That is something that really caught my eye. The other thing that caught my eye was CHEBUKATI's statement when he said, this is the last election that I will ever preside. Even his what do you call this? His what do you call the expression? He was very scared.
Body language, is it?
Body language, correct. Thank you, Bwana Kusel. His body language. He said, but then already in my mind, in my analytical mind, I thought, this is playing with our games. It's like almost trying to create a crisis, like a constitutional crisis. And I'm not afraid of talking about these things, yeah, if I'm on public television. Because when he said that, he knew we are going to, in my mind, I thought we might go for a rerun, because there were things that were compromised in the IT systems. And Baba has smart people. He was betrayed, yes. We don't care about that. But there's some elements that were really compromised to deny Baba the election. I don't know what those are. But however, anyway, those are lawyers to deal with. But my final statement is what I was thinking. If we go to the Supreme Court, what are we going there for? Yeah. There's a theory in law that says stare decisis. I'm sure some of you know that judges invariably follow what other judges did, right? It's called stare decisis. So if Maraga made a decision about something that has to do with the process or with the, and you bring up that, I think stare decisis or something to do with what another judge made a rule. I think I heard something to do with minor something. What was his name? That is stare decisis.
It's
And
minor
lawyers are
consent.
going to. Sorry? Right. So the lawyers are going to exploit that. So lawyers are going to exploit that from a legal perspective, from a technology perspective. So, but nonetheless, I was really, really happy about Baba coming out to say that, Baba to me is the unifying factor. And I think what will happen, we will have two ideologies in Kenya. And forgive me for saying this, we are going to have Kenya Kwanza, which is a very powerful ideology, which means Kenya first. Like the way America make America great again, right? That is the ideology that we are trying to create. But at the same time, we are trying to create another ideology of unite Kenya. Kenya first, but we are very united, Azimio. Yeah. So we have two very powerful competing ideologies. So I don't know how that will turn out with respect to creating a synergy out of the two, but I think that's where we are going. We are getting Americanized, and I don't know where the out of the two, if we create one of these and the other two, where does the Africanization come in? We don't want to lose our culture. That's my deepest concern. Thank you, Makiadi.
Okay,
And
thank you.
The rest of the panel.
Thank you so much, Tony Minor, for your submission. Always appreciated. I'll move forward to Daudi.
Yeah, thank you, Makiadi. I think Bwana Tony Moina has raised very important points. I would curious to interrogate the issue of the API communicating with the IEBC server, because essentially what is in the IEBC server, these are mainly photos. And for an API, usually how it communicates with another server is you're picking alphanumeric data and communicating with another server. So kind of I feel like that probably isn't the case, but what the lawyers could do, because with these servers, what happens is that it gives you an update, time-based update on which file was updated at what time. So if that can be printed, or even we can get an audit company to come and see file number 1, that is Baringo, that first constituency was, and also obviously the polling stations, were those files updated multiple times, because this is how probably rigging was also done, because there was a back end.
Yeah, and the question is, you have a point there. You have a point there. Sorry, what is the file format that they are uploading?
It's a PDF file, I think. But is that PDF file?
I got a message that it's it could be an Excel or something like that. Yeah.
It's a PDF file, I think, if I'm not wrong. I think it's a PDF. But we can always see how many times that file was updated, because I think that really happened. The Azimio team had their numbers initially, but those numbers shifted. So if we can have a firm to come in and do an audit and see, because one of the security features is that once you've transmitted a file and it's been uploaded, that file is immutable. You can't change it. So if we come back and see that, oh no, that wasn't the case, the file was updated multiple times, then that is a case to just nullify the entire thing because somebody was doing monkey business on the back end, which is easy because I just need to have a photocopy and then just, swap things in between photocopy and then just upload a PDF file back on the server. If I have
now when it's uploaded, mhm.
If I have
when it's uploaded,
yes, when it's uploaded, if I have the password to the backend, I can just swap files. Just remove this, put that in, and if that was done, that
You
is
can swap and you can also delete.
yeah, you can delete, but the database, I mean, the way things are is I can see all those changes that should have been inherent in the server, that if there are any changes, I can see those changes taking place.
Yeah, you can
and
track
what
as
time.
a DBA.
Yes.
You can't erase them.
Yes. So that if we can get an independent firm to come, an audit firm to come and audit the server, we can get that information. And so,
what is the possibility of getting like KPMG to come and audit?
I think KPMG does mainly accounting auditing, but I think they're server auditors too. So I'm not sure,
It's
but maybe we could
they
do
do
it.
everything.
Yeah. So
okay, I think most of us are jumping the gun, and so I don't want us to move ahead of our time. So let's wait for the professionals to do their job. I believe if they get a court order. If IBC gets a court order, I hope they will obey it this time, because remember last time they were told to open the servers and they blatantly refused. So I don't know if the court will be able to make CHEBUKATI allow auditors access to their servers. I don't know. That's something we'll have to wait and see. There are people who have not spoken for a while here, but go ahead,
I'll just take 1 minute.
Okay.
Daudi, I appreciate your line of seeing things, and Tony. The biggest challenge is that exercise is going to be quite time consuming. And you remember, the Supreme Court has only very short time to determine this. But if somebody was to get the time to do exactly what you are saying, that is what somebody was saying here at the elections are stolen at the station would reveal. Because remember, the verification that was going on was trying to verify what was transmitted vis-a-vis what is on the so-called Form 34As and Form 34Bs. And that is when this opaque thing started cropping in. And that's why I was telling my friend Shady here that, I don't know, was it Shady or the other gentleman, that when the glaring issues start coming up and now you want to turn a blind eye, you are just focused on tallying, getting the total on Form 34C. That is where now the challenges are. But just to conclude, Daudi, I do not know whether you know what happened in 2013. Was it Ford those days managed to come up with a nice printout, having itemized all the irregularities that took place at the entry stage. They were told time back. Why? Because the Supreme Court didn't have more time to listen to them. They were told the evidence was a bit too late. If this was to happen, I do not, they might need more than 14 days to determine the election. Thank you.
May I interject, Makiari? So the issue of verifying whether these files were muted, were changed, is as simple as you going to your computer and see the latest updated files. Because I just need to go to a folder and see when was the latest time stamp a folder was updated or a file was updated. And that I can do if I just go back there and see when was the latest, the first Form 34A that came in was updated, and you will see that information if they were not smart enough to think through. That's
Okay, Duke, before I come to you, let me try see if I can play this video, and then I'll give you an opportunity to share screen. Okay.
Opposition.
Makiadi haina sauti.
Amski sauti? No sound?
The sound is there. You may need to adjust your volume a little.
Okay, let me try and see if I can, hold on, just give me a minute again. I want to play it once again. Let me see if I can get it right this time. Okay. Just give me a minute. Let me see if I can get the volume up. Tell me if you hear the... Is it okay now?
Just better. The panelists may need to adjust the volume a little up.
Okay. Okay.
Azimio, Citizen TV, Nation, all media house, everybody, opposition. Maajabu haya. Mnasema what happened yesterday in office. Tafadhali muheshimu wa Kenya, muheshimu IEBC. Mlijaribu kuwapatia pesa wabadilisha. NASA, nyinyi ndio mnafanya IEBC kafanya kazi nzuri. Ile NASA ya 2017 mlilalamika sijui kuna inaibiwa. So IEBC wakafunga kila mahali. Sijui saba ilifanya nini, sijui ifunguliwe. Saba ilikuwa kwa mesa, ilikuwa open, total ilikuwa open. Kila mtu alikuwa anafanya saba yake kwa yake. Mwache ujinga. Kubali matokeo, mwache wa Kenya waanze maisha mengine mpya. Tafadhali. CHEBUKATI utaheshimika milele. Umefuata sheria. Wewe ni msee uliletea mpaka ukaambia sijui utapewa bilioni ngapi ukakataa. Na hiyo mambo yote bado tutawaambia. Alafu Sheweri, Matiang'i, Kibicho. Mlitumana mara ngapi jana waende waambie tunataka kutoa pesa. Mungu akishuka hata kama wewe ni nani. Mungu akisema itaenda hivi itaenda hivi. Na mzee wetu hapa atumishi. Wewe ni umejaribu kunyamaza. Hawa wakora walitukona pia wanatukona, watatusaidia kuingia kwa, watatusaidia na system yote imeshindikana. Relax, we have no problem. Unajua tuko na problem ya Kenya. watoto wenye wanafikiria hii Kenya ni yao, watoto ya who is who. Gideon Moi hapo vipi? Hey.
You can see Duke laughing. Duke, is that really funny?
Yeah, I told you I'll play that video. So there is your video, Duke. And I said earlier, this is a person who has something called, is it a nomination certificate? Ama inaitangwa nini ya kutoka kwa IEBC? Inapewa president-elect. What do we call that certificate?
The MP-elect.
What do we call the certificate? Is it a certificate or what do we call it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and you see they have started already threatening people. So Duke, acha nikupatie dakika moja useme hiyo video ni fake ama ni ukweli.
For me, I don't have any issue with the contents because one of the mistakes you make is that when an individual speaks, he speaks for other people or for the supporters of Kenya Kwanza, which is not true. For instance, I can say what Junet Mohammed says is what Raila says. They are two different people. Each person speaks as an individual. And that has been the behavior of Oscar Sudi for a long period of time. So that's not what Ruto is saying or what Ruto told him to say. Despite that, I don't see any criminal statement or information in that video, because he's trying to say that some people tried to curtail the process, but God did not allow that. And also he has tried to provoke Gideon Moi because he lost the Senate seat. So that's the politics and something normal. There's nothing malicious there. However, what I want to put across is what Tony Maina said. He was trying to say that the server, somebody may upload different documents, a photocopy, or maybe change the contents of the server. But my question is this: what about the QR code? Remember, we are told that from that 4 A's have a unique QR code, which cannot be photocopied, which gives every polling station one chance to scan that original from that 4A. You cannot scan a photocopy, and you cannot upload it twice. What about that? Number two, if indeed individuals scanned or changed their forms, what about the confirmation, which was our verification, whereby the physical forms were the same, and the tiring of the form that 4A and that 4P per constituency are consistent with what was uploaded in the website. And I don't think that there were, maybe you change a form, you are saying that they changed some form, then it means there must be a massive collaboration, whereby maybe if you are changing 2,000 forms, then you are in those specific polling stations also changing the forms which would be taken to Commerce of Kenya. That does not make sense. And also I say that the day we voted, at 9 August around 10 p.m., around 36 forms were uploaded simultaneously, meaning they were coming from different polling stations. There is nothing that they were uploaded to a different IPC which confirmed and then uploaded again. No, it cannot be done that way. So that's what I can say.
Okay, let me jump to Black because he has told me that he has issues with his network. Let me give an opportunity before he drops.
Thank you very much. Basically, mine is to address Inawezekana and Voice yesterday, because I believe they said something or asked something pertaining to my submission. And as you all know, I always try my best to respond to as many questions as possible, even in the comment section. Now, without further much ado, in regards to what I said yesterday, Voice, since you're present here, and I hope Inawezekana is somewhere there watching me, I was talking, or rather I spoke in regards to what cards are on the table in regards to CHEBUKATI, because we were talking about if we were to go for a rerun and Chebukati is still there, what would be the outcome? So I was more on what is available in the Constitution and outside the Constitution that would make it possible for Chebukati to be out in time for a rerun. Now, I gave three options. Number one was in regards to Article 251, which clearly talks about the removal of the commissioners, whereby a petition would be sent to Parliament and the Parliament would debate about it, and upon passing it unanimously, it would go to be then taken to the President, who would then form a tribunal, which the tribunal then would do the due diligence and do the investigations, and then send their report back to the President, and then the President would act on it and perhaps remove Chebukati. Now, I say now that at this very moment, we don't have a parliament in place. So there already that route is not possible. So then we go to the other two routes. The second route would be either to pressure Chebukati to resign. The third route would be to negotiate or some way, somehow, to find a negotiation with the Chebukati to willingly resign in exchange maybe for a handshake. No, for a golden handshake?
Golden parachute.
Now, the third option already he had refused because he said that his contract expires in January 2023 and he was not going anywhere. So already the first option through parliament is impossible and the third option through negotiation is impossible. Now we're only left with the second option, which was to pressure Chebukati for him to resign. Now, how did this come about? I said, if we were to go to the Supreme Court and we get our case there and we successfully win it and we are going for a rerun, we want to have Chebukati out. Hassan, I believe Hassan, the previous chairman, the ECK, it was through a mass protest that he resigned. Perhaps Kusei, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong.
No, you are right as far as that is concerned. What you are not right about is Chebukati.
Now, please correct me about Chebukati. Because in my view,
if Makiadi agrees.
Okay, let me finish that, then you can correct me where I went wrong. Now, if through a mass protest, same mass protest, and Chebukati decides to resign, maybe a huge mass protest countrywide from Azimio supporters, it pushes Chebukati, pressures Chebukati to resign. He'll be out of it and Juliana will take place, right? As the deputy. And would go to the rerun without Chebukati. Now, perhaps you can correct me on that. But before that, Voice and inawezekana, at no point in my saying all this did I mention the word rigging. Because you alluded to me saying or insinuated that I say that I did not believe that there was any rigging that took place. In my statement up until this point, I have not used such words. Just for that correction. Now, in regards to the step which I've just mentioned in pressuring Chebukati through a mass protest into resigning, maybe there is where now Kusei can correct me if I'm wrong. It's possible or not. Thank you.
Okay, Voice.
Okay. Thank you, Makiadi. Black. I think there is some narrative that you came with yesterday that you almost you're forgetting. You are the first one who came with a narrative of the narrative that is going around now for UDA guys as you think you said are you guys saying like it looks like Uhuru Kenyatta played Raila. That's what you said. And after that, you said about Chebukati, and then you tried to find a solution for you wanted us to find a solution of which Stone PK, I think Stone PK reacted on that. And inawezekana was raising some other narratives that also she picks from what you have said. And I am not hearing you dismantled the narrative that you are maybe perceiving to buy also. I'm not saying that you are saying, but you are like buying those narratives. And for me, that's what I would just say. Though you don't look black and white now. You're like flip-flopping a little bit. I'm not calling you a watermelon. No, I'm not saying that. I told you yesterday that I believe in your stand and I believe in your reasoning. I love the way you reason. But I was just trying to dismantle the narrative, the kind of narrative that you are trying to buy and believing in a perspective. I'm sorry.
Now, perhaps if may I or
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Could I
I think just a minute. I think I made the point across as to why I had doubts as to whether or not, sometimes when some things happen, you suspect everyone around. That's how you're supposed to do it. Trust no one, suspect everyone. Now, not that I am sharing anything in with UDA or anything of that sort, but like I say, trust nobody, suspect everyone. I was wondering, now we have all these machineries, right? We still have the NIS on our side. Why couldn't they decipher some of these plans that were happening prior or during and perhaps stop them? Now, okay, sitaki kuingia sana story. So let me just ask Kuseu, nijibu tu hiyo swali yangu, because I know I'll start sounding like a conspiracy guy. I mean, and I don't want to go through that way. I respect myself.
I wanted to say that I think you see if you remember, there's a time we were talking about Sakaja here, and most of us were saying that us guys, as much as there may be some good cases against Sakaja for to take him to court, blah blah, we were saying that it's better he goes to the ballot. If he loses at the ballot, for the sake of cohesion and what have you in the country, it would be a good thing. Now, what I would like to say is that it should not be interpreted that Chebukati could not be moved. The way, Black, you have talked about it, is like it's quite a mountain to get Chebukati out. I don't think so. Remember, one of the weakest cases around Chebukati, which any Kenyan would have used, was the issue about the court orders. Now, that is straight away contempt of court. And if, as far as I'm concerned, if any Kenyan had gone that route, today Chebukati may still be a commissioner, but he would not be the chairman. Now, secondly, given the issues which are happening now, there are so many issues which are bordering on criminal issues around Chebukati. If he was, let's say, prosecuted, you will be able to get him out. There are very many cases which can be brought about against Chebukati. But right now, I think Kenyans want peaceful election to end peacefully for the sake of the entire country. You don't want to go with the Chebukati. In any case, if you can actually deal with it through other ways. For some of us who have been following this election, the election has not been actually like stolen by Chebukati. Chebukati may just be in the mix, but the people who are responsible for the stealing this election are are not directly that CHEBUKATI is like 50% or 80% of the issues. So to that extent, you'll realize that, as it says, CHEBUKATI's work is to declare the results. As somebody said here, elections are stolen way back at those polling stations. And that is the truth. So as I think Shedi said that for this to succeed, you will need to get evidence. And that evidence, as far as the issues are concerned, must be circulating around the polling station and the Form 34As. Now, in the case of CHEBUKATI, you realize in the Maina Kiai case, the polling station results are final. Now, if your case or your evidence does not touch on the polling station results, it's like you're a non-starter. You have to remember that CHEBUKATI's work is to declare the results. And even in the event that opaque verification was transparent and you come about irregularities, we all know that there is nothing CHEBUKATI can do to change them. The only thing is that there'll be good evidence and notified for a fight in court. Even CHEBUKATI will have just to go by what is on those Form 34As. And the cases will be noted and used in the next level, which is actually in the Supreme Court. Thank you.
My question, Kuseo, was, with the three options which I mentioned, the one which the Constitution provides through the Parliament route, President and the Tribunal, and then back to the President, which is not viable to us right now because there is no Parliament in place at this point. And if it was, still we don't have the time. So that one is out, right?
Yes.
The second option was for the mass protest to pressure CHEBUKATI to willingly resign by pressure, by way of pressure, mass protest. Now, the third one was for him to willingly resign out of negotiations to get a golden handshake, blah, blah, blah. So the first and the third being out, I asked you, would the second option be viable to us?
They are all those options.
For us to do a mass protest. Yes,
all
now
those
one and three.
You said are possible. It's just that
but time
you have
sensitive.
better options.
Yeah,
the
one and three to me. Sorry, one is. Let me finish. One is time sensitive because we don't have the time. Three, he already refused because he said he's still gonna be there until January 2023. That's when his contract expires. So the negotiating part refused, and the Parliament route not possible at this time. So at this point, we only have option two, which is to pressure CHEBUKATI to resign by the will of the people through a mass protest or mass demonstration, like we did with Asa. So can we or can we not do this and be able, I mean, would it be viable to us, if I may put it that way? Option two.
I think
let me
just answer in 1 minute and then it is over. You see, what you are saying is exactly what we don't have those options the way you have put it. But what I think what you have forgotten is that to pressurize him to resign, there is no time limit. This Supreme Court issue does not have time. We cannot, even pressurizing him, we might not yield. And you can just buy time and we get nowhere. Then secondly, for him to resign through pressure, no. For me, what is most practical is that when these elections are nullified for whatever reason, there is no way CHEBUKATI himself can escape culpability. And it will be, the Supreme Court will be forced that whoever comes up with a case that the next whatever elections, we cannot go with CHEBUKATI, given his historical criminal record, basically will knock him out. Let me tell you, I take the case to court against CHEBUKATI, and he's found guilty. There is no way he can continue to be the chairman of IEBC. There's no way.
I think, Kuseo, you're talking about two different issues here. Okay. If in fact, let me say this, I hate to break your hearts right now. Let me say this, na mkitaka kunigonga ile matua nasemanga mnigonge. Let me tell you, and you can take this to the bank anywhere. In Africa, when you give a president-elect the certificate, that is done. That is done. Hiyo inakuanga imeisha. Ule mwenye anataka kunichukia kwa sababu hiyo ni sawa. but I can assure you that even if you go to the Supreme Court, hold on, Ndemba ngoja Ndemba. Karibu sana, nimefurahia kukuona.
I'm wondering which question are you answering?
No, I'm just saying.
Answering Black?
Hii ni maoni yangu. No, I'm not answering any question.
Because
I'm just saying.
What you are saying is not in context. That is done.
I'm just giving my opinion before I give them an opportunity to greet us na tuambie alikuwa ameingia mji gani. Ni sawa. So what I'm saying is this: when somebody is announced a president-elect, especially in Africa, everything starts tilting towards them. Everything. And when you guys talk about mass action to remove Chebukati from office, you'll be wasting your time. Because even if Chebukati was rotten at the head, even down the body, we have the same elements. The same elements that we are looking at on TV, live TV, bringing new Form 34s into the plenary hall. And what I can say is this, and this is just my opinion. Even if the Supreme Court does its thing and nullifies the election, we are bound to still have the same Chebukati presiding over is it a rerun ama ni runoff? Inaitangwa rerun.
Rerun ama repeat.
Yeah, repeat election. It will still be Chebukati. So how you deal with Chebukati, it's up to you. But I don't see and I don't think Chebukati is going anywhere.
Richie, not when we bring a case against it, which is proved. If we bring a case against him, which is proved, there is no way he can escape.
What will you be seeking?
I've already told you he has an existing contempt of court. They have never honored.
What is the procedure of removing the IEBC chairman?
You can take him to the High Court and accuse him for contempt of court.
Now you see you're mixing things. You are the Supreme Court. Why do you want again to go to the High Court?
The Supreme Court may nullify the elections, but
that's exactly what the Constitution says. That the Supreme Court is the only court that will deal with the presidential election petition. And when you tell me right now that you'll go to the Supreme Court and then the election gets nullified and then you go back to the High Court, I mean, Ose, you're misleading us.
You see, contempt of court, what happens? We can have recourse against that. You can't start at the Supreme Court. You'll start at the High Court and accuse him of contempt of court.
And that is why I'm saying you're mixing two issues here. There are two issues here. Contempt of court is different from the petition. If you want to prosecute the petition, then the likely outcome that is favorable to Azimio is having a rerun. On matters whether the chairman is fit to do another election, that's something different. And we only have 2 weeks.
You can't independently take Chebukati to court today if let's say he's even bankrupt. Is that what you are saying?
Able to scare Stone PK, labda mimi naongea vitu zangu. Stone.
Two things. One, what Kuseo is saying holds water. You can have two cases concurrently. One case will be to review, to resuscitate the contempt of court. That runs. Any citizen can do that while he's dealing with the Supreme Court issue of the Bango election. Hizo zote zinaweza enda, and especially if the state wants them to go that way. There is nothing wrong. You can even have 4 cases running concurrently. Unakimbia huku unaenda kotini huku unakimbia huku. That is what happens when you have the right African leaders. Unaangaishwa mpaka unaitana. But we don't have that kind of a leadership in Kenya today. Chebukati angestakiwa, hiyo kesi ya contempt of court is still live. Stone PK anaifile, naye Azimio huku inafile hii maneno ya Bango election. Zina run hivyo na zina judgment inamnini. So he is pronounced not fit to run any election. Number 2, maybe I'll come with there is a clarification I wanted from Kuseo. Maybe I can come later with that one.
Aya, Ndemba karibu bwana. Chairman, hata ningekuachia kiti yako bwana.
bado siache kiti. Nimesikiza Black huko nyuma, alafu nimesikia vile tunaongea. Na nimesikia vile Makiadi anaongea. I think we
we are slowly losing the reasons why we even have Baba as a president. I mean, as our candidate. You know, Baba is not in this for himself. He's not even in running and even being this for his particular, for as a person. If the easier route out of this for Baba is to do what we are all saying, that Baba has Opoda farm, a very big farm where he can just go rest and plant maize. He will travel, you know, is it first class? He can go anywhere. He has connections. And even the first person who will call him after this is Ruto will call him, come, we have tea. The rest of the people telling him that now he shouldn't do this, he should go, will probably, after in a week's time, will be up in the street saying that we need Unga back to 100, you know? So I think we need not to lose the reasons why Baba is even going to Supreme Court. It goes beyond even him getting the position. Causes define leaders, not the other way around. Leaders don't define causes. A leader is defined by the cause that he stands for. And I have actually thought about it and said, look at the leaders that we remember most. They're leaders who stood for something. Martin Luther King Jr. was never a president in the United States of America. He was assassinated, but we remember him for what he stood for. It's a cause that he stood for that defined him. Baba too, there's a cause that defines him. And that's the cause that he has fought for the better part of his life. So when we are trying to suggest that he shouldn't, you know, going to Supreme Court is not because of him. It's not about the position. It's because of the illegalities and the faults that have come out of this process. It's not about him. He has said that before. And if you guys have followed him, he has said, I don't have to be the president of this country, but we need things working well for the future generation and posterity. I am disappointed when he starts suggesting that, oh, you should not go to Supreme Court. It's a process that has been provided for in the Constitution. And if the Constitution provides for that, means let him pursue that route. We cannot start prejudging that, you know, if you pursue this route, the Supreme Court has the freedom to decide. Whatever happens, whatever evidence that is presented before them, they should make their ruling up to that. And of course, that is a constitutional part. I don't think it's good, and especially I see it, the younger generation who should be actually taking it over. That's why we are seeing a dying over a civil society that is awoke, that tests its institutions, that moves beyond personalities. You know, we have come to a point where we are putting our arguments around Baba as a person, not around the cause that he stands for. What are the issues that are coming up? Do we trust our institutions? Are we comfortable? If Baba would wake up tomorrow and decide, okay, fine, I'm done, I'm going back to a Poda farm, I stay in Karen, a big home, he has all the cars, he will not suffer for the rest of his life, believe you me. But some of us are going to live with the burden of untested institutions, results that come and bungled, and we don't know what, nobody has the money or the way, because taking a case to Supreme Court, you need a lot of money. Baba has the will, he has the will and he has the friends to sponsor that. So sometimes I think we need to grow beyond personalities and look at issues and institutions, test them. When you start saying that, you know, you guys will go to Supreme Court, I know when someone has gotten this, those are, yes, flowery and nice, but I don't agree with that. What is the constitutional process? Are we going because you want a Baba win, or we are going because we want to test our institutions? We have to test our institutions. If something has happened, there's a constitutional route for you to follow, which is, we are saying Kenya is a constitutional democracy. Ruto is a Kenyan, and it is Kenyans who are vying, you know? I mean, there's nobody who was a foreigner who was vying.
So anybody who was there, Wajakoya, Mwaure, Ruto, Raila, they are all Kenyans. So if Ruto won it, there's no problem with that, you see. But now we are going to test our institutions. Is something wrong? Whether Baba goes to court or not, do we have a conviction that things were not right? If we believe so, the only institution that can tell us and prove the case is the Supreme Court. Let him go. Let him go test it. The Supreme Court. Makiadi said that in Africa, it has happened before. Maraga nullified an election. That was Africa. It was not any other country. He nullified an election in Africa. And then what happened after that? Of course, the other part refused. He said that they were not going to go into an election again, you see? And you know how things move forward from that. So I think even if we are saying in Africa things have never happened, there were times in Africa they would say that countries cannot have independence. Did they have independence? They did. Because there were those people who stood up. During colonialism, there were people who were telling the fighters that you guys, you need to collaborate with, in fact, later they were called collaborators. You need to collaborate with the colonialists so that we live in peace. You need to leave these people because they are killing many of us. But there are people who never gave up. There are those people who will plant the seed, there are those who will water the seed, and there are those who will enjoy the shade. So there comes a time that we need to appreciate. I mean, if you have a cause, let's forget about Baba as a person. Let's think about what is the cause that he stands for. Do you believe in the cause? I have always opined here, and I told Kuseo, I don't believe in IEBC. Kuseo, I repeated here every single day, I don't believe in IEBC. I don't trust it. I didn't trust CHEBUKATI, and I said that all through. Do you remember me saying that you can talk for IEBC, but I don't trust it?
So you knew they'll be opaque?
I mean, the opaqueness was there. I don't trust them. But now we need to move beyond. We need to move beyond personalities. Personally, I stand for leaders who are defined by causes. I am convinced Ruto has not shown me consistency in any cause that he stands for. You cannot just pursue wealth for the sake of it. You cannot pursue shortcuts to get what you want. That's not what you sell. I mean, we remember leaders who have contributed to our society. We don't remember people who amassed wealth. We don't remember any of them. You remember Mandela. You don't remember the richest person who was there then in South Africa. You remember Martin Luther King. You don't remember the richest person around that time. So for me, that is a conviction I'm looking at. I'm not looking at Baba as a person. I'm looking at Baba, the cause. What is the cause that he has stood for? Do we want him to pursue? He need to pursue that, push it to there. Let us see, even if the Supreme Court will say, okay, fine, we don't agree with you people. It is a case that will have set a precedence. That's why I want to urge us. Let's argue the causes. I mean, if Ruto will be the president, he will be. I mean, look at it this way. Personally, I said, Baba was my third after Kibaki, because I never voted for Ruto first, number one. Number two, I never voted for Ruto, I mean, the second time. So he was my third, my fourth, and he's my fifth. He might not be on that, but because of the cause that he has stood for. Let's move beyond personality. If we keep thinking, oh, Ruto is so bright, Ruto did this and this, we now forget things that we can pass from one generation to another. What is a consistent thing that we want to pass? We want to pass certain key basic tenets in governance, not transient. Power is transient. Ruto will come. If he comes, of course, as some of you are saying, that, oh, Ruto, if he sits there, he will come. He will. Mugabe was there for many years. He died. He's not there anymore. I mean, even worse leaders and even great leaders who tortured people have been there. They have come and gone. But what has remained of them? Idi Amin ruled Uganda like a dinosaur. He killed people, tortured them. There was nothing, but he came and went. So leaders will come and go. But what is it that you want to pass to people? For me, that is what stands out in all this. And those who are pro-Baba, you know, if you stand for Baba, not him as a person, but what he stands for. If you don't know what he stands for, then you can afford to comment that, you know, Baba should forget about this, he just go rest. So what have we been here doing? I mean, we need to be a people who stand for a cause, not the person. Because Baba will come and go. Even if he was to be the president this time, he will come and go. But what's the cause? I think, and then Black, I think the constitution says that the life of this parliament ends when another one is sworn in, right?
But the other one had already been dissolved, right?
No, that is
No.
what Themba is saying is correct. You see, they can still be summoned if there is an emergency.
Yeah, according to the
A
constitution.
serious emergency, like in war or something like that.
Yeah, the life of this parliament will end when another one is sworn in. So we have a parliament, but I do agree
something else that I added.
I do agree with you
because of time sensitive.
I do agree with you that if the court finds it, if I don't know the evidence that Azimio will have, because again, court cases are about facts before the court. It's not about emotions. It's not about
evidence.
Evidence that because the burden of proof is on the accuser. If you are accusing, then you need to bring the proof. You know, so I don't know what evidence Azimio has collected so far, and I don't know what they are going to present before the court, and I don't know arguments that they are going to make. If the court finds it, I don't know also what prayer they'll be praying. You know, you can go there, you are presenting your evidence, but your prayer is not a nullification. Your prayer could be maybe a recount. Your prayer could be different. We don't know what prayers they'll be taking before the court. But in the event that one of the prayers is of nullification, it will be kind of self-harming if they go to an election with IEBC as currently constituted, because number one, they already divided, right? So that simply means that it's not going to be, there's not going to be any form of gelling, even like they did with CHEBUKATI and Chiloba. So it's going to be all over. So I don't know how that is going to play out. In the event of a recount, probably what they'll be looking at, it is found that there's evidence of malpractices, and maybe that it becomes a prayer or maybe a reason for them to say that this cannot stand. Then that will be another case. But I agree with you that right now CHEBUKATI going will be a tall order, right? His term almost coming to an end. I don't know how that will play out. My hope, now as I close, my hope is that they will ask for a recount. That is my hope. And my hope is that their evidence that they have collected is in such a way that the turnout and the votes cast is so much discrepant that you cannot be able to know how they got into the winning point. I hope that works. Now, as for those who are excited about 0.01%, that's an excitement. It's like they say, you are chasing a squirrel and you leave the antelope. The 0.01% will not make a basis of a court case, a Supreme Court case. That one cannot. And it was an excitement statement, but of course it has excited the social media and all. But even you and I know that that cannot form a basis of any case in court. You know, in court, you don't talk about, you might not, things like addition of math that didn't make sense cannot really be a basis of a case nullification. The thing is about the vote. Was there, for example, if I give you 3 oranges, were there 3 oranges to be divided? You need to prove that those oranges were not there, or others were added, or they were bad oranges. Not that these oranges were not divided nicely amongst the people. That does not add and does not count in a categories. If there are oranges to be divided, there were. So I think I want to close there for now. And Makiadi, back to you.
Yeah, I think we have questions for you.
I had a question to
Hold on. Hata mimi niko na swali kwake. Tunaenda kwako Black. Mimi niko na swali kwako Ndemba. Umeanza vizuri kabisa. I like the way you started off with the cause. Raila stood for a cause. Alafu mwishoe you end up contradicting yourself na kusema IEBC. Okay, you go to the Supreme Court, the years 2017. You say the Supreme Court decides to let you do what? Have a rerun. Now, what next? That is my question to you. Are you going again to act like you acted in 2017 and say, you know what, the IEBC that is currently constituted is corrupt, cannot run another election, and sit back and say, huyo mwingine anaweza enda peke yake, we're not going to. But that is my idea, right? That's my issue. Black.
Temba, my question for you is, now that we know we have a problem in front of us, and the route which we've decided to take is through the Supreme Court. Now, what are the problems? What are the obstacles? The Supreme Court going through it. Then secondly, the other obstacle is CHEBUKATI, whom we have since 2017, after the elections, been complaining here, just as you have just clearly mentioned earlier on. You have no trust for him. Now, we need to remove these obstacles. In your own view, or in your own words, how do we overcome this, the second obstacle? Because the first obstacle is for the lawyers, our lawyers to do that. So we cannot comment on that. Now, I'm on the second, CHEBUKATI being our obstacle. How do we get him out of the way? Thank you.
Haya,
Okay.
Shedi ajibu, Shedi swali ingine alafu Ndemba ajibu hiyo. Then we can move to Duke. Unmute.
Okay. I think, guys, we are missing a point here. Vile Ndemba amesema, if you have to go to court, you need to have facts, right? Remember
Evidence, Shedi.
Yeah, facts of evidence. Hawezi enda na my emotions na my theories that hii percent moja ikuwa mzuri. Look at this. CHEBUKATI alisema, I have no mandate to change anything on Form 34A. Remember, he's a returning officer for the presidency. So kazi yake ni kuchukua zile forms na kufanya hesabu zake. In case aone kuna form iko na shida, hawezi badilisha. Ni kuandika comments kwamba hii form iko na shida na iko na effect kwa results hivi, but hawezi badilisha zote. So if we miss our point na focus on CHEBUKATI, ni kama umepanda mahindi na imeibiwa kwa shamba, unakuja kulaumu mtu kwa store. So in fact, we should not be focusing on CHEBUKATI. Where the problem is at the polling station. If you have evidence kwamba there is something fishy from the polling station, but kufocus on CHEBUKATI can be there. Hata mwingine akikuja na akuwe tu is the returning officer of the presidential, hakuna kitu itafanyika. We can have as many if we have the process. Kama process is faulty.
You focus on CHEBUKATI.
Sorry?
Said you focus on CHEBUKATI.
No,
Thank you,
Mimi nasikia Black akisema sijui to demonstrate that sijui CHEBUKATI atoke.
Shedi, you had a question. Let me give it to Ndemba ajibu kwanza, because we are prolonging the discussion now.
Okay, I want to start with Makiadi. Makiadi, haven't contradicted myself anywhere. If you had me, I isolated my reason for arguing, and I said that we need to go beyond Barbara. We need to look at a cause and the cause that he has stood for. That was my first point. My second point was in isolating the weaknesses of the institution, and that is one of IEBC, all right? And I said that what is coming out is that clearly the election as they are, they have been bungled by IEBC, in spite of the recommendation by Maraga in the last ruling, right? And why are we saying that? The signs that we are showing us that there's a bungling is an admission by the commissioners themselves, all right? So by an admission that it has been bungled, of course, that's of course an allegation. All right. Now the next step follows. They need to go to court, especially now, because the court will not invite itself and pronounce itself to something, a matter that has not come before. And as they say in court, it is the person who accuses has the burden of proof. All right. So it is him who accuses who must prove. So if Azimio, of course, have disputed the pronouncement of the president-elect, and they have chosen the route of going to Supreme Court, then it is up to Azimio to rely on whatever evidence they have collected to try and convince the court that this is why we are arriving at this conclusion. Now, that is a legal process. There are other political processes that I think I heard Baba saying that he was not going to give every other step or whatever they are going to do afterwards, but he said that they are going to follow constitutional and legal means, which is a good thing. I mean, constitutional and legal means many things. It means many things. So I didn't contradict myself. I said, if I was trying to respond to the idea that we are saying you need to forget this and move on. I don't think forgetting and moving on is a good thing for our society. It is not a good thing for our system. And that's why I gave other reasons as to why those people who never forgot and moved on, they have helped our democracy to grow to where it is right now. Those people who have always been collaborators and we just need to forget about this and move on. They have not led into Mandela was in prison for 27 years. There are people who told him, man, you need to come out. These people are not going anywhere. Right? So there will always be that sentiment of people who are saying that tuachane tu na hii tusonge. But there has to be those people, not many of them in a society, because people are asking, why Baba? After Baba, we've not seen people, even the civil society has been quiet. They don't even follow, they don't hold. Uruto government was not held into check. We don't have people who can hold the government to check, and we need to develop a system of people who are willing to be different and push the limit. Not even Baba should be probably going to, like Son Piquet was saying, not only him, we should have people, civil society coming out and saying that this is not right for the society. A government that cannot be put in check cannot respond to what the Mwananchi wants. So checks and balances, saying that we should not just forget and move on, yet we are actually seeing some glaring, not proven, but alleged what we have seen, but glaring irregularities. I think it is important that that is pursued so that the court addresses itself to it. And then we can rest assured that at least the court said that this was right or it was wrong. Finally, to Black, I think I want to agree with Shedi what he said. We have an institutional problem, an IBC problem. The same IBC that was addressed in 2017 and given directions on how it should conduct itself, the same IBC that didn't open the server is coming up in 2022 and is announcing results that have not been verified amongst their own commissioners. Then it tells you that there are institutional weaknesses, right? So we need to look at the whole of it. Is it going to be addressed within this time? I don't think so. I don't think it can be addressed between the time the case is heard and all. But for us, it gives us a sense of responsibility that we need to continuously put pressure on some of these institutions to be robust, because you can't have the same person bungling an election twice. That one is of course CHEBUKATI represents the whole institution. So it is an institutional problem, and removing CHEBUKATI does not solve the institution. Look at all those commissioners, even the CEO. CEO has been there the longest. And they're the people who are there, even passing that thing. So there are people institutionally who supported the whole of that process the way it was. So we need to have a conversation as Kenyans. Unless, of course, we do want it to go the way where someone can decide that I want to take this and I'm going to take it by force. I mean, it will happen. It can happen. Some few will gain, but what will be the net effect? There will be another mass within the population that will be angry. They might not express their anger in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, but a day will come where that anger will come out. So I think even those people who are saying that, oh, you people of Azimio accept and move on, it shows you that probably as a society, we have not found greater values that define us as a society. There's nothing wrong in you supporting Kenya Kwanza. There's nothing wrong in me supporting Azimio. But we need to have some ideals that define all of us as a community.
Themba, address the issue of time the way Black.
Hold on. I have, in fact, I'm waiting for Themba to finish so that we can ask other questions. Themba, this is a question I want to throw to the panelists here, all of them, and I'll give you a minute each to say this. So suppose Azimio goes to court and the court grants their wish that we have a rerun, sorry. Would you, as a voter, vote? Themba, would you be going to vote?
That's a good question, and I hope it's not a yes or no. I do not vote. I do not vote, especially my vote does not come out because the person who is mine has said so. I vote because it is my national responsibility, is my citizenship right to vote. Now, they say that if you stay away, of course, I know people who have been so angry and they're saying that why vote if your vote can be stolen? But if you don't vote, because there's an argument that has been put across, which I tend to agree with, that the other many, the 6 million or so million or 7 million, because we are told it was 14 million that voted and 22 million registered. The 7 million are the ones who have put Kenya where it is now, the ones who didn't get out and vote. Because if all those people got out and voted, probably for Raila or for Ruto, overwhelmingly, so that we have Ruto ahead with the 70% and Baba below with the 40%, we wouldn't be where we are. If the people went out and voted, and they voted for Baba 70% and Ruto 40%, we wouldn't be where we are. So the crisis we are in right now is because of that one person who never voted. It is not a problem of the 12 or 14 million who voted.
I think you've not answered my question, and you're still going around my question. Stone PK, I'll come to you. Stone PK, if you're given the opportunity to vote again by the Supreme Court, will you be voting?
I will not vote if CHEBUKATI will be the IBC chair.
Thank you. Duke?
Yes, I will vote, but also it will depend on what my party leader says. However, if the Supreme Court says there is a repeat, then you have to be very sure that the person who will conduct that is the CHEBUKATI, because if you see the process of erecting a new commissions, it takes time. The president nominates, the parliament confirms, and also if people take the case to court, there is no timeline, like the case of the presidential petition must take 14 days. So you can take the case to remove CHEBUKATI and it can take like 3 months or 4 months, but the election must be held within 60 days. So within that tight 60 days, it's not possible for the IEBC commissioners to be changed. Otherwise, we would have a constitutional crisis.
Okay, Kuseo. If you're given an opportunity, same question, will you be voting?
You see, I'll be voting, but what I know is that Supreme Court also has powers to do what is normally referred to as advisory opinion. And the CHEBUKATI case, I can assure you, is among the cases before the Supreme Court as we speak. So forget what Duke is talking about, 3 months to remove CHEBUKATI. In the same ruling, you may have CHEBUKATI aside. The best that can happen to him, he may continue to be a commissioner, but not chairman.
Daudi, given an opportunity to vote again, will you vote?
So I do believe voting, besides being a right, it is a duty. So I think we're called to do the voting. But this petition is going to be unique because you have commissioners that are also going to come before the court. And I think their case is going to be directed towards CHEBUKATI and his conduct. So I feel CHEBUKATI won't be in that seat if a rerun is advised by the court. That's my thought.
So let me just come back to you. You'll be voting because it's your civic right to vote, civic duty to vote, right?
It is a duty.
Okay, Black.
Yes, I would vote, but there's a but. With CHEBUKATI out of the commission, not even just as a chairman. If at all, if possible, the court would rule him out. If not, which I mentioned,
Black umehang. Wacha niende kwa voice. Black akitafuta sauti. Will you be voting if you're given that opportunity again?
Yes, I will vote, of course, but there is also a but. so, but with, of course, Daudi has raised what I was trying to say way ago, long ago, that I don't see CHEBUKATI as the presiding officer or as the chairman again after this court ruling this time around. That's what I perceive to see. Like even the 2 other commissioners, I don't see them because there is also this court. This case, I see it beyond because there are evidence that will come before the court, like you say, Mr. Sipangwingwi said before that even if you bring Oburu Odinga as the of course he
chairman.
was trying to give us confidence
As the
chairman of the IEBC, I will still win. You see, there is so much evidence. I see this case beyond what you guys are thinking here.
Okay.
But
Let me go back. Let me go back to Black to finish his statement. Voice has said he will vote, but
yeah,
Black, what's your opinion?
but but with CHEBUKATI out of the commission, either through the courts taking him out or disqualifying him, or through the power of the people. Because with mass protests, just as Hassan was taken out, we would push him and pressurize him to resign as a condition for us to go into the rerun election with him out of there, because he's still going to be the returning officer if he goes there. Now, those people at the ground, at the polling stations, they do all those monkey business because they do know that CHEBUKATI, being the national returning officer for the presidential seat, will cover for them. That's why they can confidently do all that they can in matters to presidential election, knowing that CHEBUKATI is there. Now, cutting the head off, such things will not be able to happen because we are doing this as the immediate remedy for the immediate need, which is for the rerun.
Okay.
Then after the rerun, we can probably do something else.
Okay, now I want to bring this issue now back to you, Ndemba, because you are the one who was fighting for a cause. All these panelists here, we have 8 panelists here. Only Duke has said he's going to vote because his party leader will tell him to vote. The rest have said they'll vote, but they do not trust the IEBC. Now you're the one who is telling us to go to the Supreme Court. After the Supreme Court, you'll still go to find CHEBUKATI in front of you. Tell me, are these people going back to the ballot?
You see, I'm of the view that voting is a right for everyone, And nobody should stay away from voting, because we are where we are because of people who never voted. We are not here because of the people who voted. And I think, Makiadi, I cannot overemphasize that fact. It is the 7 or so million, 8 million people who never went out to vote. Why we are at this particular quagmire? Because if there was an overwhelming turnout, like I'm told in the places like Nyanza, 60% turnout, in places like Central, 55 or so % turnout, that means that even the kind of thing that we are talking about, 65.4% turnout in a place, even in a voting, is not good enough. So I want to submit that we shouldn't at any point encourage the concept of not voting, no matter the cause, no matter the reason. Everybody deserves to give a voice, and the better place to have your voice heard is at the voting. So for those who are hearing my voice, it doesn't matter what has happened with Chebukati, with or without. If the Supreme Court says, okay, let's go back and vote, and the person to conduct that election is Chebukati, because there isn't any time to remove him. And of course, there's of course picketing, which is also constitutional method, like what Black is suggesting. You can picket, you can do other constitutional ways to have him removed. And if those are constitutional methods and they happen because they happened before, and there's that time available, then we can pursue that. But voting should never be something that we want to hold away, because it is how we tell our voice. I don't think, personally, I'm persuaded that if all the people who had registered came out and voted clearly today, we wouldn't be having a contestation, because it is so hard to rig when you have overwhelming majority who have come out and voted so well. But right now, look at the turnout. I think that those are some of the things that are making us have this quagmire. But I want to say, Makiadi, that I personally am of the view, I don't hold the view that we shouldn't vote. And of course, you have seen that together with the parts, at least majority of the people here, apart from Stone PK, who have said they can never vote, the rest have said they can vote. So that means that we still have a big majority of people who are still doing, whether your party tells you or not, whether there's a bat or not, there are people who still believe in the power of the vote. So the power of the vote and the voice of everybody, I think that should be emphasized all the time. That is, for me, I might be wrong, but that is my belief. I would still go out and vote, because that's the voice that the local mwananchi or anybody has.
Stone.
Thank you. Thank you, all panelists. Thank you, Makiadi. Whoever said that stupidity is when you do the same thing, the same way, expecting different results, I think was very right. I would assure Themba that by 2027, the voter turnout will be less than maybe 5 million. Now, why am I saying this? There is no point of voting in Kenya, whether you turn out in big numbers. You see, I have participated directly. I know where somebody gets. I gave an example 3 days ago of what happened in my polling station. Raila got 285 votes. RUTO got 31 votes. It was simply changed. 31 Raila, 285 from that form at the polling station. So when it reaches here, you will not change it. So whether we turn out 100% to vote with IBC, current IBC, and again, why are we saying this? We saw this 2013. We saw this 2017. We are seeing this 2022. Whether it's our right, which I know very well, but this is the last time I'm voting in Kenya. And so many people are saying that so long as IBC is not fixed, you can expect voter apathy in that country like never before. Not especially when the generation that is following us is the one that is disoriented completely. They are saying it's rubbish, it's nonsense. For us, at least you Vumilia, you go and vote. We went to 2017, we voted twice, despite knowing very well Chebukati is there. Chebukati and Kahoot. Look at what he has done 2022 in the glaring. He has that. Now I hear people here in the panel saying, oh, you know, Chebukati cannot change anything. What is it that they were supposed to do at Bomas? And that brings me to the other question I was asking. The Form 34A is sent from the polling station to the Constitution and directly to Bomas. Okay? Then at Bomas, it's not supposed to be touched. But I'm told when it arrived there, it arrived in IBC's whatever back office. Then from back office, it is now what was offloaded for us to see. So what was happening at the back office? I mean, Kenyans, honestly, mumerogwa. Yani mumefunikwa because you continue debating things. Commissioners have told you that there were cooking, there were things happening there. And you will see, even this time around when the Supreme Court will, if they order for anything to come from IBC, nothing will come. Kila kitu is destroyed. Because we are in a banditary country. These are bandits. Chebukati is a bandit. Whether we vote 100%, ule anapita ni Chebukati ataweka. It is useless voting in Kenya. It has been proved this time around. Remember, you cannot vote 3 times, unagongwa pale pale, and then you keep on saying, watu watokeleze. Whether we come 100% or 90%, who said Nyanza was 65%? Those are lies. That Kim's kit is doctor. In fact, there is nothing very authentic there. Ni mchezo ya RUTO, 100%. We were just put into a play. And Kenyans, again, I'm saying mumerogwa because you cannot see the body language of RUTO. You are just like sheep that inapelekwa kwa butchery na inaenda kuchinjwa. This guy was overconfident because he knows the way he had doctored these things. We don't know even where these other Kim's kit are. These numbers that were coming, 10,000, 20,000. And then you are told at the voter turnout iko chini, yet numbers are big. Where are they coming from? In fact, this thing is a total shamble. Ilikuwa ni upuzi mtupu tulifanya. There was nothing. Hata hiyo watu wanasema kuchunga kura. Why should I chunga kura after nimepiga? If we are in a what we are calling constitutional democracy, that we have grown where mwananchi vote has no say. That's the litmus paper. If my vote cannot count, it's the bullshit of democracy. That one vote of mine should be counted as one. That 285 votes that were counted and witnessed, they are Railas. They should reach wherever they are reaching when they are Railas or RUTOs, whichever, not being changed. And then we are being told, oh, Chebukati cannot tamper with this, cannot tamper. The mess they have done is part of it. And he knows. Ashkina Shole walikuwa wanafanya nini Bomas? Na hapa tunajifanya hatujui. Tunaangalia tu ati what the 4 commissioners gave. Whatever the commissioners said there is not what is going to be the evidence. We have tons of evidence. Yeah. So sometimes we become ignorant at panelists. We are just looking at that minor statement that was given by the 4 commissioners. Iko mambo. And here you cannot get it until to skize what will be presented by commissioners as evidence and everybody else, because now people are pulling those other evidence. From IBC, we will not get anything. From Bomas, they have screwed everything up. That's what we are hearing. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just give you an example here. I don't know how true this is, but I found this from the Nation newspaper. Official presidential results from Migori County. The total number of votes that were cast for the president. No, let me go to Homa Bay. Sorry, the total number of votes that were cast for the president were 289,000. 289,000. The total number of votes that were cast across the 3 candidates who ran for governor were 399,000. Governor, but the president was 289,000. So you can see the difference. Almost 90,000 votes went to the election of the governor, but these people did not vote for Raila Odinga. Migori County, 348,000 cast for the official. Okay, so that's the president, 348,000, and for the governor, 335 across the three candidates. And where Raila gathered 294,000, William Ruto got 52,000. That is Migori County. And Ndemba is here telling us that we should go to the Supreme Court and then go for a runoff with Chebukati as the chairman. Daudi, una yapi ya kusema?
Me.
Unmute.
Sorry, it keeps playing around. So I wanted to agree with a lot of what Stony PK is bringing up. The Kim's kids, that was, they played us with those things. But also what is happening is it's very hard to verify how many people voted in a polling station. And I think they were very wise to disallow this manual process of verification. If at all we had a process where you come in, you key in, we identify you, we go to the manual register, we cross out your name, we would be able to verify physically how many people voted in every polling station. I'm sure the loophole here is they would say, okay, the Kim's kid recorded this number of voters, some people voted manually, but it's hard to verify that. So maybe that is part of what, if at all there is a prayer, as Temba is saying, if there's a prayer that Azimio is going to lay forward before the court, that is part of what should be brought forward, that there should be a way of verifying exactly to the exact last person how many people voted in a particular voting station. Because right now we cannot tell with utmost certainty that X number of people voted in one polling station, in the polling station Y, for example. So that's one thing that if there's anyone listening on the Azimio end, that thing should be brought forward. And you know, these guys, they knew how they're going to do it. They hoodwinked everyone, and now we can't verify that. But I believe there is evidence sufficient enough to cause a runoff or a recount. And in the case of a recount, it's going to be hard. I don't know whether we have all those ballot boxes still intact. You will hear a fire. You will hear mysterious fires cropping up and things like that. I'm scared. But
they were destroyed immediately after the election. That was RUTO.
You will hear mysterious fires happening. But you need these ballot boxes intact. Because if there's a recount, you need to go back to those boxes and do the recount. This is my submission. Thank you.
I want to say something, maybe before I drop out. I have an early morning tomorrow. I want to agree with what Stone PK is saying. I'm in no way, not appreciating the sentiments that are being aired by both Stone PK and strongly supported by Makiadi. I'm simply saying that I still believe in democratic processes and constitutional means of solving issues. Picketing is one of the constitutional means, right? And it is within the Constitution. Yeah. I also agree that yes, we need institutional overhaul, especially IEBC. We need an institutional overhaul. It can't be that in 4 elections actually, 2007, 2013, 2017, and 2022, 3 elections that since 2010, when the Supreme Court was first inaugurated, it has had to solve an election matter. All right. We had Raila 1, 2013, Raila 2, 2017, and now we are going to Raila 3, 2022. It can't be that every year after an election, we have a constitution and a constitutional crisis that has to be solved by the Supreme Court. It shows that, as Stone PK says, that probably we are doing the same thing and expecting different results. We are not reforming the institution. There were some pointers that were given out. How can it be that a majority of returning officers were from one particular community? At what point was hiring being done? And who hired them? I mean, is it possible that you could have only returning officers from one community? That's already something that raised eyebrows. And I think I said here that I don't trust IEBC. That was my personal view. In many ways, they were not responsive to many things that could have, helped the election to be proper. Now, probably RUTO, as we move on, I do not want to glorify RUTO so much as some of us are doing. RUTO probably noticed the weaknesses of our institutions. And when you notice a weakness of an institution, some of the people take advantage of those weaknesses. And maybe he has done that. He's yet to be proven. But the onus and the responsibility, why do you have an institution? You have a strong institution that can be able to solve your issues and go beyond the personalities. But if we have weak institutions, anybody can penetrate. I see someone saying that if they stole from Baba, why can't Baba steal? Do you want a country where everybody is stealing from everybody? That is not the democracy that we want. And I think we shouldn't be saying that Baba should have also stolen. I mean, it is not that Baba and the rest do not have probably that wherewithal, the means to bribe CHEBUKATI if they wanted. They had the money, right? But what is an institution? Where do we have, we cannot have a society where we say, now the bad is the level of where we are measuring. That because everybody is stealing, then let's everybody steal, so that becomes the definition of the society. I don't think that's the direction we want to go. Yes, they have stolen first time, like Stone PK is saying, they stole before, they have stolen again, and yet again it's coming. It is the institution that is weak. Let us build an institution. The people will always want to go around institutions. That is, in my view, a very common trend. I mean, people will always try to induce institutions, but if they find strong institutions, it becomes so hard. So we haven't built institutions, and so people are able to take advantage of them. The problem is not RUTO per se. The problem is not, RUTO is not the problem we have as a country. RUTO is a Kenyan, and he has the right to run for any elective position. We can't bar any Kenyan from seeking leadership, and he needs to have supporters across the country. Let us focus on where it matters. It is not RUTO that is the problem, because RUTO will come and go. If you have weak institutions, there will be a RUTO, there will be a Stone PK, there will be someone who is always willing to take advantage of that institution. So let us focus on building institutions. So our institutions, our IEBC has let us down. It is not RUTO, because how do we know? How do you and I know that RUTO actually participated in doing anything? We don't know. The person constitutionally mandated to run an election is IEBC. So let us hold IEBC responsible, and then we build a strong institution. I want to stop there for now. And Makiadi, I will not help you today. I'm hoping to help you towards the end of the week. I'm having an early morning, but I can see we are staying strong. It was a disappointment, but some of us who have been through the trenches and have a t-shirt to show, we remain strong and we soldier on. Thank you so much. Daudi Stone PK, Voice and Omariba Duke. Omariba, mmeshinda lakini you are not celebrating nicely. What's happened?
You know, celebration should not provoke others. You should actually sometimes celebrate silently.
Omariba, you are the president-elect. I mean, amesha kwa gazetted. You should be all over and even putting on your yellow. Is it a yellow or what? Kenya Kwanza thing.
This guy is over here complaining about 0.01. And his presidential candidate was the other day pronounced as the winner. I wonder what kind of interest he still has on Mutembei TV, unless he wants to be a shareholder. Unless he wants to be a shareholder here.
Why are you coming here to complain about 0.01 was a squirrel? Now that should not even bother you. It should be the least of your worry. You have the certificate a president has been given. He's been gazetted. You should be somewhere even nikuone na bendera ya Kenya Kwanza hapo Duke bana. Wacha nikwambie Duke. Azimio hata tungepata tu president elect hivi ungeona blue zile tunakuja nazo hapa, sisi bado ni Azimio, wana Azimio. We still don't think Ruto is the best president that Kenya can ever have. He is a Kenyan, he is free to seek his vote, he is free to buy, but we don't believe. Ungeona ile blue tunakuja na hapa, suti yangu iko tayari, makiadi yako bado iko. Tafadhali wana Azimio, mwende mlipe mafundi. Nasikia mlienda mkakosa kulipa mafundi Stone PK. Zile suti ambazo walishona nasikia mkuenda kuzitoa. Tafadhali
tuliwaambia wakae nazo kwanza tuone vile kanaenda.
Tafadhali mlipe mafundi na mchukue hizo nguo bwana. Makiadi, back to you.
Suti yangu iko na mwezi moja ya kurudisha. I'm still holding on to it.
Return it.
I'm still optimistic, lakini sijaiva, sijatoa sticker. Ndio
mimi yangu naiva.
Makiadi amepoteza tumaini already kitambo. Leo ndio nimesikia statement yake ya nikaona Makiadi ashawachana.
But let me make this clear. You know, this is just a sample of what is happening on the ground. Voice, whatever we did right now, asking Azimio supporters if they will vote or not, is whatever is reflected out there on the ground. Even if you read the comment sections, majority of the people feel that if CHEBUKATI is still going to be there, even if we go to the Supreme Court and get that opportunity to do another election, and CHEBUKATI is still the chairman, then there's no need even then, you know, of going to vote, because it's still the same.
Let me maybe remind you something that you may miss like you know, it means a lot for the Azimio supporters for this election to be nullified. It means a lot. That one will be a relief. It means a lot. You may not agree with that, but let me tell you, that one will mean a lot, because it will be like we are right and they are wrong, and it will be like we are running the course, we still run that course, and that course is justified. You know, just like Themba say that we are pursuing a course in Raila Odinga, and also Ruto is pursuing his course, which we know Mr. Sipangwingwi is pursuing a course of making this generation a generation of Sipangwingwi. We are going, like, okay, that's it. That's what I'm saying. So don't underestimate the fact that the chances that this election being nullified, it will be a relief for us.
You're right, boys. And Eric Avram, it's okay. I mean, if it is home and dry, and the lane in a celebration, you don't have to repeat 10 times for comment. We know Ruto is the president-elect. He has been gazetted. So tuko na Duke hapa pia na support Ruto. In this platform, we appreciate everybody. Kama una support William Ruto, he's a Kenyan. So relax. Usiandike mara mingi, ukiandika mara moja, tumesoma, tuna agree. Makiadi, you're right. In terms of the feeling among many people. I've had it also across many of my friends, and Of course, people feel like they will never vote. Stone PK has alluded to that. We've been there. We were there. I mean, 2017, 2013, we said we will never vote. We said we'll never vote. In 2007, I was there. We said we'll never vote. It was worse in 2007 because we went to sleep when Baba was ahead with 1 million. Waking up, Tarakaniti showed up, and things were haywire. And I remember it was a Saturday. It was very disappointing. It was a gloomy day, 28th, and things started happening. So, and then of course, 2013, you remember what happened? Went to Supreme Court. And of course, there you could see Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi was even clearly very arrogant, even to the Supreme Court judges then. Dr. Mutunga was telling Mutunga that you don't have to prove yourself in this particular case. There will be many other chances for you to prove yourself. Then, of course, 2017 was also, it's something that has happened. And as they say, good causes. If you stand for a cause, you don't give up. And so I'm here to encourage for the Azimio supporters who are listening to my voice. Do not give up. Raila is an institution. There are causes that he stands for. And Azimio is an embodiment of that institution. There were so many things and barriers that were going to be broken by a Raila leadership. They are going to break so many the narratives that have been there for years. The narrative that Kikuyus cannot vote for another tribe. They voted. The narrative that other people cannot lead in Kenya. They voted for Raila. The narrative that we can never have women in a high top of leadership. That was part of those are narrative. And an equitable society is what it stands for. There are causes that Raila stands for. Those causes cannot die. Even when Raila moves out of space, they live in our hearts. They live in what we believe. They are what we embody. Do not be deluded by the transient power positions. There are people who stand for no causes. They come in. They have never stood for any cause. William Samoei Ruto has never stood on the part of when we wanted a new constitution, he never stood with us. When we wanted to get Moi out of power, he never stood with us. It has only been personal aggrandizement. There has only been personal pursuit of wealth and power. That is not what we want for Kenya. It's not good for us. And I'll keep on saying that, even those who are saying Ruto it is, whether he gets it or not, whether he's the president-elect or not, I do not agree with him. I did not agree with him yesterday. I did not agree with him in 2013. I do not agree with him in 2017. I don't agree with him right now. I don't think he's the best leader for Kenya. Even if he rules for 10 years, I will not agree that he is. Because bad leaders are bad leaders, and it has to be said so. It doesn't mean that because they have gotten there, they become good. No. I don't think I agree with that. And I want to tell the Azimio people, the cause you stood for was good and is good. And the direction is perfect. Believe in that. Stay there. Stay the cause. Even after Baba, there has to be other people who stay with that cause. We have to take it beyond Baba. Baba will exit. Baba will exit the stage. But we have to take it beyond Baba. And some of us are remaining to remind you what Baba stood for. Democracy, the democratic space that you enjoy, that you can even come here and tell us that you voted for president-elect. I want to remind Kenya Kwanza, yes, he's president-elect, the Duke, president-elect William Samoei Ruto. He has been gazetted. So we acknowledge that. And in fact, as soon as he was given that, the constitutional process kicked in. So now the Transitional Committee, the National Security Council is giving him updates. No, that's the Constitution. We are a constitutional democracy. We respect that. Nothing Uhuru says right now can prevent him, if there's nothing that happens between now and 7 days, from being sworn in. So even the process of doing that until it is at the Supreme Court, then now that will stop. It will stop the process until the case is heard. So we acknowledge that we are constitutional democracy. We may not agree with you, but we respect your choices. That's what our democracy is all about. Thank you, Bakiadi.
Daudi.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Kemba, for just your wise counsel. But there's also a flip side to this entire process. We saw what the 2017 process helped us. Our jurisprudence actually, I think, improved as a country in general. And I think this time around, this opportunity affords us just another leap forward towards improving our knowledge of the law, and also our practitioners get to improve on how we see the law and how we apply it. So our democracy is better today because of the challenges that existed in 2017. We hope this time around that what happens in 2022, this small debacle that we have, helps us create another safeguard to prevent this thing recurring. We placed some safeguards back in 2017, and in 2022, we hope we can put some more safeguards towards preventing what has befallen us. So it is never lost entirely. There's always a silver lining. And so I believe that as we go to the Supreme Court, we'll learn more legal jargon. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but back in 2017, we were given a lot of legal jargon, and I think that really improved my understanding of the law, and it was really nice. Also, the BBI process also, I think, helped us understand the law better, and we're able to look at the basic structure doctrine versus the other doctrine they were pushing forward. So this time around, I hope that besides just improving our understanding of the law and also just how we can use the law to better our democracy, we can also place more safeguards in the democratic process going forward. So I'm not a pessimist. I'm optimistic that the future is brighter. And it's through these processes, these tight valves, that we can able to create processes that will be better for the future generation. I think for our children and for our grandchildren, Kenya will be a better country than it is right now. My thoughts.
Okay, voice.
Yeah, I wanted to say something before Temba go. I thank you Temba, asante kwa zile kurudisha hope, but you are not restoring that hope sana vile kuna vile unaweka negativity. I don't believe that njia za baba za kuwa president zimezibwa zote. I don't buy that. I will still not buy that. Even if kufikiria au Supreme Court itanullify ama nini, I don't. Raila will be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Take that from me. And everything I say that that nullification of the result will bring hope back. Na utashangaa watu watakuja kama uchungulu tena, watavote tu, people watavote. Hiyo tu ni kukasirika. Unajua ukichapwa kuna time unalianga, unakasirika, but unasahau kidogo. Si wote ni watoto na tunaitwa watoto wa Mungu. If I will sound like a prophet, let me sound like a prophet because I am. So Raila will be the president. The real fifth president of the Republic of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga.
Tuseme ile real amen ama amen ya Ruto.
Hiyo bwana asifiwe ya Ruto ni fake sana. Hizo mabwana asifiwe, hizo shenanigans za mabishop nasikia hizo. Kila mtu mwenye aliwahi prophesy ati Ruto atakuwa president watajificha. Unaona hiyo prophecy ya Atuoli ya kusema watu watashtuka, watakosa, watapasua televisions. Ilibidi ikuwe hivi, ilibidi ifungwe. Unajua this path ku break hiyo umbilical cord ya KANU haikuwa rahisi. Mi nimeambia jana Richie where I'm from, where I come from. We don't just leave it like that. We believe and we go for it because we live in war. We live in war. And for my eyes, mi macho yangu inaona presidency ya Raila. It's not like it's true. It's not just a matter of possibility or something. Raila Amolo Odinga is the president of the Republic of Kenya. Believe it or you don't believe it, inakuangalia, hiyo ni yako. Lakini watu watapasua televisions, watu watalala chini, watu watajificha. Hawa mabishops, unaona, ngoja niupatie story ingine yenye amu understand. Ama bishop wa Nairobi, tuanze Nairobi ama Kenya, kina Mike Karaoke, kina nani, tumeona vituko mingi sana. Unaona, hii nimeambia jana Stone PK, nikamwambia hii church, so called church, kuna church na church Kenya. Hii ni cartel. Hiyo ndio the true criminal enterprise ya Kenya, ndio church na justice, hizo vitu zo, judiciary pia iko na. But round hii, this time around, hao watu wote ndio wanasimama nyuma ya Ruto, wana try kuziba hii presidency, lakini hakuna hata tsunami haitaziba hiyo presidency. It's so powerful that inaenda ku break hizo cartels. Unakumbuka the other day wakigonga bishop moja, hizi ma scandals za David Murathe kukubebesha mimba ya side chick, unaona wote walienda huko church, wanaanza sema no, this is a man of God and whatever. Hizo monkey business zao zote kuosha pesa ya Ruto, kuosha pesa ya politicians na kuwork na true politician na mlango wa nyuma, kujifanya bishop mwenye aliomba jana. Kwa hiyo nani hiyo sasa Ruto alikuwa anajideclare jana. Of course nyi wenyewe mliona hiyo maombi. Sikiza tu hiyo maombi. Hiyo maombi itakuonesha nini? Everything that they say is around them. Is around mimi. After that akafanya interview. Hiyo interview yeye ndio alikuwa anaji-interview. Let's take this lady. Wewe niulize. Na wewe niulize. So hiyo game ya church ndio imepatia Ruto hii power hadi sahi. Lakini I will repeat, that power is not everlasting, is not lasting. Iko na muda kidogo hivi, na hiyo muda haita stop. Kuna unity kubwa, Martha Karua, kuna Kalonzo Musyoka, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, the most powerful pillar of Kenya in politics. You cannot overturn that. You cannot, even if uko church sijui inatoka Roma, hata popa kuje nyuma ya Ruto. Sahi enda usome barua, and then msome barua ya American Embassy hili tumia ya Kenya. Hawako endorse, hawako congratulate Ruto. Hawako congratulate Ruto. Serious countries hakuna hata congratulation moja Ruto amenipa. Kama mko nao mniambie.
Uganda
ni serious country. Uganda ni cartel.
Boys.
Yeah.
Boys. Sikusema umenimisquote. Sikusema kwamba Raila hana path, right? So do not misquote me. I only said that the cause ambayo Raila amepigania for all these years should not come to an end. It should also pass to other people. That's what I said. But his path, obviously, I mean, I'm also trying to imagine as we were moving towards to come to this end, nilisema kwamba politics is very interesting, all right? And sometimes you find things ambazo you had not expected. So for the hopeful, those who want to believe that yes, Raila still has a path, right? We are going to Supreme Court, which we believe there'll be a pronunciation to that, and
Which
hopefully,
is not the only way Raila kuwa president. Which is not the only way ya kuwa president. Which is not. Don't pick it. That the Supreme Court's way is not the only way ya Raila kuwa president. Munafungwa macho. Acha tu ni nyamaze.
Haya, wewe nyamaza hivyo. Mimi naona tufunge show sasa. Sababu
sawa.
Naona Voice amekuwa nabii.
Hiyo ni unabii wema. Hebu niulize swali moja kabla ufunge show nani. Kiadi. Kuna kitu, okay, this is around the IBC. We've been talking since these guys started whatever they were doing with the votes and the forms and whatever was happening at IBC. It initially began with mainstream media streaming things. Then it went day 1, day 2. Then everything stalled. What was that? I've not heard people talk about it. What is it? What this democracy of ours? Tumeambiwa tuangalie TV. Then all of a sudden, TV zote. Nobody explained that. And people started complaining, hata hapo bombers of Kenya. Why don't we address these issues? Because I find us running away from hard things. You know, we are running away from vice chairman's statement, which is very small statement. I want people like Duke to explain what was that? What was it? What was that? TVs are all set. They are blue. CHEBUKATI is coming. He's saying now you'll be seeing everything on the screen. Then all of a sudden my screen is like a freeze. Duke, and your people. What was that? Because I hear you having a lot of faith in the whole process. You know, I laughed the other day when I saw this lady from EU. Saying, oh, the process was blah, 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 blah. How do you say everything was good? Na pale finishing, pale. It is what wraps everything. Don't usiniimbie vile watu waliamka 8 nini. Kama hiyo 8 is not justified by the end. You are telling me nothing. So what was that picture? What happened to TVs? What happened to numbers? What happened to the systems? Thank you.
According to me, wanakwaya ndio waliannounce Ruto president wa Kenya. Unaona kwaya ndio walifanya the biggest part.
You know, I think on a serious note.
Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Stone PK, that's a very good question. I hope we continue discussing it tomorrow. See you Daudi. See you boys. Duke bana, enda sherekea, toka hapa, enda sherekea president elect. Toka kwa nini wanaazimio, wewe enda tafuta nini ya yellow, upige sherehe. See you guys.
Yeah, but
okay,
I mean,
okay,
Stony PK.
Let's do this.
It's a very interesting question, and maybe, yeah.
Unmute Makiadi.
I want us to do our closing remarks now. We are almost hitting the 10th hour. So I want to begin with Daudi. As you do your closing remarks, you can address that issue. Then we go to Duke.
I hear Duke is the spy.
Yeah, yeah. We want him. We want him here the more.
Duke, you've been labeled the spy.
Yeah, Daudi. In 2 minutes.
But I think Stony PK raises a very interesting point. This is my opinion, and it's just conjecture at this point. I think they reached a point where they could call the election, that they had the data to pronounce who was going to win, and then they stopped. But also joint media, I think they called the elections for Raila, if I'm not wrong. So between that time and then what we're seeing coming out of IEBC, something changed in between there. And that's why everyone is just wondering what changed in between. When the Edwin Sifunas and Azimio team had their numbers, and then when Form 34B started showing up, something changed in between them. And that's why we need to go back and interrogate the initial numbers, because the initial numbers clearly, I think, gave Azimio the lead. So not to, again, this is my personal thought. I haven't done the calculation through all the 46,000 or so from 34As, but that is what I think happened. Thank you.
Duke.
Actually, I'm in Kenya, so I want to give you accurate information of what transpired. First of all the tarring of the media stream, the media stations was from the IEBC portal. The mistake which most of the media platform made was they started to tarry randomly. Actually, KTN News was very accurate because it was using alphabetic order of the constituencies. So by that, it gives some randomness of tarry. But other stations, they were saying they are using their own way, but they were not explaining how do you, out of the 6,000 forms, how do you decide which form to pick first and which is the second? So if just you pick randomly, you can even repeat the tarry. And what happened is that when the results were different from media to media, it was like there was a lot of criticization in the social media platforms, where some people were talking about some media platforms being sidelined or biased. And it reached a point where most of the media stations were about 80% of the results. And at that point, they started to wait. No media was ready to be the first one to finalize, because they were not very sure of the accuracy of their tarring. So it's like they started to wait to see which media station will be the first one to conclude the process. And because all of them, no media did that, they decided to actually the people who proposed that they should drop it were the media owners, because they are more interested on the profits and their media platforms being sustained. They don't want maybe where their media station will maybe give a contradicting result, and maybe if the president comes in, maybe can have victimization, something like that. That's how they stopped. However, in the promise of Kenya, the IEBC itself also was not accurate. It was not projecting the verified results. Actually, they started projecting the result at the start, but after some time, they stopped it. And the reason why they stopped this is that there was information that the Azimio agents were aware that they will not win based on the contents in the server. So the intention was to curtail the process so that IEBC will not be able to finalize the tarring within the 7 days. Then, after that, they will say these results which are announced are unconstitutional, and then they will not obey that. That was the motivation of the Azimio agents that were, and the most elected MPs were in Bomas of Kenya, despite them being aware that they will not win, because by Thursday evening, all the parties were aware of the total tally based on the contents of the forms within the portal. And after verification, there was verification when there were 28 constituencies remaining. Then there was information that the Azimio members were to cause chaos. When the final 28 constituencies were to be announced, they decided that they would not allow that. They would curtail the process and they would disrupt everything. That's why when CHEBUKATI decided that he would be announcing the 28 constituencies along with the person who has won the election. And that's what happened, because some commissioners started to say, let the process be stopped, without giving the reason why the process should be stopped. And they were working hard to make sure that they deliver the outcome within the 7 days. So I think that's all what transpired at the Bomas of Kenya.
Ukisikia mtu anasema there was information that, achia tu hapo. Haya, Stone PK, your closing remarks.
My closing remark is to congratulate Duke. God gave you a very nice face that you can lie without blinking. You can talk with a lot of confidence. Give us really, really, my good God, I don't want to. Surely you, are you a son or a cousin of Ruto? Because Ruto, that's the way he speaks, you know? That it's laughable. That Azimio people knew you are winning. You are winning and you are talking of 28 constituencies. And then you are talking of media themselves deciding not to because they had, oh my God. Can that really, no. Paul Duke. It's the same story. We are used to that. There is no one time these guys called UDA will ever. Ask them what color, what their party color is. They decide today it's not yellow. They'll convince you, vile hiyo si yellow. And that's who they are. Lastly, let me say, it is so unfortunate that I know, Azimio, we are going to court. Based on the evidence and all the way things have been done, this thing will be nullified. But unfortunately, the nullification might not be of much help because it is the same monkeys, it's the same RUTO, it's the same IEBC which will go doing the thing. The same officers are still there. Nothing much will happen if we have those guys. How I wish, I know people say, Christians say, don't wish somebody's death. How I wish this officer, Musyoka, I think he's called Musyoka, how I wish he's not the one who was sacrificed. They should have sacrificed CHEBUKATI and it would be okay. But this poor man who is very straightforward is the one who had to die for them to have this. Pole sana. Back to you, Makiadi.
Bandeko voice.
Yeah. Yes, Mwanamboka.
Endelea.
Yeah, I will not answer Duke. I will just I will just let him be. But I just want to say something that is truth, and you may not see it as fact or as whatever. I don't care. But as far as all these things are concerned, Stone PK, all these things were made to be this way. By who? By God. God wanted Raila victory to be surprisingly, like it will surprise people. This one will be people will not believe. I'm telling you, that's why you guys are not even believing. If you ask me why are you saying like that, because I'm a faith person. My name is Voice for Truth, and I strongly believe what I was told in the day, even when it's turned darkness. If you tell me something that I know that I saw in the day, even when I see darkness, I will still believe that what I saw is not what I'm saying, or what I saw is what I'm saying. So if what I saw is not what I see, that means what I'm seeing right now is temporary. So what I saw, it's what will be permanent. And if you ask me what will be permanent, what will be permanent is good governance for this country. Kenya will be permanent and good governance, because revival has to come. And I have to say something that for an order to take place, there must be a disorder. You cannot put order where there is no disorder. So the disorder must go louder so that the order takes place. And to finish my closing remarks, I want to thank Mwanamboka Makiadi. I want to thank Stone PK for the spirit. Thank you, Daudi O. Thank you for your time and your sacrifice and your boldness. And this man, Sipangwingwi, Simwani Mimi in leadership in the future. I don't see him as a president. I don't see him lasting. Maybe he was meant to be a president-elect, and after that, the name will change. Definitely. Stone Piquet aliongea kuhusu death nini whatever. Many things will take place. Each time yenye tuko nayo, many things will take place, and I don't wish anything, but God is the master of everything. I know that it was designed by God for everything to take place. So if something is going on right now, I know that God allowed it to be. So we are not everlasting. We cannot decide. We have plans, but the will of God prevails over our plans. We will always have plans. We will all have beliefs, but belief is not the truth. The truth is above believing. So what I'm telling you is above believing. I know Raila I know Raila is the president. It's not I believe. I know. So believing is understatement. Thank you so much.
Okay, safi. Stony PK huwa mnaniacha peke yangu hapa na voice. Leo msinitoroke bwana, tuseme wimbo wa taifa kwa pamoja ndio mtoroke.
Jana nikabet tangu kali drop when I was just about to start singing.
Yeah. Oh, sawa. Kama battery ilikuwa mbaya ni sawa. Daudi, usinitoroke leo bwana. Tunamalizia kwa pamoja. Leo ni mapema, naona hiyo masaa ni mzuri, ukienda kupumzika kesho utaamka ukiwa fresh. So wacha ni acknowledge wale wote ambao wako pamoja nasi kwenye comment section. Ninamuona Desai pale, Black ameenda kule, God's favorite, Gideon Ombogo, Edith Anziwa, Kipkurui, Danny Darius for the Danny Darius, asante kwa kuwa nasi, Magi Ima, Doris Auma, Edna Ochulo, DJ Conscious, asante sana, Geoffrey Ruto, Moses Karani, Gitash De, mzuri kuwaona, Black kama kawaida, Paul Kenneth na wale wote ambao mmeungana pamoja nasi kwenye comment section. Tunashukuru kwa kuwa nasi kwa masaa. Tunaenda kugonga mida ya masaa 10 kwa leo. Tulianza kitu saa 7:30 mchana Kenyan time, na ninaona sasa tunakaribia 10 hours. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana kukaa nasi kwa hayo masaa yote, na tunakukaribisha pia ukaweza kwenda kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV. Kama wewe huja subscribe, nenda ukasubscribe na ukafinye button ya kukualert ambayo inajulikana kama notification button, ili wakati show yetu itaanza utaweza kuwa notified ya kwamba tumeenda live. Asante sana kwa panelists wetu Stony PK, Daudi O na Voice kwa kukaa pamoja nasi siku ya leo. Stony PK, kwanza ningeshukuru kabisa kwa kushikilia show wakati Banada aliondoka, na tunatumai kwamba tutaendelea kuwa peperushia kipindi hiki tukiendelea kutizama ni nini ambacho kinaendelea kwa nchi yetu tunayoipenda. Hata kama tuna tofauti za kisiasa, sisi bado ni mandugu. Kwa hivyo karibu kesho, ukiona kipindi kimeanza unataka kuingia kwa panel, kutakuwa na link kwenye comment section. Una click kwenye hiyo link na unangojea mitambo yako iweze kuwa configured polepole, alafu ndiposa tutaweza kukuongeza kwenye kipindi hiki. Ningependa tumalize kwa kuimba wimbo wa taifa wa leo, na nikukariri si kuimba. Stone PK kifungu cha kwanza, Daudi kifungu cha pili, Voice naona ni kama hayuko tayari, na mimi nitasema kifungu cha 3, alafu tutaweza kufunga kwa siku ya leo. Stone PK.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Naona Alex amekuja hapa, sijui kama utasalimia watu alafu tufunge.
No, asante sana. Unajua, even warriors sometimes have to retreat and watch from behind. And I'm telling you that you guys are real warriors. Stone PK, thank you very much. I mean, you don't know how much you are encouraging people. Daudi, you came in at the right time, man. Don't stop coming to the panel. Makiadi, tafadhali endelea tu hii kazi tunafanya. Voice, wewe umefanya kazi ingine hapa ambayo hauelewi bana. Tunakusikiza kutoka nyuma and we are being encouraged bana. Nimeingia tu kuwasalute na kuambia what you have done today is you have given hope to those who are hurting most, and let's continue to do that. Thank you.
Haya, umesikia kutoka kwa watazamaji wetu ambao tunajua ni mabingwa wetu. Ukiona wamesema wanatusikiza kutoka huko, inamaanisha mnafikia wengi, na sisi tunashukuru kwa wale wote ambao kila siku wanakuja hapa kutusikiza. Tunajua si kupoteza masaa yenu, lakini mnataka kuwa pamoja nasi tukiendelea kuchambua mambo ya kisiasa yanayoendelea Kenya. Kwa hivyo kesho tutakuwa pamoja nanyi hapa saa 7:30 mida saa za Kenya. Alafu sisi watu wa masaa ambayo nilisikia inaitwa masaa ya jioni, hiyo naona Voice ameingia hapa, tutakuwa tunakutana hapa kama kawaida kuendeleza ili gurudumu. Kwa vile baba alitutafutia hii, nasi tutaendelea kuitumia. Hatujui itakaa hadi siku gani, lakini kwa vile tuko nayo sasa, wacha tuweze kuitumia tukaweze kutoa mahosia yetu. Tunajua kwamba hakuna kitu ambacho hatuwezi ongea hapa kwa sababu tuko na uhuru, lakini tuweze kuifanya katika njia ambayo ni tulivu na yenye heshima kwa mmoja kwa mwingine. Bas, kwa hayo machache na mengi, ndugu zangu, dada zangu ambao mnatutazama, ningependa kuwatakia siku njema. Wale ambao mko Kenya na sehemu zingine ambako mumefika siku ya ni Jumanne ama ni lini? Wednesday, right? Ningependa kuwatakia siku njema, na wale ambao mko ugaibuni, mahali ambapo mnaenda kupumzika, na watakia usiku mwema. Maulana awabariki, tupate kuonana siku nyingine na masaa kama ya leo. Asanteni.